flash, you see the drip and it slugs. You need it, pull the trigger. Got you feeling, got you feeling. The world is yours only if you take it. So sign your name in, choose to claim it. You need it in a hurry, you want it in a flash. Can't get this time back, we don't get this time back. You need it in a hurry, you want it in a flash. Can't get this time back, we don't get this time back. The way we choose now.
Rocket League fans all over the world, welcome to North America. It's day 2 of our first qualifier in our first split of the 2024 season of the Rocket League Championship Series. We've played through our Swiss. It was some craziness, some long overtime, some great passing plays, some wonderful pop-offs from all of our players, and that's going to continue today as we head into our single elimination bracket. We'll be playing all the quarterfinals before we end today's broadcast. I'm Wade Puck. I got Gibbs and Dazarin, as I did yesterday, but James has joined us, come down from the NRG Control Center, or maybe up from the NRG Control Center at this point. How are you feeling, James?
You don't need to take shots already. Yesterday hurt bad enough. NRG going to so many game 5s, and I mean, and then that Luminosity series, I felt like NRG was playing so much better all day, and then they just ran out of gas in that Luminosity series. But anyway, I'm happy to be here now on the main street.
It's like, Taz, I got to say, that's probably a double whammy on James. He had to have a long day, and energy is out in round 5. So, 2 L's for James there.
Just wouldn't let that happen to me personally, but that's just me.
And he has to do pre-show today, so it's just...
Look at that. He's just a hardworking man.
It's a rough situation for James Bott, but we love him so much. Chat, give James Bott some love. We appreciate you being here, bud. Let's talk about the season. If you didn't catch the pre-show yesterday, don't worry. We got all the same information for you right here at the top. This is how the season works. We're taking one less split than last season, so 2 splits where you got to get those points early on. No third split to kind of make up at the last moment here. Still 3 online events per split. That leads into an in-person major, but those online splits, those online qualifiers here, each one is going to have the same format. So once you kind of learn the format one time, don't have to go through it and relearn it in future splits. We're playing Swiss into single elim every single time. Now, these broadcasts are going to be happening on Fridays through Sundays, but throughout the week, also more content you guys can find elsewhere. On Wednesdays at 11 p.m. Pacific, or 11 a.m. Pacific, excuse me, very different time. You can catch the First Touch podcast, catch all the crazy opinions so that will either be right or wrong, as we find out just 2 days later. It's great stuff. It's a wonderful cycle of content. You don't want to miss it here, folks. Lots of wonderful stuff coming down the pipe. And we are currently right there on Saturday, February 3rd. We played through the Swiss yesterday. I mean, Dazarin, what was the prediction you guys had that has already been wrong just because of the Swiss?
Oh, already been wrong. I think some people thought OG would make it top 8. That one was, I think, the biggest shocker. Those guys going out in 3. But also, on a positive note, M80 doing so well, making it out 3-0. No one expected them to do as good as they did. Very dominant. Even in the matchup against Gen G, it was actually kind of refreshing to see AJ have a team that really supports him, as well as Joris and Nats, who come from EU, to do as well as they did.
I love seeing AJ. I love seeing AJ finally have a team around him again. Hope that continues on here. We'll get to see them play again today, but yesterday the action was pretty strong here. As much as I love bashing people who have org affiliations, can't really say much bad about Gen G. They popped off yesterday.
That's right. Gen G Mobile One Racing did exactly what they needed to do. They made it out of Swiss. They started the first round matchup against Noli, and they showed up and showed out. It wasn't perfect. OG did show some fight, but First Killer has been an excellent addition to this Gen G squad. Offensively, I talked to Jack after the matches today. He called First Killer the MVP. He said Chronic did fantastic as well. The whole team is locked in. The energy is exactly what he's wanted from a team, and you can see it on the field with their performance. Of course, like I said, they took that loss down to M80, but besides that, I mean, Gen G were firing on all cylinders.
And Appjack put up like 1.2 goals per game, just doing fantastic. First Killer with all the assists. A lot of great bump plays coming out of a Gen G squad. But OG, it was a tough first round matchup, but they could not recover after that, going 0-3. They had 2 really hard matchups, them and then Dignitas right after. Then going to Pirates on the Boat. You expect them to bounce back. It did not happen. But Gen G cleanly makes it through with a 3-1 result. And then we move on, and we get to G2 Stride. So it's our first look in the Rlcs at this brand new team. Daniel and Beast Mode coming over. Comic, everyone is saying that they are a top 2 team in North America, and they can challenge the best in the world. But their first round went to Game 5. versus a team that they should have handled a little bit cleaner.
But, you know, I'm going to just hop in here for a little bit, though, Gibbs.
Sure,
For some reason, Luminosity always gives G2 a hard time. I even saw it with the draw in the offseason. I think it's just how the playstyles match up. Luminosity just matches up pretty well against G2. So I think G2 is never going to have an easy time against Luminosity, even though the floor for G2 is much higher than the floor for Luminosity, I would say.
And to quote Spaceman and Corelli, like games 2 and 3 for Luminosity, they were clipping on G2. They were clipping hard. Then G2 had to battle back down 2-1 in the series. Their offense got going. 5 goals for Atomic throughout the series. Beast Mode and Daniel both put in 4. It's a 3-headed monster there on G2, and they go through 3-0.
Yeah, and SSG also making it through. They ended up playing Rebellion, and Rebellion had a very interesting run going all the way to round 5, where they ended up taking the win against Snowmen. That win even 5 games, just as this series did. You can see just the peaks and valleys for Rebellion over their Swiss performance. I mean, even going up 2-0 against Space Station Gaming, I was ready to turn the stream off saying, okay, they have this in the bag, but SSG battled back. They took the win in game 3 overtime, and then they ended up taking this series in the round 4 high matches here. Space Station Gaming, with the addition of Chicago, has looked really good. We saw them struggle against G2 in the round 3 high matches, only taking game number 1, but they know what they need to do to kind of get things back in form for playoffs.
And I was actually a little bit surprised at how Rebellion performed. I think it's good that they made top 8, but I expected a lot more of them, especially after this offseason, seeing how dominant two-piece and parts were in pretty much every offseason tournament. And then adding Justin in, they looked like they were going to continue to improve. So I was a little bit shocked that they did struggle, but hey, they're still in this big dance.
And that leads us to this bracket. We'll be playing the quarterfinals today. We'll be playing them from bottom to top. So first game on the day will be Dignitas versus Pirates. You can see we got kickoff for that in 22 minutes and 10 seconds up there in the top corner. We'll be playing the semifinals and grand finals tomorrow, crowning the winner of our first qualifier at the end of tomorrow's broadcast. But 4 matches, gonna be an exciting one here. I mean, James, is there one match in particular you're most excited for?
Honestly, I am really excited for, I think you would say G2 Luminosity, really, to see how they match up again. Every time they tango, it seems like there's fireworks. And Luminosity does have that upset power over G2. So I think that's going to be a really interesting match to watch, especially with the implications on the bracket. I think most of the teams looking at that match are saying, please, Luminosity, beat them. Please take G2 out of it. We would much prefer to have one less ultimate contender. G2, I think, for a lot of pros, is that top team in North America.
I mean, Gibbs, I feel like this is, with it being single elimination, you can't lose. There's so much more value in the thing that James was saying during the highlights of, like, if a team like Luminosity really has the number of G2, a matchup like this is terrible for G2 fans.
Yeah, and not only that, small format change for us is North America goes from 5 major spots to 4. But that is huge for North America, huge for these quarterfinals. If you want to be on pace to make that major, you have to win today, and then hopefully just get as many points as you can, make that grand finals push. So very important day throughout all these 3 qualifiers. So no matter where you land in the bracket, people will say there's an easy draw here or there. It does not matter. Show up on the day and get these wins.
Thinking about the Shopify versus Space Station match. I was thinking about that when we were talking about it in the highlights there. Reverse sweep for Space Station. Game 3, you talked about them getting the 1 goal in Game 3 to like kind of start off that reverse sweep. That 1 goal came 4 minutes into an overtime. That's how close that was to being a Shopify Rebellion sweep. Shopify facing off against M80 today here, Dazzrin. Space Stations have to get through Gen G to get the rematch there, but still, who knows how that one would go if we were to see a rematch of that in the semifinals.
Yeah, I mean, looking forward to the Shopify M80 series. I think that they understand what they need to clean up. My concern is kind of play style adjustment. Looking back at replays, Rebellion does seem to kind of struggle under intense offensive pressure for a consistent amount of time, and I think that's exactly what M80 are capable of doing. I mean, we see how mechanical they are on the ball. They can keep the ball in possession on someone's half for an extended amount of time. It's going to be really up to Rebellion doing their prep work going into this matchup to prevent that, but of course, that's why we play the games.
All right, Wave, I got one piece of trivia for everyone here. I'm going to ask James here, though. I'm going to put him on the spot. How many teams last year when we did this in the fall split, when they went 3-0 on day 1, made it to a grand finals? So out of the 3
North
qualifiers
America?
or 3 regionals. Yes, North America.
three
only.
First split.
Yeah,
Oh,
first
gosh,
split,
put me on the
fall with
spot.
Swiss, going 3-0. How many do you
So
think matter?
Gen G really struggled in Swiss, remember?
Yeah,
Am I correct on that, guys?
I think so. I think NRG actually did pretty well in Swiss.
So
I need a number,
right,
James.
but,
I need a number.
But did NRG go to a grand
I'll just
finals
say
a
I'll
single
say one.
time?
I'll say one.
Zero.
Zero.
yeah.
Teams that went 3-0 in Swiss has made it to a grand final last year, and only one time ever, like in these past 2 years, has a 3-0 team actually won the event. So we talk about day one, we talk about these recaps of who's hot and who's not, but at the end of the day, when we get to a brand new day in Rocket League, it normally does not matter. It's a brand new day for all these teams. Sure,
Okay.
it's a 1 versus 8 seed, but you have to show up every single day, and we know with these pros, that is very hard to do.
But I do want to push back on the specific stat pool you gave us because it included this crazy Gen G team that would struggle in the
but that's
Swiss,
only
and
one
then
half of the
always-
grand finals.
That's
though,
half,
too.
but that is half. That's of the 6,
but-
3 of them were Gen G.
I mean,
so
he's
there's only
almost
3
doing
other
us a
teams.
favor on that. It kind of narrows down the answer a little bit. So.
It does, for sure. Well, before we move on from yesterday, there was some great plays we had. James Bott, take us through the top 3.
All right, there was some fantastic team plays yesterday, and we're going to start out with the number 3 play on the day. This was SSG with Chicago. Hoxer going up, trying to put pressure on. You can see the pressure was building too much, and Parth, he just tried to clear it out, ended up hitting it right over to Chicago.
Fake.
And you love that fake out of Chicago, too, to set up the whole play. And that's going to be the number 3 play. Let's move on to number 2. This is number 2. This is a Dignitas passing play. Evo gets bumped, stays in the play, goes for the tap, even tries to clear the goal line, but the pass back to the middle was so perfect. Gyro was just going to be able to slot that no matter what. Arsenal has fit right in to this squad, and Gyro late addition has been perfect as well. But this was by far and away the best play of the day. The number 1 play, the passing from Luminosity out of this world. Rlcs gets the touch, stays upfield, goes off the ceiling, gets a dime from Magic Bear, returns the favor over to Cheese, and Cheese has an easy goal. Luminosity, when they are playing at their peak, they are maybe the most electric team in North America. It's so fun to watch them play, and that number 1 play was well deserved.
Beautiful. Beautiful play. Hope we get to see more of that. I'm loving the look of this Luminosity roster so far this season. There's only been 1 day of actual broadcast play, so we'll see how they do today. They'll be our second match of the day if you want to watch more of Luminosity Gaming. Now, Gibbs, before we start talking about today specifically, the team, you did something fun with the pro teams, and we're going to talk about it.
Yeah, so I polled all the pro teams, basically tried to get 1 entry from all the teams to name their top 10 teams in North America. So 13 teams were ranked. 12 of those teams actually put in a top 10 list. So this is a very thorough list here.
Okay.
The one thing I did really quick was if they ranked themselves, I took them out of the rank, so then it was really a 1 through 9.
Okay.
But before we get into this pro power ranking chart, I want to ask you guys where you think some teams land. So first wave, I will start with you. I'll give each person 1 team. Where do you think Dignitas is going to land on these pro power rankings?
Ooh. I'm gonna guess 8.
Okay.
I think towards the
We'll
bottom.
wait for the answer until we see it. Dazarin,
Yeah.
let me go with you.
Okay.
What about OG? They went 0-3 in Swiss, and this was done 2 weeks ago. Where do you think OG is on this pro power ranking list?
Probably 5. Yeah, I would probably say right in the middle.
And James, you know who I'm going to give you. NRG. Where do you think they are? And it's not number 1. I'll give you that.
Thanks, kids. Appreciate that. You're really kind for that. Honestly, I think I've seen a lot of slander on NRG, especially on Twitter. I think some teams might not even put them in a top 10. I think if they are on the list, they are probably at number 9 or number 10.
Okay.
So that's where
James, you win this one. But before we get to the actual list, who is number 1? I'm going to give you all a guess.
G2. I feel like everyone.
Gen G.
Oh, yeah, okay. They both took G2 and Gen G. Oh.
All right, wait.
not
No,
fair.
I'm curious. Which
Yeah,
one you think is better, Wave? I mean, it's
Who do I
probably
think? Well,
G2
right
and Gen G.
now, after yesterday, I'd go with Gen G. I'm gonna go with Gen G.
Oh, you're still going to go with Gen G. Okay, well, you're all wrong about number 1. Bring up the
No.
list, production. Let's take a look at this pro rankings. It's a tie for first.
Oh,
Wow. Really?
That's not how that works. That's not how that works.
It's a tie
Oh, I
for
was
first.
going off. I was
both
going to
right.
say 4 OG, but
So
I
we
said
had
5.
so we had 12 entries, and every single team put either 1 or 2 was Gen G or G2. So it just went back and forth. But obviously, there's 1 extra list or 2 extras where there's no entry there because those teams could not rank themselves. But tie for number 1. Then we move down the list, and I think a few things here will point out. OG, the pros thought that they were going to be a major team, a top 4 team, and they went 0-3. And then a quick note on the back half of this list. So I asked for 1 entry from everyone. So Mist, he put it in for Energy, and then Garrett G put it in a list after. And he put 2 teams at number 10. One of them was the Muffin Men. So I technically put them in as an honorable mention, but obviously Garrett G and the love for Squishy. That's why he's there.
That's a cool and all Gibbs, but can I ask you to, in front of the honorable Wave Punk,
Sure.
amend your statement on us not getting it right?
No, tie for first is different. Tie for first.
That is
this
not
is Gibbs
true.
trivia. This is how it works.
Objection. Wave Punk, we were right.
We were right. Yeah, as far as I can tell, it's not even alphabetical here. The GE, technically
I
G2
see.
should be
Okay.
listed before
Fair.
GE.
That's
so
fair.
They put Gen G at number 1. I'm just saying, I think a win is a win.
One of
A win is a win. No, we're good. Okay, we're good.
It's an
I
honor
think
sharing.
GG's right where they need to be. Thank you.
One
Dave.
other
I
note.
am actually
Go ahead, Jake.
shocked that people put M80 so low.
Yeah.
M80, and I saw Rolls' tweet about it yesterday. He just said 2 EU players come over here and show us how big the divide really is. And it's
The
true.
international
It's
transfers,
true.
man. Every time.
Did they
And
give you any,
they beat a North
reasons?
American team in Gen G because now they're 2/3 North American, and now the EU comes back over and takes them down. So it's just the way it is. It's the way of life.
Did they-
One
did-
other
did-
small note here, real quick. Wave Pirates, they're ranked
Yeah.
10 because M80
Yeah.
was the only team to not rank themselves. They were very kind. So I included their 10th pick, and that was Pirates. And obviously, we all love Chiefs, so we're going to add them anyway. But yeah, so they're the only team to technically have a full top 10. That's why Pirates just barely make that list. But they're in the top 8 here, so they're proving everyone wrong.
Did any of the teams give you any commentary on here's why we put the teams where we are?
No, I didn't ask that. There was some weird ones, like M80 we talk about. There was actually one team that did not rank them at all in their top 10, which was pretty surprising. The highest they got was a 4, and that was only by 1 team. So most teams did not like M80. But for the most part, a lot of teams like Omelet, we didn't see this weekend. They lost out in the qualifiers. But they got ranked by 4 teams, so they got a place on that list as well. So even the pros, we always talk about that we don't know anything up here, but sometimes the pros don't know anything
And
either.
honestly, to be fair, I'll say, I did act a little shocked about M80, but Jorius does have a history of getting to these, single elimination stages. You're getting late in the tournament, and he does not rise to the occasion. So that is, that could still be an entirely fair ranking because, like you said before, just because you go 3-0 in Swiss doesn't mean that you're going to make it deep in the tournament. So I think there's actually going to be a lot of pressure here on M80, and one of maybe the most interesting team to watch considering how this team was put together. It's going to be really interesting to see if they can make it past this first round.
I also feel like there is a certain value that we've always kind of known but doesn't get called out very much in just name recognition when it comes to all of these teams that aren't the teams you're regularly screaming in a day. When you're talking about the teams like Plot Twist, Deleted, like Pirates, like Omelet, when you look at the roster and you say, do I know these names? If you know more of them than fewer of them, you're going to put the team higher, So a team like Omelet that's got Percy and Zanil and these names that the players are maybe more familiar with from previous seasons of Rlcs, I'm like, oh yeah, that's probably going to be a good team, right? But it doesn't actually come from having played or being able to actually articulate what the players are doing on the pitch, which is just a very difficult thing to do in Rocket League. So even the pros struggle with it. You're absolutely right, Gibbs. What a fascinating list, though. I'm excited to see how that list ages as this split goes on.
Yeah. Because obviously this is only one tournament, and things are going to change. We already talked about 3-0 teams normally don't even win these brackets, so that list will change drastically even through today. So see how it goes.
Yeah, I was going to say, based on today, that list sucks. just in general.
It's hard. It's hard to make a top 10 list. I know everyone always rags on everyone's a top 10 list. We saw it on First Touch. So it's very difficult. And
that's why I'm getting my get back. Like, listen, if the pros can't get it right either, I'm getting like a lot less flack for that too. Okay? Like, just aim it at me.
One note that I want to put out, the pros are very high on Space Station. Most teams rank them third. There was a couple 4s and 5s out there, but for the most part, Space Station was 3. We saw G2 and Gen G. They had all the 1s and 2s, but the pros really like this Space Station squad, so we'll see if that continues throughout these playoff brackets. But so far, Space Station has looked very, very good. They went 3-1. They lost to a top 2 team in G2. So far, the pros are pretty correct on, I would say, the top 3. Outside of M80, because we'll see how they do. But yeah, the top 3 seems pretty solid so far.
Where was Luminosity again?
Luminosity was 8th.
6th? 8th? Wow.
Right behind M80. So Dig and Rebellion actually tied for 5th. So that one's really, really close for those major spots. But there was a big gap. Like after that tie for 5th, like it moved down 2.2 places in rank to the M80 squad. So not only is M80 down there, they're also kind of like a tier below. Most teams didn't think that they were that good compared to the top 6 or so teams. So there's a little bit of gaps here or there, but that was a pretty big one.
So on today's bracket, by the player power rankings, the top matchup is Gen G versus Space Station.
Yep, absolutely. That'd be 1
Over
versus
G2
3.
versus Luminosity,
well, tied for 1st and 3.
Yeah.
Yes. I feel like in fairness to the players, we should also make a power rankings, the 4 of us, and then compare it at the end of the split and see whose power ranking holds up better.
Well, that was too late. We have
It's
too
not
much
very
data.
fair. Yeah,
I mean, we could take first touches.
We're getting too many lists at this point, guys.
Let's just do first touch.
We got the flop
And the
20. We got the FT top 10. We got the pro power rankings. Then we're gonna have the Des 10. I don't know what to do with all these lists at the end of the day.
People love numbers. They love
That is a good. Maybe we should do it at the end of the season, though, or not the end of the season, end of the split. Gibbs is for like our last pre-show. Take all the preseason power rankings and see which list
See how
did the
bad they are?
best.
Yeah,
We
yeah.
don't have one, but if we could take the first touch one, take like the shift one, take like the pro one. That'd be fun.
Absolutely, yeah. But it was fun. But I just want to thank like all the pros who put in their list because it was optional. I just DM'd them on Twitter. I'm like, hey, like if you have time, but pretty much everyone like put one in. So I was very happy about that. And we get to see what scrims are like, I guess, because this is all based on them playing each other every single day. We only get to see them once in a while, like in tournaments. So this is probably more accurate, and maybe that'll change your predictions throughout this bracket now that you know where the pros rank these teams.
And really, I also think it just goes to show you how ruthless this format is. Because it's very possible that OG is good enough to make the majors. I've even seen it in some of the off-season tournaments. But with the double elimination into Swiss, you have a bad day and you're just out of it. And that's competition. I get it. It's competition.
But that still is
tough.
like. So it's weird because like I would be like, okay, like if they went 2-3, sure, but they went 0-3.
But also, look, they played
rough.
Gen G and Dignitas in the first 2 rounds. Those are very, very difficult for the 1-2 rounds. And I think the Pirates on a Boat is the biggest surprise because, NRG was actually able to reverse sweep Pirates on a Boat. Well, Pirates on a Boat, I mean, it was 3 quality wins back to back to back. I think one team we didn't really talk a lot about was TSM. That's a huge deal. TSM coming in picking up the old Haybro team. I think Haybro was the bubble team. They're maybe the prime example of the North American bubble. If you grind and you work hard and you perform, you can get out and you can break through. TSM comes back into the scene, picks them up, and that was a team Pirates on a Boat beat. They beat OG, then TSM, and then Young Whippersnappers, who looked quite good yesterday as well. So I think it's going to be really interesting. I think OG, that 0-3 is not as bad to me as it just might look at first glance. Looking at who they actually had to play.
Yeah.
That is some really solid copium for the OG fans who woke up and are hate watching the broadcast this morning. Like, in terms of actual hopium, like what actually went wrong for OG yesterday, and what can they do over the course of this week to make sure it doesn't happen again in qualifier number 2?
I feel like it's a mentality thing for them. I think the pros from the list, they held them in a high regard. I believe they all themselves held themselves in a high regard. I think that James is right. The first round matchups were tough for them, right? You go up against a Gen G squad. They look really good. A lot of people haven't seen them play, but from scrims, everybody knew that Gen G looked really well. Then Dignitas, the second round, going into this event, Dignitas in the offseason was dominating everybody. So that's a tough second round matchup for them too. And then you go to this third match, and then you're down 0-2, and you're going up against Pirates on a boat, and you're thinking, how did we get here? We couldn't even, really be like competitive. We're supposed to be one of the best teams. This is what I was saying on First Touch. This is exactly what I meant.
Yeah.
They are supposed to be a top major contending team. I feel like they just got into their own heads.
Yeah, no, we'll see how they move forward here, folks, but we do got to talk about the teams that did make it to today, and particularly that one that's kicking off here in 4 minutes. We got M80 versus Rebellion coming up at the end of the day. Gen G versus Space Station will be right before that. G2 and Luminosity will be after the match we're about to have for you guys to kick things off for our bracket. Dignitas taking on the Pirates on the boat. That boat's important, folks. You got to put the Pirates on the boat.
It's on the boat now.
On the boat, folks. They own it. They are the captains now. These are your teams. These are your rosters.
And one big name that's popping out right now is Achieves. Obviously, Achieves had to look for something else to do this coming season, and fortunately was able to land a coaching position on Pirates on a Boat. And I think a lot of people weren't really expecting Pirates on a Boat to make it to this point. And one of those other big names on there is Andy. Andy, who has been around for a long time, made a major on Dignitas.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people continue to discount Andy. And so, to me, I look at that Pirates on a Boat team, and it's, to me, filled with just players who were discounted, and people didn't have a lot of faith in them. And they truly do have the ability, and they've proved it despite everyone's expectations. And a win here against Dignitas I think is going to be incredibly difficult because Dignitas has been playing so incredibly well. But go ahead, Waypoint.
It's going to be difficult, but you're looking at the people who replaced Andy here. Both the players, Arsenal and Gyro, coming in the offseason. Evo, the player who remained from the roster prior here. But this is a big story for Andy. We'll talk about him in a second. But Dignitas really coming out strong out of the gates. They've been trying for years at this point, Gibbs, to get back to that level of competition they had in 2018 when they were the team to beat in Rocket League. This is one of the most storied organizations in Rocket League history. And honestly, for me personally, for the first time, this is a roster I think could actually do it.
But at the same time, so this roster was formed a little bit about a month ago. They added in this man right here, Gyro. And on paper, I think most people didn't see this team as a top 4 team, maybe top 8-ish. But then they go into 2 offseason tournaments and win them back-to-back. They have not lost a tournament yet as a full 3-man roster. It's a resurgence for Gyro and Arsenal, because Arsenal gets kicked off of Space Station, so he has to come over here. Then Evo, he has experienced through that winter major last year, and they're building something new that on paper I did not think would work, but it has worked fantastically so far. But can they keep it up? And we saw in the Pro Power Rankings, tied for 5th. I think the pros will also think that they will dip just a little bit.
Yeah, but I think that even on the other side, Pirates, they definitely have done their kind of prep work here for this Dignitas roster. Like I said, I talked to the Chiefs yesterday. He said that Arsenal makes things really hard for anyone who he plays against. And this is just prior to us even getting into that discussion of Dignitas. So it just kind of goes to show you that mentality that, one, Violent Panda has helped establish on this team, but two, how all the players work really well together. Arsenal and Gyro are close friends, and Evo has always wanted to play with Arsenal for a long time. So seeing them all together and how they work in a team play environment, yes, everyone talks about individual mechanics a lot, but this team really does play for each other, and they understand the game really well. And when you have a player like Arsenal intercept, it can cause problems even for the best.
So real quick, I want to talk about Andy as well, because obviously going against his former team, he gets dropped by Dignitas, but also a lot of offseason moves hurt him as well. He was teaming up with Cheese, and then Cheese gets poached. Then he was teaming with Toasty. Then Toasty gets poached. So he had to find a new roster very, very quickly and make it work. And he's still here in the top 8. That is huge for him. He obviously was at that winter major. That's his peak. Can he get back there? He's one quarterfinal win away to being back on that pace. So Andy has done it all throughout this offseason. It was very difficult for him, but he has found a team that is working right now. Then we have 5UP as well. So this is his first RLCS main event, and he's already made a top 8. So the sky is the limit for him. He probably wasn't expecting this like off the bat, but here they are. They are making moves, and that is absolutely huge for the confidence for this entire team, James.
Oh, certainly. And I actually got to see 5UP compete quite a bit on first class throughout the offseason, especially on the draw. And so, 5UP has been grinding. He has been really working to break through that threshold, and finally has with this team. I think this team, to me, is the underdog. They are the dark horse here. And if you are a big fan of underdogs, then Pirates on a Boat are your team. They're the only unsponsored team here. A lot of people ranked them, maybe 10th. I think one team ranked them 10th.
Yeah, so they were like 13th on the list. Yeah,
and they had to reverse sweep the Swiss bracket to get here. They're the ones who knocked OG out of the tournament. They knocked TSM out of the tournament as well. So Pirates on a Boat, they are your underdog team for sure.
All right, folks. They are the underdogs, but are they the fan favorites? Let us know in chat. We got 2 wonderful. I've never been more happy about hashtag. Hashtag TIG for Dignitas. Hashtag R for the Pirates, folks. Hashtag ARR there if you want to watch Pirates on a Boat. I've seen a lot of love for the Pirates in chat, but Dignitas brings an army every time. This might be close.
That's true, but Wave, I went 5 for 5 yesterday. I was perfect.
You did.
So I'm just going to get my prediction out there now. It is clearly Pirates on the Boat, all right? The boat,
It's
not
Pirates on
boat.
a boat.
No, it's the boat
It's
now.
on the
They're
local
top
boat.
8, it's the boat. So I'm going Pirates on a Boat. I just want to see Chiefs do really well. Yes, they are underdogs. Are they supposed to win this? No, but I'm going Pirates on a Boat.
Look, I as someone who commentated Dignitas's Day 1 streams last season with Andy, got to meet him at the major he made it to, the winter major there. It was a wonderful experience. He's a great guy. Love seeing him get more success. So I'm partial to this team for 2 reasons there. Give me Pirates on the Boat as well. Absolutely the clear and obvious choice. Right, Desert?
Wrong. I'm going Dignitas. Dignitas have the better game plan. They have individually the better players, and I feel like for them it should be a clean match. I don't even think Dignitas though are underestimating Pirates going into this, but and I actually think that'll help them out in the long run because you guys do have something right. You should not underestimate the Pirates on the Boat squad, but gotta go dig here.
And I see production already filled mine in. Yeah, this one is where I'm going with my head instead of my heart. I actually think this year is the year for Evo to really pop off. People have been kind of waiting for it. I think this is the time for him. And Gyro and Arsenal are the team.
And we got the chat vote.
I think it's the right call, although I would love to see Pirates on a Boat get an upset here. I just don't think it's going to happen.
I didn't realize I was surrounded by haters. Haters and traitors from top to bottom. Folks, it's going to be an uphill battle for the Pirates on a Boat, but Dignitas has also brought their big guns. This one's going to be a fun one. I'm excited for it. First match of the bracket for our first qualifier of the first split of season 2024. Get up and get loud. It's game day. Dignitas versus Pirates on a Boat.
The Pirates faced one playoff team in their Swiss run. They were swept by Space Station Gaming, but they reverse swept the Swiss to get here. Can they step it up in a big, big way against the mighty Dignitas?
That's a question I think everybody wants answered, and we're gonna find out that truth here. Game number 1, first series of day number 2, even at that, it's a great storyline to be unveiled here as well. We've all heard it, we've all seen it, Eris finding his team last minute, the switches from Dignitas, Gyro coming in last minute in place. There's a lot to go on. There's pride on the line, there's new team stories on the line for this one, and I'm so excited to get into it.
Mercy Evo taking over now for Dignitas, a player who made his probably rather forgettable RLCS debut with XZ, as we have a moment here where we'll be pausing game one. Players have called for it, and our admins will pause things and get our players ready to go here. So a little false start in game one. I mean, Evo has come a long, long way since that debut with XZ. Yeah, and granted, he didn't have much around him, and now that he's got a more capable team around him, you see exactly what Evo is capable of. He was stellar yesterday as well during the Swiss stage, and of course, Arsenal and Gyro, you see the Peeps connection yet again. So while we wait for the players to get back into the game, we take a look at this Dignitas squad and Herc. I think the challenge for them is this first coverage, because you know Pirates Underboat is going to come out with all the energy. They're the underdog. They understand that. They've got nothing to lose. They've got to make sure that this Pirates team doesn't get any kind of momentum where they start actually feeling confident, like, yeah, you know what? Maybe we actually can take down this squad.
Yeah, I think I absolutely agree with that. Stopping the momentum of Pirates on a Boat is huge. It was something I think everybody got a little bit of a taste of yesterday, right? Even with their losses, the first two, I believe it was SSG and NRG, they went on to never drop a series again. So once Pirates on a Boat get into it, they are non-stop rampaging through everybody that heads their way. But I think you said it best. I feel like I feel like it's kind of safe to say at times he is very underrated. And I mean that in the sense of we all know how much he is capable of. And now to be in a setting, right, you're playing, like Daz had mentioned before, you're playing with somebody you've wanted for a while. Evo wanted to team up with Arsenal and he got that opportunity. That's a huge learning experience to get to team up with somebody you've looked up to for so long, no matter the amount of time. And then you get to do it with them and their former teammate. It's a recipe for success. And even on the flip side, both teams' coaches make this also equally as interesting. Dignitas bringing in Violent Panda. He's got all his accolades, even with Dignitas, right? So it's just a continuation of how much depth there is to both of these squads in this series and just in the season in general.
To explain what's going on, by the way, I know after yesterday, everybody's going like, oh no, it's the server. No, it's not the servers. Got Evo's the player with the issue right now, so we're getting him back in. I believe he's restarting his game, and hopefully he'll be back in, and we'll be ready to resume very quickly here. Again, no score in the first minute of our first game. Best of sevens all throughout this playoff bracket. Our quarterfinals today with semis and finals tomorrow. And, you know, I look at this Pirates team and I see, you know, the numbers don't look stellar, right? They're not numbers that you look at and go, all right, these are world beaters. But you get to this stage and you kind of throw all the numbers out the window because we've seen time and again, whether it's in North America or any other region, once you get into the top 8, it's one and done. You get this single elimination bracket. You see it in the college basketball tournament all the time. It is pure madness. And this Pirates on a Boat squad has a chance to not just give themselves a truckload of points, but also kind of make a pitch to get a legitimate sponsor around here. I mean, you don't see many unsigned teams, especially in this region, in top 8s.
Yeah, I think making top 8 in your first run as a squad, even with how, you know, semi-last minute this roster was put together for, making it this far, and if they could find a win over Dignitas here, I absolutely agree. I feel like it does nothing short of just continuing to set this team up for success. And like you said, having sponsors, getting yourself the resources that you so desperately want throughout a season, like, you know, potential boot camps and, you know, financial freedom, things like that. That's huge. It takes a lot of pressure off of your back. And so you know that they definitely want that, especially Andy being on Dignitas before. When you've experienced the org life, I think it makes you that much hungrier to try and get it back.
So we are going to start from a fresh kickoff, a fresh game, in fact. So it looks like we will put 5 minutes back on the clock. We'll get everybody back in. Still 0-0 the scoreline. So everybody gets a nice little, 45-second warm-up. And now we can begin the match for Rlcs here with Pirates on a Boat taking on Dignitas. And again, that first 30 seconds we saw out of Pirates, they came out flying around. Dignitas had to be on their toes defensively. Might have caught another team off guard, but Dig was ready for them. So we're just about ready now to resume. You look at that run, though, for Pirates. They lose the first couple of rounds. They were up 2-0 on NRG, then got reverse swept. And then they go 3-0 versus OG, 3-1 versus TSM, and then they sweep Young Whippersnappers. And that's all well and good, but as we mentioned, they didn't beat any playoff teams. They beat number 16, number 13, and number 11. Now they're facing, I guess you could say, a real opponent in Dignitas, and we are back underway.
Yeah, this is going to be nothing short of a challenge for this squad. Like you said, they haven't really gotten to play those top teams. Granted, I'm sure off-season wise they've had those moments, but it's so different, with the level of pressure in these situations. Like you said, it's one and done today, but a best of 7 is so much longer than a best of 5, meaning you are in for the long haul. This is another time where experience definitely comes into play, and there's Evo, first shot on, second shot not quite as good, but it's Dignitas with the pressure opening in game number 1.
Well, Gyro is the decoy here. It's Evo who takes the shot, and they combine to just freeze the Pirates here. This is brilliant out of Gyro. It's a fake all the way. Eris gets bumped out of the way. Andy's the only one who has a shot at it, and Evo slots it right by him.
I just love that little bump there at the end just to really solidify the opening there. In 4 minutes, 14 seconds, Dignitas, they're the ones coming in with all the pressure now. Eris is gonna try and get his team out, but a 50 puts us all the way into the other end. 5 up doubles it, pass over to Eris. And first attack from Pirates comes through, and the finish from 5 up to tie things here.
You just watch everybody freeze here on Dignitas like, well, wait a minute, Gyro can't go. Arsenal just landed. Evo's out in the corner like, what do we do? Yeah, just let him score. We're all tied up just like that.
Back to even playing ground. I want to give them credit. To be able to respond that quickly to a Dignitas goal is massive, and it gives you a hint of momentum at what they're capable of. Here comes another opening shot here from Eris. Great save from Evo. Evo's the one trying to take it away. Gyro up next. Challenge onto him. Means this one's going to head towards that net. 5 up trying to take a shot. Nice little send-off from Arsenal, and Arsenal being the one that a lot of people are going to watch, right? He's kind of, in my opinion, the IGL for Dignitas in this sense. He does a great job of pacing of play, but the same can be said for Andy so many times over. Pushing on through 5 up, took this one towards that backboard, baited everybody in. Andy with the finish.
And we may have a pause here. We're just waiting to see. Yes, we will have a pause immediately following that goal, but that was a brilliant setup as well. You see the ball just kind of whipping around the corner. That's how I think Pirates on a Boat are going to have to try and work past this Dignitas defense. Going to have to play indirect a lot of the time. They can't just make a straight infield pass from the side wall. They've got to kind of work around the corners and just try and almost catch Dignitas off guard. Looks like the goal is going to stand. There's no problem there. There was a communication issue with Dignitas. So both issues, by the way, have been Dignitas. Come on, sort yourselves out. Let's go. But 3:23 to go. Pirates on a Boat are going to hold this 2-1 lead, and we will resume in just a moment. With a couple of tech pauses here, it helps to have this guy kind of running the show as well. Violent Panda's been around long enough. He's seen it all, and he can keep these guys calm. And it's like, okay, things aren't perfect right now. That's fine. Here's how we've done this back in the day, and he can take those lessons and impart that wisdom on players that are generally veterans. Evo, definitely the least experienced of the 3.
Yeah, definitely the least in this case. However, he's stepped up in massive ways. Again, like I said, I think putting a player like this in kind of their almost dream team scenario, right? Having Panda as your coach, getting to team up with Arsenal and Gyro, you're setting yourself up for success if you can, rise to the occasion, I guess would be the best way to put it in his sense. But yeah, like you said, I think there's not there's probably not many coaches that are better than Panda in the sense of being able to give you first-hand lessons on how to get through moments like this. Because I'm sure the starting and the stopping and the momentum again being slowed down has got to have a level of frustration to it. But the reset hopefully is coming through mentally, and we can get back into this one.
Yep, so we do have confirmation the goal will stand. There was no problem there. So 2-1, Pirates on a boat leading here in this first game. 3:23 to go. And there is the man himself. Achieves just very casually has his team up by a goal very early on here. Almost a wry smile there, too. I'm sure I have a feeling he might be listening as well to some degree. So here we go. 3:23, looks like we'll unpause in just a few seconds, and Pirates on a boat will look to extend their 2-1 lead. +4 game differential in the Swiss. Trying to add to their record now in the top 8. It's Arsenal off the restart. Trying to take it himself, and Andy's got the stop. Can stay with that play long enough to send it out towards Gyro. Eris is right there in the corner, and Arsenal will bring it right back in. Good 50, but nobody else over there for Dignitas. They're on their way back as Evo will power it out towards Arsenal.
There's going to be Eris there to collect. In the mid, though, Gyro just going to try and slow this transition down. As Arsenal carries this one over. 5-Up's got to be careful. Evo's rushing him. This one goes into the corner. No touch, which means Evo has a small moment here. Takes it to the ground. And here goes Gyro from the sky. I think he saw his teammate here, but a challenge from Eris just came in a little bit too fast, probably a little too close for comfort on that one. You can tell Pirates just want out of their half. They're trying to keep this ball a little bit closer, maybe not do the big, massive clears on this one because they know Dignitas pretty good at intercepting. It's something we've seen from them all throughout day one. So you got to be really careful and methodical with your possession when you've got it.
Arsenal to center. Evo couldn't catch up to it to get a shot on. So this will come back out to Gyro. More zone time out of Dignitas. Arsenal was there, but Eris has the save. That shot high and wide. Follow-up from Arsenal's in. 2 minutes to go. 2 square.
There, you've got it. I love this because whether the pass is intentional or not, right? Dignitas is always in a position and a setup to finish each other's plays, regardless. And there you have it. Dignitas probably in talks for being one of the top, most consistent teams, I would say, this season. Definitely a team to watch out for on this one. Arsenal tried to get the clear, but Andy just read it and sent it through. 5-Up, though, was the one to finish, and Pirates immediately go back into the lead.
This is the second time this has happened, though. I mean, you learned this as a kid playing soccer. Never to the middle. I mean, Andy's handed one right to Pirates. Not Andy, rather. I can't remember who it was. I think it was Arsenal both times, actually. Just handed one to Pirates right in front of the net. You have got to get that ball out to the corner, and unfortunately for Dignitas, they've kind of given up 2 softies, and now they trail by 1. Here's 5-Up, trying to line up a double. Andy with the follow, off the crossbar, this time cleared out by Gyro.
Here comes Evo with a challenge. Immediately, this ball gets sent back to the backboard. 5-Up. Off the rip,
Once again, right down in front.
It's right there every time. I mean, at some point, you do start to predict it, though.
Right, if you're going to keep clearing it down in front in the middle, then yeah, why not dive in? Try and force a mistake at that point as Gyro will bring it out towards the wing. Andy intercepts that. He's got Eris behind him, and good thing because Evo's going to bring it right in, right at him, off the crossbar. Arsenal will make up for it. He's tied the game again.
I love this one. Evo sent it upfield, but he went for a little bit of a flick here. And Arsenal, just great placement right behind Eris on it. Made that one unsavable. It's such a shootout, too. The responses from both of these teams coming through as quickly as they go in. 1 minute left here, though, in game number 1. This ball heads back into that Pirates half. Eris immediately gonna clear it all the way back. Gonna try and beat Evo out for this shot as well.
Well, Andy will dish it off to 5-Up, who's got Gyro and Arsenal to contend with. 37 seconds. Eris bumped out of the way by Arsenal. Free ball for Evo. He's letting it get away from him, though. So Andy picks his pocket. 5 up coming on in support. It pinballs around. Here's Eris. Second touch is through. With his momentum working against him, Eris still lands the double.
Eris's double on this is so clean. Arsenal, he was just waiting to see where this is going to get placed. Is it going high? Is it going low? We've seen that shot go low so many times, but placement on target. Pirates on a boat go up by 1 with 24 seconds left. Can they make it 2? They will. Andy with the comfort for Pirates on a boat.
A huge insurance goal. Andy cheating up, avoids the contact. Gyro turned upfield instead of back towards the net when they didn't have the win. And there's your difference. Just like that. 5-3. They're going to do it again. This time Arsenal gets back for the save and gives Dignitas a chance. So they got to hurry with 15 seconds. Evo has Arsenal downfield. Gyro coming on as well. Easy save for Andy. Follow-up is through thanks to the demo with 8 seconds to go.
The teamwork making the dream work on this one. Andy tried to send it off, but you already saw Gyro going for the demo. And as soon as it got sent back, you knew that one was through. You've got 8 seconds to try and find something off the kickoff. Can Dignitas make this in their favor? Arsenal puts this one to the sky, but Andy immediately sends it back. It's collected and still in play. Evo pops it up. He's gonna try and bump and send it forward. He does. Gyro's touch keeps it into the sky, and Eris is gonna try and kill the ball. He does. Pirates on a boat take game number 1 with somehow a hint of momentum with all of the stops that were coming their way.
Well, a wild shootout in game 1. 9 goals between the two squads. But the Pirates end up with 5 of them. Lots of crooked numbers all over the scoreboard, but a pair of goals out of Andy, a pair out of 5-up, and a couple of mistakes out of Dignitas that you don't expect a team of this caliber to make, that kind of handed Pirates a couple of goals. That's game 1. That's out of the way now, and it's on Violent Panda and Achieves to prepare their teams for the second game with a clean slate as we look back at what was a bizarre first game. Back and forth they go, and then it became a 2-minute shootout.
Yeah, I love a lot of these team plays from Dignitas. I feel like if you guys know the Dignitas name, it's what they've been famous for years. I talked about it yesterday. So it's only fitting that with Panda to be coming in as a coach that would probably be implemented into his style. And I feel like that's also when Dignitas shines, right? They look so comfortable when they're working together to get through the defense. That was the moments I saw them looking their best in that game number 1. It's just a matter of cleaning that up headed into game number 2 to have a better chance at slowing down Pirates' momentum.
On to Forbidden Temple now for the second game. Remember, best of 7 now at this stage all throughout the playoffs. As Andy will start it for Pirates. We'll see if we can get through the first minute without any pauses this time around, as Evo seems to have control. Trying to get past Eris. Backboard play. Tough shot. Was off the mark. Andy had to clear anyways. Now Gyro had Arsenal to his left, opted for the ball towards the back wall, and Eris should have this. So a little bit more tame here in the first 25 seconds. We'll see if Pirates can actually get some semblance of offense after they've defended the first half minute.
There's your first resemblance of it. 5-up, pass over to Eris. This one actually gets sent back. Arsenal's gonna send this upfield. Gyro next to touch it, sends it to the sky. 5-up. Slightly scary read off the backboard there, but a great 50 on this one to drive us upfield. Eris tries to send this one towards net. It's a little slow on it, Evo with the save, and the transition comes through for Dig. This shot being taken by Arsenal. It's a bit wide and slow, and immediately gets volleyed back into the Dignitas half.
Well, Eris will sky this all the way across. It's Andy now, rolls it ahead, and he just got there to meet Arsenal. Evo's second touch will kind of baby pinch this downfield. Arsenal couldn't keep it. Back and forth the teams go. Nobody's really had any real threat at scoring in this first 90 seconds. It's kind of been a little bit sloppy. Arsenal will take this after Gyro goes on by. Evo staying at the back. Gyro rotating in behind him. It's Evo's shot, and it's taken away by Andy.
There was that resemblance as well, what we saw before, but enough about that. Andy with the flick over the last defender to give Pirates on a boat their first goal there. You even saw his teammate trying to go for a bump. Arsenal just had everybody headed towards him, and Poab, they get their lead.
Yeah, Gyro had grabbed that midfield boost. Looked like he was in prime position to make a play. 5-up got in his way, made him uncomfortable. Good enough. Now Gyro's got this, going right after Eris. Evo doesn't have anybody really to work with. Arsenal tailing in behind him. Evo tried to call his own number. It got cleared away. So Gyro just lob it in again. Not a whole lot of intent behind that play as Eris plays on past him. And everybody's just going to get boosted up now for Pirates. Eris caught a deflection there, and it goes right to Andy. Hey, sometimes it's your day. Andy tried to bring it down to 5-up, and it's deflected away by Gyro.
Here comes Arsenal. Over Eris, just kind of slowing things down, allowing Dignitas to try and formulate some sort of a play on this one, but Andy's touch takes us all the way back into the mid towards that dig half. Eris up next. This one's in the sky. Gyro, though, is going to be the one to catch it. Takes his flip down. Can he get another touch? Not enough boost to get another one. You saw what he wanted to do. Unfortunately, play goes wayside as this shot gets sent into that Dignitas half. Evo and Gyro just working together, sending this one to the backboard here. In this case, Arsenal with the challenge on Andy loses that challenge as this ball gets sent back. And a center here isn't going to do too much if you're Dignitas. It's Pirates on a boat. Kind of playing a lot slower of a game than we saw in game number 1, but I mean, it's working out for now.
Yeah, they have been a little bit more conservative too. I mean, you're not seeing them diving forward as much. That can only last so long, though. That's a good win by Eris. This could spring Pirates downfield. Andy filling in behind him. He's got a shot lined up, and Gyro out there to cut off the angle. 5-up. Can't stop Evo. But Eris can get to this, and Arsenal's got a turn on it. Neutral 50. Eris lets Andy come on, and that means Gyro's able to beat 2 for the price of 1, and 5-up has to bail out the Pirates.
And it's not the end here. Andy already sending this up. Eris was already there waiting for the shot, anticipating it, but Dignitas had other plans. They got the stop on this one. Arsenal, low boost, but able to keep this play going. Evo's gonna pop this one into the sky. 1 minute left to go. Dignitas gotta find something here if they want to tie things up. And here comes Evo, the one that everybody's had their eyes on since the team has been formed. Can he make a name for himself on this squad? He's made a name for himself in the past. It's a matter of doing so in the Rlcs continuously. As this one goes from the ceiling and down, Arsenal will be the one to finish. And at 36 seconds, Dignitas tie things up.
Well, it took them long enough. Arsenal sets it up for Evo, who just drops it right back down. The whole defense out of Pirates, nowhere to be found. And with 36 seconds left, all that hard work has just been washed away. Evo wins the race to the midfield boost. That puts Eris in a real tough spot. And that off the ceiling was real dangerous. Eris bails him out and throws at the back wall. Arsenal very quickly up there to make sure 5-up doesn't get a clean rebound. Eris bumped Evo, though, and that's actually going to put him in position to play this out of the corner if he wants it. Gyro was thinking about it. Now he's got to go to the back wall and try to stop Andy. They do. It's a double commit. Here comes Eris to try and win the game, and it's blocked out to the corner. Final 6 seconds as Arsenal will bring it out towards Gyro. Andy beat 2. Evo's got to bring this to ground, and he does, and we go to overtime.
What an immense amount of pressure in those last few seconds. Now you want to keep it going, but Dignitas got other plans. They're trying to start this on their own journey here as this one gets cleared up field. Gyro wants to make a beat on it, but Andy's got the clear. It gets past Gyro on it. And 13 seconds in, Pirates on a boat get to go on their first attack. It's short-lived, though, as Evo carries this ball. No boost, but Arsenal there to bail him out and keep this play going around the corner. 1v1 on Andy and Arsenal here. Bumps aren't going to do much if you're getting sent back to your own half.
I don't think this is going to last very long. I don't think either team is going to go very long without scoring the rest of this series. I think they've kind of figured each other out. Here goes Arsenal. Right at Eris. No bueno. Evo will bring it back in. Arsenal decoy, same play they used with Gyro earlier. This time it's cut out, and now 5-up has an opportunity to set up a teammate. It's Eris now to the backboard. Can he stay with it? Yes. through the contact. It was impressive, but still not through into the net. Evo in a real tough spot now with Andy bearing down on him. Eris is over there. Arsenal tried to chase him away and did well enough.
Another bump on a 5-up. Gyro's just going to rush this one. Arsenal in the corner with Andy. Andy just wants to send this one off, but Arsenal, one touch after the other, has kept this ball in the blue. Arsenal to the backboard, tries to drop it down. Andy wanted to get it clear. Instead, it lands right on the nose of Gyro's car. Evo with a finish. And Dignitas will take game number 2 in overtime.
This all started about 10-15 seconds ago in midfield. Andy and Eris ran right into each other, and it was just a mess from there. Dignitas just passing the ball around them, just making their head spin, trying to keep up with it. And finally, Evo finishes the job. 2-1 Dig after a 9-goal shootout in game 1. This seems more up Dig's alley.
Yeah, this is definitely a lot more reminiscent of the Dignitas we saw yesterday, and even throughout the open qualifiers and the end of the offseason. Just such incredible synergy when this team works together. One of the first goals we saw from Andy, though, looking great, but this play here, Evo and Arsenal working together like we saw so many times before. A gyro Evo pass and play as well. You can see how excited he gets, and that's what I was talking about before, right? The moment Dignitas start to synergize on their plays together, they become unstoppable.
2 of those numbers were not like the others. Andy dropping 547, way more than his teammates combined, and same for Evo, over 800 with that overtime winner. Of course, 6 saves. Double savior will certainly help you in that regard. He goes 1 for 3 shooting, including that overtime winner. Somebody else got to touch the ball, help the guy out just a little bit. You wouldn't have expected Evo to have 6 out of the team's 7 saves even a year ago. That's the maturation of a player like Evo. He has become a more well-rounded player, and he was the hard carry for Dignitas in game 2. Clean slate now for game 3 as we go to the iconic DFH Stadium to break a 1-1 tie.
Pirates on a boat, definitely not in a momentum position they want to be in, with Dignitas looking so good after game number 2. Starting to look like they're being figured out a little bit here. Reset gyro over 1. Arsenal trying to help finish this clear into the Pirates on a boat half, but 5-up's got other plans here as this one heads towards that sidewall. Evo headed towards the mid. He's got 2 players on him. As this one goes to the sky, Evo's got enough boost to drive it forward. 5-up's got the challenge on him and the save, but you get stuck in your own half for now. It's a clear and a send-off into the corner here by Gyro for Dignitas to kind of just have to play defense for a short period of time until they get sent back onto the offensive attack.
Andy and Eris have got to get out of each other's way. That time they're forced to, simply because Evo took Eris out. Here goes 5-up, and that's cut out by Evo. He beats everybody wide open net. Walk the dog home. 1-0 Dignitas.
Where was everybody on this play? You saw Eris get beat out. Last man just way too far up on that one. It became free. And Dignitas going up by 1 and in a very good way. You know that's got to put a smile on your face to feel like you're kind of getting some of these cheeky plays off of Pirates. But Pirates, that's where the pressure starts to come through, right? You saw it at the end of game 2. They started to look a little bit off. They started playing a little too close together in comparison to what they did in game number 1, and I think Dignitas started to see that. They're playing off of it, and you got to be careful. 1 big clear and a breakaway could be detrimental time and time again.
Oh, Gyro, clever shot, but set away by 5-up. Arsenal lets Andy go by. Eris, 5-up, Andy, they're all there. The spacing from Pirates, it could be better. Evo, slow play. Eris took it away, and now Arsenal will try to relaunch the attack for Dignitas. Not happening. Cleared back down into the dig end. There's 1 demo on Arsenal. That allows Andy to come up and play. Now Eris coming up, and he hesitates, and he who hesitates does lose the challenge. Arsenal leaves it for Evo. Shot wide, doesn't draw the defense out at all, and Andy will have it out and clear for Pirates.
Small challenges here in the mid as Arsenal No boost, and the tank is managing to plow through everyone. Enough for Evo to get the finisher on this one, and Dignitas go up by 2.
Eris just gets launched by Arsenal. Everybody expected maybe Eris to be able to play that ball across. He just could never get onto it. 3 straight goals out of Evo, going back to the OT winner. And now Gyro's in on the action. Hard cheat on the kickoff, 3-zip.
They look like they are just completely breaking down the Pirates' mental as these are coming through, but man, a kickoff goal like that's gotta kind of do you in a little bit if you're Pirates. You just went from a 1-goal deficit to a 3 in a matter of moments. And Dignitas looking to turn it into 4 around the corner. Evo trying to set himself up for success. It's actually Arsenal taking a shot. Andy's save keeps this at a 3-goal lead for now.
Shot 6-1, maybe about to be 7-1 in favor of Dignitas. It has turned into target practice for Dig. Andy couldn't get to this ball. Evo ahead of him. Eris will bring it in. Got the challenge, and it goes in. Arsenal couldn't keep it out, and Pirates are back on the board.
Finally, Pirates on a boat, finding something for themselves. Great 50 on that challenge, and at 2-10. You've got to find 2 more at this point, right? It's enough time, but with the way Dignitas has been playing against Pirates, it's more difficult than you think, right? Defense has been incredible, but the real question is, how do you stop Evo? And well, a bump might be the answer to that question as Andy's able to place this one through.
After 5-up plays this across, I'm like, how in the world is Eris going to get this down in front? That's how. Use the ceiling to his advantage. Andy coming on, and all of a sudden it's a game again. After that Gyro kickoff goal, you thought, okay, well, here we go. 4 straight goals out of Dig. There's no way that Pirates can get themselves back into this game. Well, here they are, and still plenty of time to find an equalizer. They've got the momentum. Can they capitalize? Andy is in a wide open space off to 5-ups left, and he just could not get the ball to him.
Not quite, but Arsenal's carrying this one all the way upfield. Eris has got other plans, though. He wants to go for that 3rd one. Reset to give him some power. Evo's got him red in the sky. Eris is just bumping everybody in his way in that net, trying to create an opportunity for his team, but possession goes back to Dignitas. Gyro into the corner there, past 5-up, not quite past Eris, though. And who's next on the challenge but Arsenal? I think he was looking at that mid boost there. He saw it. It was a little bit of a hesitation on it, but he bailed out by his team. Eris tries to center this one for a teammate, but Arsenal back in time to make the save.
Pirates have ramped up the aggression in a big way. Kind of saw them get a little conservative in game 2. It could still come back to bite them. Eris, tough shot, and saved away by Gyro. It was on the money. Couldn't have placed it much better. Saved away. Now Eris opts for the boost before trying to center this ball, and he just lost it with now 5-up. As Andy, Eris running interference, cleared away. Andy has to scramble back and stop Dignitas from breaking out of the zone. Good challenge again. Arsenal does all he can with it, but almost put it in a scoreable spot yet again. Final 30 seconds with 5-up now. Trying to center again. Eris is there. Can he stay with it? He can, and he scores!
What a shot from Eris. Pure control in this moment, too. You saw him go up to the sky, and you thought, okay, maybe he takes a little bit higher. No, he slows it down, carries it under those last 2 defenders to tie things up at 21 seconds. Momentum back in the favor of Pirates on a boat. Can they finish it out is the question.
But a game of runs, 3 unanswered out of Dig, and then they're gonna break their hearts with 11 seconds left. Arsenal from downtown.
That initial first miss, I think, kind of caught everybody off guard behind. You saw Andy, and I believe that might have been Eris as well, kind of just a little not able to anticipate what was headed their way, but you got 8 seconds left. Got to get this ball back in your possession here. 5 seconds, ball still up in the sky. Andy passed over to Eris. Eris with the clear shot, still in play. And Gyro to the sky. Can he kill the ball on this one? No. Eris up next. Still going. They're taking their time. Ball still in regulation until now. This one hits the ground. Dignitas will take another game away from Pirates on a Boat just when you think it goes in their favor.
It looked like Pirates did have everything figured out, and then after all that hard work to get the game back level, Arsenal rips it right back away from them. Evo gets the help he needed out of Gyro and Arsenal in that game. Everybody pulling their weight as we look back at a crazy third game that puts Dignitas halfway to the semifinals.
They are looking so good. I think a lot of people had this Dignitas squad highly rated, but I feel like you could rate them even higher. They look incredibly consistent, and I know we talked about this before game number 1 had started, right? This is Pirates on a Boat first time going up against one of these like pure top 8 teams, right? It's a little shaky, but they are keeping up at times. It's just a matter of finishing those games out. That's kind of where they start to struggle. Once they get that momentum and that lead, it's almost like the pressure becomes a little bit too much and they don't know quite what to do with it. But if they can figure that out, I think Pirates on a Boat could be set in for the rest of the series.
Arsenal's got 4 goals, including that regulation game winner, as Gyro going to the heavens, and it's cleared out very quickly by Pirates. They have got to find a way, Pirates, to push Arsenal back just a little bit. He spent a lot of time in this series on Pirates' half of the field, deep in their territory, and wreaking a lot of havoc as 5 up. Diving in on Evo, so too is Eris. Eris' shot blocked way out by Gyro. Pirates trying to put that pressure on early. This is how you keep Arsenal closer to the back line, but it's not going to last for very long. Arsenal's got this ball. Can he clear it? No. It's coming right back in, and Dignitas forced to play defense for almost the entire first minute.
Which is very, very rare for this squad being kept back for that long. Arsenal finally at least able to get past the midfield line with this ball. Evo's the one to finish. Possibly here. You saw the bump play come through, but Gyro said, I will give it the littlest of taps to ensure that we get this first goal lead.
Hey, what, Evo is loving the environment he's got right now. Very easily could have scored that himself. Gyro there to secure it, his second goal officially. Now here goes Andy. I mean, Pirates have been great about answering, just not as consistently as they'd like. 5 up, great challenge there. It's still available down in front, and Evo comes in to clear it away. The timing not quite there for Pirates on a Boat.
Not the best on some of these, or maybe the cleanest would be the better word in that case, but 5 up being sent to his own backboard could be dangerous as this one is claimed immediately by Evo. He sends it back. Andy, nice big clears. 5 up's already upfield. He can continue the play. Center for Eris to take a shot. It's just a bit wide, but the pressure's not gonna end here. Andy, reset towards this net. Anybody there to follow up? No, it's Arsenal beating out Eris for this ball. And Dignitas take control back just for a moment's time as 5 up just plows through the back of the defense here. It is nothing but pressure from Pirates on a Boat.
5 up trying to center, and well, it was left there, but Andy couldn't quite get to it. Now 5 up, racing to the midfield boost. Arsenal beat him to it. But Andy beats Arsenal to that ball. Looked like everything just kind of stopped for a moment for Dignitas, and they might have let Pirates off the hook. Here goes Andy, trying to corkscrew his way through. And Arsenal again will have this as he triggers the counterattack for Dignitas, trying to expand their 1-goal lead, trying to expand their 1-game lead in this series. It's Andy out to 5 up on the other side. 5 up's got it lined up, and Gyro disrupts the double.
Speaking of doubles, small one off the corner here, but Evo up next, the man of the hour, in my opinion. He has been all over the place, shining and thriving, like you said, in his environment. Completely rising to the occasion with his team here, but a challenge from 5 up. They want to make a name for themselves as well. Andy up next, off the sidewall, on target, but Evo sends this one out mid. And the follow-up from Gyro comes through, shot on target. Eris with the save. And a small transition from Pirates on a boat. This ball actually heads towards that net. It's a small double commit to really ensure that this ball stays out. And that was probably one of the closer moments for Pirates.
Just looking real quick, coming into this game, Evo leads his team in goals, assists, and saves. You don't see that very often. And you know, usually somebody's got, okay, maybe a bunch of goals, they're not racking up the assists. He is. 5 goals, 4 assists now. And Andy lets that one go. Eris right up to Andy. Can he get this ball central? No, Arsenal is up to the task. 5 up for Eris. For an equalizer, no. Andy, floater is in!
Pure pressure from this squad. It is one shot after the other. Eventually, you gotta wear down the defense, and that is exactly what they did. Pirates on a boat equalized game number 4 with just over a minute left to go. Demo turns this into a 1v1 challenge as Arsenal's able to get over last man. Towards that backboard, though, it's Eris with the clear. Andy leaving this one for his teammate. He's gonna head this ball towards that net. 50 seconds to go. Dignitas 1 out of their half. And they just might, but as soon as they think they can, they get sent back.
Well, that's a great challenge, though, out of Andy. This could be trouble for Dignitas. Evo was demolished, but it doesn't matter. Everybody's back into the play now. Eris with a full tank of boost from his own back line. 30 seconds separate us from overtime, and Pirates get slowed down coming out of their zone. They're going to get repelled back in as well as Evo is there. That's the last guy Pirates want to see right now. Andy and Eris jump again. It's been, listen, they've assisted on each other's goals from time to time. It's great, but they're still going after the same ball at the same time. Imagine if they weren't. Down to 7 seconds now. Gyro, Evo with the win. Can he win the game? No, it rolled just wide, and the clock hits 0, but 5 up isn't content for overtime just yet, and he'll have to settle. Oh man, Dignitas almost stole it at the end again.
You know that Pirates' hearts are racing right now as this ball heads back towards that net almost immediately after the kickoff. Low boost for Arsenal, pops this one over to the sky. Eris pinch, and he's gonna carry this one through. Enough in the tank to try and make a challenge on this, but great 50 goes in favor of Dignitas. And Andy's gonna send this one mid. Gyro already waiting and ready to send it through. Andy, one-on-one with Arsenal here with a fight for control for this ball. Finally, Pirates on a boat get a breakaway opportunity as this one drives towards that net.
Arsenal indirect for himself, and he at least got a piece of that. Who's going to take over here, Andy or Eris? This time it's Eris, as Andy goes back. He's got full boost as well. He can come up and help out. That's a zipper of a pass out of 5 up. Eris couldn't get up to it. And it will be Evo coming out of the pack with possession. Everybody's kind of bunched up there in the corner for Dignitas. We've seen that from Pirates a couple of times. 5 up takes out Evo. Again, doesn't matter. Again, that whip from 5 up is real trouble as Eris has to bail out Pirates.
I've seen this too many times throughout not only the OT, but before, where it's Dignitas just really slowing things down, whether they like it or not. Andy, though, trying to get around Evo on no boost. Couldn't quite complete the idea, but this one's gonna go from the sky. Andy trying to reach it in time. Can Gyro get away? He does. It's a small bit of breathing room for Dignitas here as they head on over to that blue half. And here comes Andy. Up into the air, Arsenal's gonna meet him though and take this ball back, and the passes to get out of the Dignitas half will begin.
All Arsenal running forward again with that challenge downfield. Andy got around Evo. Gyro's there, but Eris can chase this down and maybe stay with possession. No, Gyro tips it away. So it's on to 5 up in Arsenal. Ball's down to Evo. Arsenal forward yet again. Couldn't take out Eris. Loose ball. Gyro for the win. Denied by Andy again.
You've got over 2 minutes at this point. You've got so much pressure in your favor, but then it continues to stop, and you get roadblocked, but then it starts again. Gyro towards that net. Demo onto Andy would have opened things up a little bit there for him. Evo doesn't want to get sent back, but doesn't have a choice. And here comes 5 up into the sky. It's one pass to the other, but Arsenal with the interception to keep this one off. And Gyro's been the one to initiate these transitions so many times over. We're gonna see if he can do it again. His 5-up doubles in the corner here. Just wants to keep this one headed towards that Dignitas net.
That was well read by Gyro, too. He realized the second touch was coming out of 5-up. He was in position, and Evo with a goal line save. Andy, follow, post, no, but 5-up will win it and tie the series. Oh, what a sequence out of Pirates.
Oh my gosh, to make a goal line save like that, but then to be bumped out of the way. Allowed the follow-up to go through no matter what. Evo tried everything he could, but at the end, Pirates on a boat were the ones to prevail.
The Chiefs, just a casual sip of the mug. Yep, all right. We're 2-2 in a best of 7 with Dignitas. Why not? Oh, this is wild.
This is so insane, realistically, right? Dignitas looks so good and in control from so many times, throughout so many times in the series. Gyro in particular, right? He was such a big initiator of getting Dignitas out so many times. It was one of the many shots that we got to see him put on through. But at the end, Pirates on a boat, they kind of slow rolled momentum throughout the series and eventually realized you gotta single out the one that's been doing so much for the team. It was Evo. Evo was everywhere. And realistically, Pirates just kind of unleashed Andy in this one.
One key component out of the game, you might have seen Arsenal's 0 shots. He spent so much time downfield in this series. He's been in Pirates territory more than anybody else, or at least more than any of the Dignitas players. Didn't get any quality looks at the Pirates net, and that's a big reason why Pirates on a boat are able to hold off Dig as long as they did. We go now to game 5 to break a 2-all tie. Both teams still have their timeout in their pocket here in this best of 7. Loose ball in front that Andy can't get around for a shot, and so it's going to come to Arsenal. He can get forward here. There's a shot for him, his first in 2 games, and it's saved away, and Andy didn't clear this initially, but he stopped Arsenal on the rebound attempt.
Pressure's not going to stop here, though. It's one challenge after the other, and Dignitas just fighting their way through the defense one at a time. Arsenal set up and scores.
Well, you see, I think it's Andy that, no, it's Eris. He just kind of ramped himself there. Lost control, and as that ball got away, I don't think anybody thought Arsenal had this lined up, but he did. And just like that, Arsenal's got a couple of shots and one on the money.
Here comes Andy. It's Eris, though, there to collect. Pass back over to Andy. Gotta be careful on these ones. Dignitas has been doing such a great job, again, of just anticipating these kind of half send-away clears that Pirates on a boat tend to do so much. There's another one, Andy over to himself. Enough control to get past one, but Evo's got him red. Sent back into the mid, 5-up. Up next. And Pirates on a boat have done such a great job of just continuing to follow up these clears and just taking their time to inch their way past the defense and through.
That's a great idea, throwing the ball out the corner. The problem is there was a defender right there. I think it was Gyro, who does seem to have almost Pirates downloaded. Not fully, but boy, he has been in the right place at the right time to make a lot of great plays defensively and disrupt what they're trying to accomplish. This is thrown at the crossbar. Andy trying to get in the way. Gyro and Arsenal both up for this, and Arsenal eventually takes charge, and we'll just dump this back in the corner with Evo starting to creep up. Can Arsenal set him up? No, not quite. And Evo's got to circle back, and 5-up has to deal with that. That turns into a shot.
Got 3 minutes left to go to find at least one goal on this one. You're getting pushed into your own half. Here comes Gyro, no boost. And Pirates on a boat, they've done such a good job of at least getting out of their half consistently, but now it's a matter of getting a decent play while you're out. They're gonna try again though. There's Andy, breakaway, low boost in the tank though. Most you can do is try and push it forward with what you've got. And at that point, it's pure willpower. and 5UP, the one to thread the needle and tie things up for Pirates on a boat.
That's a tough angle to convert. Indirect for himself. Arsenal could not jump in the way, and we're all squared. First half might as well not have existed. Back to square one now with 2:30 to go. Andy lets that go by. He'll circle back around for it. That's a great challenge by Evo to keep that in the zone and give his Dignitas teammates time to maybe come up and make a play. Arsenal couldn't. Gyro barely did. And now Andy, nobody home on the rebound, and a missed opportunity for Pirates on a boat.
Gyro up into the sky, pass over to Evo. Dignitas, you gotta start that transition. And they have so many times in the past. Here comes Arsenal. It's low boost, though, for anyone on this ball. As this one gets set forward, Gyro into the corner. Gonna take that Dignitas boost away from them and make things a little bit harder on defense as the attack starts to begin. 5UP wants that clear. It's a small one, but Arsenal immediately sends it back over Andy. Double doesn't quite go the angle in the way he would have wanted or hoped. And now Eris past one. Can he get past two? Not quite, but Andy's there to help him. And just as quickly as things start, they end.
Oh, that demo can open things up, though, from 5UP. We're seeing Pirates on a boat. We've seen Eris in particular. He's been able to find Andy. We've talked about how Andy and Eris have been kind of at each other's tailpipe a lot. But when they're spaced out, Eris can find Andy with almost 100% accuracy. It's a deadly duo when they're on. 5UP shot is blocked away by Evo. And now Eris trying to hang in the air. He's got Andy waiting. And Andy's got to head back as Gyro's got this one all the way. And Andy can challenge him at midfield.
It's definitely just been a little bit slower on this one. But very, very back and forth. 40 seconds left, though. Eris trying to take it. Arsenal has been in the faces of everyone that heads his way. 5UP up next, though. Evo wants to get a clear on it. Instead, it's Arsenal that's going to try and help bail him out here. 30 seconds to go. Pirates on a boat. Try to break into that Dignitas half. Immediately get sent back. As this one gets put into the corner here. It's going to stay just for a shorter period of time. You got 15 seconds to push this ball towards that net of your Dignitas, but Andy's got other plans. Wasting it with 10 seconds left here. This one clears all the way through, and Gyro's gonna take it back. This one could keep going. And here comes Arsenal. He's gonna kill this ball. We've got ourselves another OT here in Game 5.
Well, you knew that if it were up to Pirates, they were going to keep that in the air as long as they could. If anybody brought it down to ground, it would have been Dignitas. They wanted to try and catch Pirates on another errant kickoff. It does not work out. They find themselves defending at the start of overtime as 5UP opts for the boost, Eris the ball, and Evo just brings the ball right back in casually. He's not going to be able to stay with it, but Arsenal can. Who takes over now? It's Gyro. And the Pirates had to wait a moment to see where that ball was going to go. 5UP, redirect was on target, or maybe a little high. Evo with the save nonetheless. That falls down towards Andy, and Arsenal comes out of the pack with a shot that 5UP had to contend with.
5UP's gonna be the one to keep going here. Arsenal just takes it immediately back, tries to clear a little bit of a path here for Gyro, and there was no connection on the save. Gyro able to get another touch on it and through, and Dignitas will end this overtime in 48 seconds.
Eris kind of got caught there. He was trying to chase where Arsenal was headed with the ball. Gyro took the shot, and even though Eris got back, that split second cost him enough, and Gyro slips the shot on by. His third goal of the series. He had an assist on an overtime winner. Now he's scored a winner himself, and Dignitas are one win away from surviving this scare.
You say scare, right? And I still don't feel like Dignitas is too intimidated. I feel like they know what level of aggression they gotta give Pirates on a boat, right? And they know the amount of pressure they're receiving is at least stoppable from now, but oh my goodness, do I want to talk about how much Gyro showed up in that Game 5. Although it's only one shot registered, he was all over the place for this team.
So the overtimes in this series, 2-1 in favor of Dignitas, 3-2, the series lead. And Arsenal, just as cool as you like, just another day at the office. The uniform's a little bit different, and that's it. We're getting word no timeout called by Pirates on a boat. They're just going to opt to ride this out. Dignitas almost certainly would use theirs. If this goes to Game 7, they'll try to end it here at Neo Tokyo.
Evo off the kickoff, just wide. And here comes Andy into the mid. A little close there for the Dignitas team. As Eris gets a nice little 50 here, he's going to take that corner boost, try and drive this ball forward. Not the best of touches there for 5-up, but enough to use his flip and keep it here in the orange half. Andy up next. Around the corner, around Gyro, but not past Evo. Eris into the sky. You saw the bump onto Gyro here, but Arsenal making sure that this ball stays out.
From our great statistician, D-Rex, 7-2 the record for Dignitas in overtime so far in this event, which is crazy. I mean, one of the two was in this series. Eris tried to set up 5-up. It's not going to happen. So he will come back down to ground, 5-up with the demo, but Eris nor Andy could come forward in time. Eris going to lob another ahead. 5-up is there. His shot's on the money. It was halfway across, and Arsenal kept it out.
What a save on that one to keep Dignitas on just even playing ground against this team. Another shot coming through. Arsenal, he's going to get the breakaway here. As this one heads into the corner, Arsenal's just going to bump 5-up out of his way, make sure this ball stays in his favor. And Eris being forced to go in circles on this one. Demo means Andy's pass has to go over to 5-up. Instead, this ball ping-pongs back into the mid. Evo sends it up, but it's slow enough for the save to come through, and Pirates on a boat. They begin the fight for control again. These bumps continuing to come out. I think they're aware that you gotta turn the notch up on aggression when it comes to Dignitas if you want a chance here.
Oh, Eris thought about turning, and he saw Evo there. Made the right play and made the save. Here goes Andy now. Trying to get a flip reset to propel that further downfield. It didn't work out. So now 5-up takes charge from Eris. Andy was over there and had to adjust course as Evo got in the way. Eris clears out Arsenal. Andy diving in after Gyro. This is dangerously close to the net and saved away by Evo.
Yeah, this isn't the end of it. This is just the beginning of the pressure. Nice big clear there from Evo. Almost immediately tries to get sent back. This one's gonna fall down. Evo will clear it upfield. Low boost, able to get the mid though. 5-up's up next, trying to take his time. As Evo heads right towards him. Gyro wants to drive this towards the net. Great challenge onto him though. As Dignitas continue to own the midfield for now, stopping every attempt, or almost every attempt that was coming their way, because the one that got past finally goes through.
The 23rd goal of this series. It has been a wild one. And this one scored by Eris on an open net from way outside. And Pirates on a boat, as back and forth as this series has been, this is a rare lead for the squad.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the more rare occasions for them, especially to have it so, well, almost early on. We're just past the first half here. But between these two teams, it's a bigger question of when does Dignitas respond? How long can you hold them off? Pass over to Eris. Gyro's gonna stop this one into the sky. It's gonna clear it up. Just an inch or two. Arsenal's gonna be the one to have to finish it. Looked for a little bit of a pinch there to give them some speed on it, but Pirates on a boat, playing a little bit more of an air game here in game number 6.
It's 5-up. Deep in Dignitas territory, threw it in front. Evo with a powerful clear, and Andy is going to track it all the way. Launch back downfield. 5-up is there. He's kind of playing the role of Arsenal right now. You don't see 5-up at the net very often. He's downfield trying to direct anything towards the mark. Hasn't quite worked out as well as he'd like. He does have 4 goals though, 1 overtime winner. Here goes Eris. Just throw it downfield, hope something good happens. He can follow this play up as he takes out Gyro, but Arsenal comes away, and that slows down Pirates greatly. The problem is Dignitas needs to work downfield. They're spending a lot of time in their defensive half Now Evo can send him across, but it's coming right back. Gyro shot, sent away by Andy. Follow-up Arsenal was way too high, and Eris was there for it.
This one's getting sent on down. Gyro wants to center it maybe over to Arsenal. Pass back, enough in the tank to make this one a slow roller through. It was to the crossbar and himself that Arsenal is able to get this to a tied game at 34 seconds for Dig.
Kept it out of the middle. Unfortunately, it went right back to Arsenal, who's able to float it on by the defense. Dignitas overwhelms Pirates on a boat as they tried to hold them off. It just seemed inevitable, right? You knew the answer was going to come, and now how do Pirates respond? 25 seconds remaining in regulation. Dignitas have gone to overtime in over half of their games, going back to the Swiss rounds. That's 5-Up going after Evo. He won the challenge. Andy's shot is high, and Gyro got a piece of it. Follow-up there is rolled out by Gyro as well. 5 seconds remaining before we go to overtime for the 4th time in this series, and here we go.
And this is another instance where we saw just before the OT begins, Pirates on a boat having all the pressure in the world on Dignitas and it getting cut short. And there it is, the quick transition off kickoff. Dignitas, Gyro trying to send this one upfield. It's a shot towards the backboard. Arsenal's going for the bumps if he can. Gyro's gonna stop this clear in the mid, but 5-Up's got the follow. Here comes Arsenal. The shot from 5-Up denied. And the clear transition begins. Gyro trying to find the bump play, but it's Evo with the follow-up and the finish. And Dignitas are gonna send Pirates on a boat home.
Evo sinks the Pirates just like that. 5-Up had a look at it. His shot a little bit wide, and at the end, Gyro and Evo combined for another overtime winner. My, oh my, 8-2 now in overtime for Dignitas. The Cardiac Squad getting the job done with a 2-1 victory on Neo Tokyo.
What an insane series, and honestly a great showing from Pirates on a boat. You can't discount them, right? They look so good. The thumbs up from Achieves, still all smiles regardless of the results here, but Dignitas looking good, nice and warmed up for throughout their day. But again, it's just the beginning of the day between these teams. But let's take a look back at some of these incredible goals that we saw throughout our series.
You really thought with that goal, Pirates could maybe hold off Dignitas with these low-scoring games. That's the kind of style that Dignitas wanted to play with them, not trading goals back and forth, and then their hearts broken by Evo. Dignitas are through. 1 down, 3 to go. More of the North American playoffs coming your way after this.
Can't you see the drip in its lux? You need it, pull the trigger. Got you feeling, got you feeling. The world is yours, only if you take it. So sign your name in, choose to claim it. You need it in a hurry, you want it in a flash. Can't get this time back, we don't get this time back. You need it in a hurry, you want it in a flash. Can't get this time back, we don't get this time back. The way you choose now, the way you choose now. So the way you choose now, the way you choose now. You and me, living in luxury, living in luxury. You and me, living in luxury, living in luxury.
Well, Dignitas survives and advances. They take down Pirates on a boat in 6 games. You see the pop-offs there throughout the series. It was a wild roller coaster, but it is Evo and Dignitas who take down Pirates. And now I'm joined by the star of that series from Dig, Evo. Evo, congratulations on the win. You certainly put a lot of work into it.
Yeah, we did.
You know, you had, I don't know if you're fully aware of what your stats were in that series. 6 goals, 2 of them the overtime winners. You also had the 4 assists. I mean, it felt like you were everywhere on the field, almost like there were 4 players on the pitch for Dig.
Yeah.
Okay, well, okay, fair enough. What I want to ask you about is actually the process now of teaming up now with Arsenal and Gyro, right? Because it's been a tumultuous offseason, everybody moving around. What has their addition to this team done for you personally as a player?
I don't know. Ask me the question again.
What is Arsenal and Gyro coming to Dignitas done for you as a player, for your comfort level?
I mean, I think Gyro like enables me, and Arsenal is just there to comfort me and like make me play better. And yeah, that's it.
Was there any point in that series that you guys felt nervous at all? Like, you know, this Pirates team kind of coming out of nowhere and giving you guys a scare?
After the first game, I was nervous. I don't know if my teammates were, but I was nervous because not gonna cap it. I did not want to lose to Andy, my former teammate. So yeah.
Yeah, what was it like playing against him? I mean, were you surprised at what his teammates were able to come up with here, or was it pretty much what you guys expected?
I mean, I wasn't surprised because I already know like they're all good in their own way. Especially 5-Up. Like, he's super good, and Eris is a good ball chaser, and he's like that third man on the team.
Well, you guys get past Pirates in 6 games, and now you get to look forward to the semifinals tomorrow. You've got the winner of G2 and Luminosity. Any thoughts on those 2 squads? Maybe who you would rather face?
I mean, I would have rather faced Lumen because I don't think we've lost them yet. But I think G2 probably won in a sweep.
Yeah, G2 in a sweep.
Yeah.
All right. Well, hey, fair enough. Any shout outs you want to give here before we let you go?
Shout out Hezzy Bros. Shout out Ska. And my team.
All right, well, Evo with 6-4, a couple of overtime winners, and Dignitas is through into the semis. Evo, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I took a page out of Leafex's book, chat, and I was muted the whole time. I was talking so much about how great Dignitas and Pirates were in that match. A great game there. The Pirates really made Dignitas work for it, but Dignitas stay afloat in there, and they advance to the semifinals there. Appreciate Evo coming out and giving us an interview as well. I don't think he'd done one of those before, so love when the players come out and give us some of their thoughts. And my goodness, what a battle. I mean, you knew it from the beginning here, Gibbs. You knew it was going to happen.
Well, you know, Pirates game 1. That was a 9-goal game 1. We had some pauses.
Crazy.
Everyone, you know, was trying to warm up back into it, but the offense was cooking from the start. So that was an insane first game. Game 3, like, also incredibly high scoring. But we had 1-goal games throughout this series, and I think Pirates played better than most people would probably expect. But Dignitas, those overtime clutch plays, yet again, they've won so many of these. I believe they're 7-2 now in these overtimes throughout these last 2 days. That's a ton of experience already under their belt. They're a top 4 team. They still have not lost a tournament yet with these 3 on the team. So we'll see if they can keep that streak going tomorrow.
Okay, but I mean, Herc, if I'm a Dignitas fan, my brain's going, please stop going to these overtimes. I would love to I'd love for the game to be won a little bit more decisively, but Herc can't take it.
Yeah, speaking as, you know, one of those behind-the-scenes Dignitas fans, right? I'm like you guys. We've been in this for the long haul with them, and seeing this roster, you know that they have all the skills and the keys to do this, but my goodness, do these overtimes not make this fun? I feel like it's a huge thing in part to a lot of the times they can have a momentum taken away from them, and it's a little confusing for them to be able to take it back very, very quickly. They are able to respond fast, but being taken to OT so many times, I feel like, and prevailing is just a testament to how well they're able to handle the pressure.
Well, they were able to stick up through here and get to the semifinals. They will play the winner of our next match as we take a look at the bracket here, folks. You can see they advanced there. And G2 versus Luminosity will be the next one we've got here. The other side of the bracket's waiting. If you're a Gen G fan, I know. Trust me, they'll be right around the corner, okay? There's just one more match you got to wait here. But Gibbs, congratulations to Dignitas. That's a good one there. Let's talk about G2 going up against Luminosity, a rematch from round 1 of the Swiss yesterday.
Yeah, it was actually round 2, I believe, in the 1-0 round where they did battle it out. It went to game 5, so you expect the series to be incredibly close yet again, but G2 prevailed. They were down 2-1 in the series, and they battled back. But this is a brand new G2 squad. Everyone is so excited to see what these guys will do when it gets to major time, but they have to get there first, and they have to get through a very difficult team in Luminosity. See, Rlcs and Magic Bear, they are back. They have brought in Cheese to fill the shoes of AJ, and he's been fantastic this entire offseason, so everyone is really hyped about Cheese. See if Luminosity can right those wrongs from yesterday where they barely lost to G2 and take this win.
Yeah, we saw Luminosity taking the number 1 play of the day yesterday with the passing play.
Right, that was on
Magic
G2.
Bear. Yeah, on the team they're about to play here again, and it's been fantastic, Herc, to watch players like Magic Bear really settle into the scene, showing up. I think not last season, but the season before as a newcomer, as a rookie, and now a veteran playing alongside veterans, longtime veterans like Rlcs.
Oh, yeah. I feel like Magic Bear is that player that everybody's kind of known. It has the insane potential to become one of the legends of Rlcs. But speaking of legends, right, like you've got Rlcs. He's been all over the scene for so long, and he always ends up being with the people that just thrive. I feel like he creates that sort of environment that allows for it. He's such a great leader. You've heard the comm videos behind the scenes and all that stuff, but I am very curious about what the game plan is headed in, just like you guys. It's a little nerve-wracking, right? It's G2. G2 has been looking good, and it's I don't know. It's a big deal for LG right now. They seem to struggle being able to keep pressure onto G2 at times, and I'm curious if they're going to be able to, like y'all said, correct the mistakes that we saw yesterday.
We'll see here. Taking a look at their coach, Raw Greg there, and these teams are 1-1 right now. We've been talking about like, oh, does Luminosity like have like G2's number? Like maybe they make G2 sweat, but in their current states, these teams have only played twice. They've gone to game 5 both times. Luminosity won one of them. G2 won the other. Chat, let us know who you think is going to win in the fan votes down #LUM, #G2, and we'll talk about which way we think this is going and who we're picking. Who we think has got this one, Gibbs?
Well, Wave, we talked about it earlier, the 3-0 curse. When you go 3-0 in Swiss, well, you don't make the grand finals if you're in North America, but I think that's not the case here. G2 is a top 2 team in the pro power rankings for a reason. When they peak, there's literally no one that will beat them. Now, are they inconsistent? We haven't seen that yet. They've always won their matches. Sure, they go to game 5s, it's closer, but G2 on paper is so talented. I expect them to beat this team yet again. And I'm not going to say a sweep like Evo. I'll go a 4-2.
Okay. Yeah, the sweep was a bold prediction.
It was.
Possibly disrespectful. If I do say so myself.
Borderline.
Perk, who you got?
Oh man, I'm in the boat where I'm very aware G2 is a top team. I would be one of the people to say that for sure, but I feel like Luminosity has been playing such a solid game that I have to go with them. I'm gonna give them another chance.
Okay,
If they let me down this time though, I don't know if I can stay on the bandwagon.
But Wave's the smart one, because I think we had the same 3 on the desk the last time for this match, and I was the only one to pick G2
True.
last time.
That's true.
So
That's
Wave
true.
Funk is turning back the other side. I like it.
G2 won that match, so gotta flip flop on them here. No, and I do think genuinely like it was a close match that Luminosity absolutely could have won, but G2 I think has gotten more comfortable having gotten through. I mean, it's literally first Swiss of the entire season, and it was close going to game 5, 2 of them, but still managing to come out 3-0. I think a rematch here plays into G2's favor. I think the G2's going to take this one, but it's I don't know. There's a lot of Luminosity fans out there, folks. Actually, they're going to be the fan favorite. I'm kind of surprised. G2's army usually showing up, but not today. Luminosity's winning some fans over here. I mean, is there something you look at here, Gibbs, for Luminosity? Obviously, we think that the G2's the favorite. What is going to be the key to victory here for Luminosity, real quick?
I want to see the Mex of Rlcs again. He was popping off yesterday, so I expect to see that again in games 3 and 4. He popped off, or games 2 and 3, I should say. I want to see those again.
We'll see if they can do it, folks. It's time for match number 2, second quarterfinal of the day, and the winner gets to face off against the lovely Dignitas tomorrow. G2 versus Luminosity, round 2. Begin.
Luminosity Gaming versus G2 Stride. One has the bear, the other has the beast. Dazzling with James Bot. James, this is a run back from our Swiss stage.
Yes, it is. G2 got the better Luminosity Gaming, but it was very close. The last 2 times these teams have matched up, they've traded victories. So I think Luminosity might be, they might be being doubted by some of the more hardcore fans, maybe even some of the players out there. But the fans right now, I mean, according to that prediction poll, really heavily in favor of Luminosity, but G2 without a doubt is the favorite here. Many people thinking that G2 is likely the best team in NA.
Yeah, G2 though struggled against this Luminosity squad in the Swiss stage, going all the way 5 games, and Luminosity seemed much more prepared this time around. You already saw a good shot there from Cheese to start things off. Magic Bear keeping possession here as Luminosity looking to move forward. Cheese, great pass to Reynolds! And Luminosity strike first.
And I love that from Cheese. Cheese controls it with his first touch. You could see him threaten the shot, but instead he uses his jump to get back down to the ground and launches that pass over to Reynolds. That was an impact play from Cheese.
Great pass play, great shooting, and just great ball control out of Luminosity here at the start. Luminosity in the last matchup against G2 did show great offensive prowess. I mean, they had the top play of the day in the Game 3 pass where everyone got involved. But in the games they lost, it did seem like they also beat themselves. They have to play a very consistent game, and they have to execute because this G2 squad is so strong, and they don't let any opportunity go to waste. As Daniel almost got that with a beast mode, but it was denied.
And you can already see Atomic though swarming. G2 sending too many at that play. G2 have to clean things up a bit. I think we've seen Daniel in the past. I mean, you remember his time on Space Station, everyone expecting him to make Space Station the best team in NA, and at first it seemed like that was going to happen. But beast mode though, shutting me up. A lovely ball out to the mid, and that's going to be the equalizing goal here for G2 Stride.
I mean, I like this. Atomic just plays that quickly off the wall. He notices where everyone from Luminosity is, just gets that straight out. Beast Mode bearing down on the ball, getting there quickly, and G2 able to equalize this one in a quick fashion here. Plenty of time left in game one. Luminosity gonna see what they could do on the ball. Here's Cheese trying to set things up.
Cool.
That one gets to Atomic. Everybody from G2 bites on it. Magic with the slow play.
Magic.
Reynolds with the buff. Can Magic get the goal? He can!
So many things had to be calculated by LG on this play. You see, first, Magic Bear's touch. Reynolds immediately then goes into bump mode, and you can see that shot was going right where the wraparound save was coming, but he had faith that Reynolds was going to interfere on that play. And there's another response from LG who have come out hot.
That interference, I mean, if there's anyone who's impactful off ball, it is going to be Reynolds. I believe he had definitely over 2 demos a game yesterday, almost 3. And he is no stranger to playing up front. And you have to be careful when you have a player like him out in that front zone, because he can either make an assist play or make whoever's your third man or the guy back so uncomfortable, and it slows down offensive pushes.
You're certainly right. So many times Reynolds will turn, and if you're not paying attention to where he is, he can very quickly be right back on you, landing a bump, landing a demo, or even being upfield for a drop pass. And there's another demo landed by Reynolds. Cheese will not have enough boost to complete that play, but you can see G2 forced to panic clear.
Yep, Beast Mode now playing this to the side. Daniel going up to steal boost. Reynolds on with a redirect.
Oh my,
one for Magic Bear. Is it going to be on? No.
boost.
Blocked by Atomic. No boost. Absolutely right. G2 keep this a 1-goal game. Luminosity was trying to get that advantage, but just couldn't execute at the end.
But you can see that LG have the initiative in this game. G2 has been playing so much defense. They got the 1 goal off the Atomic bounce pass off the wall, but overall, Luminosity has been setting the tempo.
Yeah, they have. It's up to G2 to change things. Here's Daniel. Puts a testing shot on Cheese, instantly denied. Spoke briefly to Daniel yesterday about this matchup, and one of the things that he had mentioned was, you know, we got to take their boost away. They're going to be trying to take our boost and demo us on our end, but if they can get things going and really slow things down from Luminosity out in front, make it so that they can't even catch up to get those bumps.
Daniel got caught out.
Then G2 can make things work. Reynolds, though, no, not going to be able to get the redirect in the goal. It was on target, but Beast Mode rotated back for the save.
Daniel jumped really early and got caught out, forced Beast Mode into a very challenging situation, but Beast Mode came up clutch with that save. Now it's going to go for a ground double, barely misses out on that. Beast Mode having some good looks. Now Reynolds was hoping to scoop that ball from underneath, but couldn't add pace to it. Final minute, G2 Stride are trailing.
Reynolds looking for that 50 mid. Daniel's got to be careful here. Yeah, he's going to go all the way back here. Reynolds on the ball, trying to get a pass midfield. Magic doesn't bite for it now. Going to try to slow things down, forcing Atomic, but there's a bump on the back end. Atomic has to get this center. Pitch straight down, but Beast Mode, he just couldn't get there in time. Daniel trying to keep this in play. Can Beast Mode win this one? Does win the 50 right in front of the goal line, but Magic Bear will get there in time to slow things down. 30 seconds remaining, and you can see G2 just quickening up the tempo.
Yeah, they did a great job of keeping Luminosity low on boost, but Luminosity still held on. And now have a scoring chance. Magic Bear flip reset double off the corner.
Oh!
Magic Bear denied, but what an effort.
Final 10, G2 with a play, Beast Mode double! Oh, but it's blocked by Reynolds! Follow-up from Daniel, also blocked by Reynolds, and will Luminosity hold on final second as G2 try to see if they can salvage up this play. Cheese will push this one toward the ground, Beast Mode off the sidewall, wants to keep it up. Daniel on the wall, has Beast Mode center, there's the pass, there's the shot! Blocked out! Luminosity take game one by the skin of their teeth. Yep, that expression from Reynolds. They're like, whoo, that was close.
My Cheese, the hero in that final play, dropping that ball down. Fireworks to end the game. Cheese getting the MVP, mostly due to all those saves. That last one being the most critical. G2, they started to amp up the pressure at the end of that game, where it seemed like most of the game they were lulled into a bit of a sleep, forced to play defense. trying to stop Luminosity, who was moving upfield, who did land some demos, who did have some interference plays go their way. But in the end, I mean, you started to see how deadly G2 could be.
Yeah, and one of the things that I really like about this series in particular is that there's so much to focus on while the matches are playing, right? You have Rlcs who's running interference. You have G2 who's also trying to take boost to slow down Luminosity on the push.
And that save, oh my God.
And like the defense has just made also great strides. I mean, defensively, Cheese picking up where he left off yesterday. He had a lot of saves this game. I believe he had 3 total. And just seeing how Luminosity has worked and how prepared they are for G2 is quite the showing.
It is, and I talked about it a little bit on the pre-show that Luminosity just matches up well against G2. You can see how comfortable Luminosity is out there playing against everyone from G2. They're not intimidated by this in a super team. That is what everyone's expecting G2 to be, but Luminosity has shown over and over again that they can match up and come out on top. Cheese also, I want to say, Daz, had such a great play to start things out, using his jump to get back down to the ground, freezing the G2 defense on the goal line, and then Rlcs with that fantastic finish. It has been an all-around great team effort so far for Luminosity.
Can they keep that up here? Forbidden Temple already, first 30 seconds have gone by. Here's Rlcs on the ball. Just gets that nice light touch, forces a strong clear from beast mode. He ends up sending Cheese back. You can see Luminosity just a little bit far forward, keeping that third man up in case there's a mistake, but G2 quick to punish. Atomic tried to put a shot on, but it's a good save away from Cheese. And LG just trying to get more control of the ball moving upfield.
Oh, when beast mode didn't get that corner, that actually lets Rlcs have the boost for this play. He'll tip it over to Magic Bear, who's also boosted up from the mid. Magic Bear, the late shot! Magic Bear with perfection on the jump timing.
And his shooting has excelled since day one. He was shooting a lot at the defenders. This one, Beast Mode just barely gets the poor touch there to send it in, but it only goes to show you how much pressure Luminosity have when they are in your half.
So good. Everyone on Luminosity. Daniel's up very early, won't get a piece of it. Rlcs will turn, has almost a full tank here. We'll try to force this over Beast Mode, but Beast Mode does deflect it off to the side. G2 ended last game with some great pressure, but even in this game, they haven't been able to find much.
Yeah, it feels like they have to fight for the ball a lot. Ooh, even that one, well, Atomic, you thought Daniel was gonna get that lead block play to set him up, but the defense is not going out that easily here. Magic Bear now on control. Daniel to Atomic. Atomic shot in! G2 strike quickly off the play.
And you can see Cheese was up on the wall and then jumped down to the ground at the worst possible time. It gave him no time to react to that shot from Atomic. Atomic just went straight up the gut and was able to tie things up for G2. And that is a nice response there. See if G2 can keep this momentum going.
Definitely a kind of a change in pace here for G2. Atomic didn't have, I think, any shots for that last game. Came out with 4 in the opening minutes here.
Well, Magic Bear dove hard.
Yeah,
dove hard to get that boost steal. And now this still might make him pay. You can see the panic on that play, Dazzer, and Magic Bear was very ambitious.
Yeah, Magic, like, and that's what happens too. You cannot get too far forward against the G2 squad. We saw that last time they had played. Someone from Luminosity would always get pushed up, and they would take a bad 50. The next thing you know, G2 had the cleanest of nets to shoot at. That's going to be the big thing that they have to take care of. Of course, the speed of play that G2 puts on teams makes them move at an increased pacing, but defense seems composed from Luminosity for now.
It has been for now. Cheese actually forced to make quite a few stops and has most of the time been able to rise to the occasion, minus that last effort where Atomic was able to get it by him. Now another chance here for Luminosity, a double commit from G2. Cheese moving in, was a little bit late and out of boost on that dive. However, it's another lob in on net. Rlcs will be able to possess this ball. Going to try to work it around Atomic. The 50 does go his way. Cheese jumping from the other side of the field. He gets a piece. Now Magic Bear, it's a double commit. That might just in. It does! Magic Bear gives Luminosity the lead.
There's the Bear. 50 past 2. That Finnick is getting his money's worth. Drop straight down and in. Luminosity out-pressure G2 in their own back half. I don't think that was anything I was going to say anytime soon, but here we are.
And a few double commits from G2 in some really dire situations. They just have not been gelling at the level that you would expect. Luminosity, oh, that one does go back to the middle. Cheese did get a piece of it. Luminosity seems to have found their formula. Cheese in the back, making sure he gets all the stops, kickstart the counters. Great control as well from Rlcs and Magic Bear. And hold on, that one. Almost, you can see Beast Mode also diving in.
Yeah.
The attack just seems disorganized here for G2.
It does. I mean, Atomic had everything. He had the ball right in front of the net, but that second man challenge just a little late. You are going to need to pay attention to that moving forward. Beast Mode, again, another dive out of him. Not able to get anything. Pushes this one midfield. Atomic tries to dive, but Rlcs has the clear. Magic Bear was looking for a bump there on Daniel, but could not find it. We're hitting that final minute, and G2 have to start pushing forward. Beast Mode wanting to leave the charge. Again, another dive for Atomic. Beast Mode's getting bumps in net, but there's no one to follow up. It's too risky for Daniel to commit to that.
And then you could also see, oh, and this is a lovely pass. Cheese goes for the bump rebound. It's a nice rebound, but Rlcs was too far out of the play. But you can see the creativity there from Luminosity. The wheels are always turning. They're trying to see how they can break through this defense, and they're willing to improvise. That time, though, they were held out of net. And this is another attack, a big dive from G2 Rlcs. Back down to the ground. Might go for the demo, does try to land the bump on Atomic, but Atomic fights through. But he doesn't make contact on the ball. Is that net open? No, Daniel's there to get the stop.
And both times, Luminosity have been in a good position, but they have not had the boost in the offensive front. Now 10 seconds, and they got to stop a G2 pushing into their own half, off their own backboard. Atomic to Daniel, Daniel to Beast Mode, Beast Mode, goal!
Beast Mode had committed to the shot before the pass even came. He was ready for it. And that is full faith at time winding down moments like that. You have to have faith in your teammates.
2 seconds here, and we could be headed to OT. That one actually could have ended if Beast Mode would have played the miss. Luminosity have to get things together here. Otherwise, we could be in for a short overtime.
That really seems like it could be the turning point in the series for G2, who's had a rough start so far, to be able to steal this game back. But there's a bump on Rlcs. Atomic will get back in time to collect this. Rlcs has been landing a few key bumps, making these aggressive plays. Wow, that last second G2 play, is that going to be enough to help G2 pull this out?
Cheese plays that one out. There's Atomic on the ball. Has Daniel on the wing, gonna give it to Daniel. Daniel not able to get a follow-up touch there, so it goes to Magic, but he rushes the touch, so yes, right. Beast Mode had a shot opportunity. Cheese, though, with the deny and a good follow-up to send it to the other end. They're sending this one back and forth. Cheese trying to disrupt the G2 possession. Rlcs looking to control the ball. Bumps Beast Mode. Magic Bear, what's he gonna do? Atomic challenges first. Magic gets past him. Tries to get the bump. Does get the bump. Rlcs fake challenges there.
It's
gets demoed. And Cheese, he hesitated. So now G2 can move upfield.
Numbers advantage for G2, but off respawn, Magic Bear dives in to slow down the attack, and now possession back in the hands of LG. Magic Bear going for a bump and a redirect. Cheese stopped by Beast Mode.
Transition
pass cut off by Rlcs. Luminosity Gaming are bringing it right back.
Oh, and Cheese tested Daniel there on the goal line. Rlcs, good 50. Daniel's gonna burn a lot of boost going up for this. Beast Mode had a great follow, and it will be clear towards that side wall. This has been a very fast-paced first couple of minutes of overtime. No team really showing signs of slowing down. There's a bit of a double commit from Luminosity, but Rlcs with that catch is going to buy the defense so much time. Bumps outfield. Magic leading the charge with Rlcs lead blocking. Rlcs is going to take some corner boost to slow G2 down on the press, and they have to turn off and let Cheese have this ball.
Rlcs goes for a little tap. Atomic clearing it straight up the gut. Magic Bear gets bumped as well. Will move upfield for a boost steal. That's a double commit. Fortunately for Luminosity, it doesn't go backwards. Allows Magic Bear to get on this play. Flip reset into another tap. Rebound out. Oh, the post and out. That could have been game.
Could have been game. G2 now boosted up, looking to get upfield. I mean, the battle for boost has to be highlighted here. It's been the reason G2 haven't been able to end this game sooner, and it's the reason why Luminosity have been up front. But they've also struggled on the boost end as well, which is why when they've had shot opportunities, someone's always late because they don't want to take the risk of going all in on some of these plays. There's a bump there, and Magic Bear will be able to pick this one up. Atomic gets the cutoff, and now he has a lot of time to think about this. Ends up getting an initial touch, good speed from Daniel right off the demo, able to get back into the play, but beast mode too far forward, and he has to buy G2 some time.
You can see Rlcs was hunting there for that bump on beast mode. Had beast mode not jumped in time, Rlcs doesn't jump into that challenge. It kicks back hard, makes it awkward for Magic Bear. Cheese has to dodge the bump from Atomic, does well. Now back down to the ground. Beast mode right off Atomic's hood will take it. Daniel, first touch control in the air, back to the ball. Magic Bear will break up the play, and we've seen that multiple times from Luminosity, where they've been able to challenge that aerial play from behind.
Yeah, having those successful challenges in the air is very important against G2 especially, because they can push that. All of them have the individual prowess to bring it right on target, which makes it really hard for the defense to have consistent back and forth saves. Cutting it out helps the team so much. Now this one back in midfield as well. Here's Magic Bear, gonna pick this up, flip reset, so that he can maintain possession. Wins the challenge against Beast Mode. Rlcs trying to race against Atomic, ends up letting it go because he knows he has Cheese in the backfield.
You can see Luminosity getting all boosted up. There's a demo for Magic Bear. Cheese just positioning for a 50. Double commit from G2, but Beast Mode will land with it. It's been such a physical game. Flip reset pass attempt, but Atomic bails out. Now a double commit. You can see Daniel and Atomic both jumping for that ball. Cheese is going to try to boom this downfield. We'll get a pass off to the side. Now it's a race between Rlcs and Beast Mode. Beast Mode tapping it up. Infield to Atomic. Atomic had to kick it into reverse. Wasn't able to take a clean shot, but Daniel will go for the backboard anyway. And that attack's going to fizzle out for G2.
We're approaching 5 minutes of overtime potentially here. Luminosity now on the counter. Daniel able to get the block out. Here he goes. Has Beast Mode ready to play second, but Beast has to turn off. Atomic takes a shot. Magic Bear is there to receive. Gets the block out. Cheese gets bumped. Can Daniel wrap around it? No! Atomic, it's a floater! Magic Bear gets there in time. He's got no boost left. Beast Mode still trying the backboard. Daniel trying to finish the job. G2 are sending everything in the kitchen sink, but it is still not enough to get past Luminosity's defense.
It's still not over yet. This attack's still going. Beast Mode looking for a bump. Opening up the lane, Atomic off the backboard to Daniel. Daniel going for the ceiling, but that option's denied. Beast Mode hard off the backboard, but no one's there for the shot. G2 was rotating back for boost, and now they're
still going.
Trying to make it happen. There's the bump attempt from Daniel, but Cheese still gets the stop through the traffic.
Insane offensive pressure from G2. They are not letting this get out of their own half. Daniel with a whiff though, and finally a little bit of breathing room before Atomic intercepts. Daniel gets a demo on Magic Bear. We'll see him in a moment. Rlcs now trying to get this center. Ball goes out. Cheese trying to maintain control, keeping it low. They don't want to risk another aerial assault out of G2, but Magic Bear gets that to the back wall. Everyone is on the back wall as the capabilities from every player on the field is being shown.
You can see Cheese hovering, waiting to see what Rlcs does with it. Infield pass. Oh, there was nobody there for G2 on the shot. And now Magic Bear with another 50 win. He's got no boost. We'll just pass it off the sidewall. Daniel straight up to Atomic. Atomic on the backboard. Finishes the play. And G2, they scored in the final seconds to send it in overtime. It took 6 minutes, but they still prevailed.
Everyone from G2 involved on that play. And Beast Mode finishes the job. My goodness, James, you look red from that. That was intense.
The back and forth from this game was mesmerizing to see those moments where Luminosity was playing incredible defense, forcing G2 back, but then G2 in moments in that game where you're thinking, surely there's nothing Luminosity can do to keep this out. These passes out in the mid, someone's going to be there. It was always Luminosity barely surviving, but in the end, the G2 pressure was too much to bear. And we must remember that this game, I mean, it was basically more than a full game of Rocket League thanks to that goal in the last second by G2. This is such a huge momentum shift. G2 had a slow start in this series. They started out flat. There's no denying that. But and to have such a flat start and still be sitting in this series at 1-1, that is unbelievable.
everyone talks about G2 at their peak, and that last play is exactly what that looks like. Flawless execution on the counterattack. Rlcs tried to put a hand up, but it just wasn't enough. The play was just too fast for Luminosity to react to it. G2 played it perfectly. Beautiful clutch moment at the end of game 2, and even after 6 minutes of overtime, left and right, lots of bumps, close opportunities, G2 ended up finishing the job. And guess what? The series is just tied up. It's all tied up. This is a best of 7. We got a lot of Rocket League to go.
This is the quarterfinals. This is the quarterfinals, and this is the quality we're getting in North America. This has been such a fantastic series so far. G2 started to wake up. Luminosity, though, have been consistent throughout all these games, but I think many people do expect G2 to just pull a rabbit out of their hat every once in a while, just given the level of talent that each of these individual players has.
You got to start to wonder what's going on in the minds of Luminosity. They're still trying to keep things up. That was a great play forward, but 6 minutes of overtime, you had to lead into the final 2 seconds, and then you end up losing that. The mental will really be tested in this particular series, in this game especially. How do they bounce back from that? Demo play, open look, open net, and Cheese will pick up the first one. That's the great way to bounce back after losing that overtime.
And look at the instant recognition from Rlcs. He gets demoed on that play, but I don't know if there is another player who can calculate when it is the best time to turn and go for a bump. I don't know if there's anyone better than Rlcs.
Yeah, I mean, his awareness of where to be on the field is, I mean, something that we really have to look at, because he never puts Luminosity in a bad spot by going upfield. It's always to their benefit, and that's saying something, because they're essentially losing a player in the offensive front, at least you would think, with him not being behind the ball, but he actually is more of a help in front of it.
And that's something that has been true throughout his entire career. Rlcs is one of those players that, you know, you can, if you're scrimming other teams, you know, it's not really going to help you against Rlcs, because Rlcs has that unique play style. He really does, and he somehow makes it work. Because like you said, he can be upfield. He can be what you think would be out of position, but it works.
Yeah, without sacrificing any of his mechanical ability either. I mean, we've seen him make incredible plays on ball, but now it's about being able to maintain. Things are starting to slow down a little bit here from G2. Luminosity are trying to keep things ramped up. Plenty of time here in game number 3. As Daniel tries to find Beast Mode. Beast Mode, gonna leave that one, and Atomic will rush in, but it's just a little too late. Now Cheese can slow things down, look to control this ball. Not a lot of boost, though. He's gonna end up playing the 50s as Daniel brings it all the way in front of the goal line.
And I think that play from Cheese just shows the faith and teammates that this Luminosity team has really shown us. They are playing as a solid unit. You can tell the comms are on point, the mental is on point. They're gonna need a lot of help still with how deadly this G2 offense has been at times. There's a demo off ball from Magic Bear. Magic Bear even making Atomic jump. Rlcs able to march that ball downfield on 0 boost.
Wow, and good on Atomic too. He had low boost, went all the way on the back wall, even still, just to make sure to deny. Great positioning and able to make a play to give G2 a little bit of space, but a lot of work here needs to be done on the orange side if they want to get back into this game, unless we are in store for another clutch play towards the end. It's been all Luminosity on the ball for the first half of this game.
Magic Bear has been a nuisance to get by as well for G2 at the midfield. We even saw him score with just the 50 that bounced off the ceiling. Magic Bear doing an excellent job at reading those oncoming players, determining where they're going to try to get that ball by him and shutting it down.
The 50 out in front. Here's Beast Mode. Tries to pinch that one and in net. Cheese, another good stop. How many times are we going to say that this series? Infield pass on Atomic. What a dime by Daniel.
Oh, you love this. You know Cheese has full boost. He's ready to get the save. So what do? You dish it off to Atomic, who's low. That counters the positioning of Cheese, who is high up on the backboard. Great reading of the game there by Daniel. It also set up originally by that corner pass from Atomic. We already saw in this series Atomic getting a goal for G2 by making a bounce pass off the wall. He has been on point with that play.
G2 able to equalize at the later half of this game, and they're looking for more. To get this one onto the back wall, Cheese is gonna have to pick it up. Daniel instantly challenging that one, playing it off the ceiling. Atomic doesn't want to bite. Beast Mode will get into this play, looking for a follow-up touch. It does beat out Cheese. It'll go and bounce in front of the goal line. Magic Bear will attempt to clear it away before Atomic puts it back in. Now, Luminosity trying to maintain possession, but G2 just so much faster on the play, and every time they clear it right back into G2. So then they take it, make another play off the back wall again. This is that G2 pressure we talk about.
It certainly is. You can see Rlcs, even on low boost, was up near the mid boost, trying to get some bumps to fend off the pressure, but light come back to Hana. Magic Bear is able to rotate back in time, and this could be a numbers advantage, but Rlcs wasn't able to collect the ball. And G2 will march this right back into Luminosity's half, and this could be dangerous, but Rlcs is able to fend Atomic off going for that one.
Reynolds on the back wall as Beast Mode goes up. Beast Mode plays it off the ceiling before he gets bumped. Here's Daniel playing it off that back wall, and he actually gets it past Daniel, so Magic Bear is actually going to leave the play. How are Luminosity going to get themselves out of this spot? G2 bearing down in the final 10. Ball
20
floats.
boost, Desert, about 20 boost across all of Luminosity there. In those final moments, G2 has certainly been able to succeed in their game plan of winning the boost game, at least late in this game. See even 0 on Magic Bear. He can't really do much other than try to go for a bump. And now Cheese has to be careful. Beast Mode going for the double. And Cheese will get it out to the corner. Atomic pinch pass out. Awkward for Magic Bear, and he still gets it to touch the ground. LG survived this time late. And now we've got overtime once more.
And you got to give credit. I think it was Reynolds who was trying to bump off Daniel, saw Daniel in that third rotation, made him go very wide. It bought Magic Bear enough time to play the low ball, but they're going to be needed here again on defense. Luminosity back where they left off quickly. Magic Bear, good to steal that midfield boost, helping them get more space to break out. Reynolds looking for control. 50s Daniel, but loses it big time. Now Cheese has to be careful here. Oh, Beast Mode almost found the angle and could have ended this game quickly. Atomic looking for a midfield play. Luminosity could be under extended pressure, but that touch at least affords them a little bit of room.
Oh, this could be a shot. Rlcs going for it. The 50, it's bouncing towards net. Well challenged there by G2 Stride, and there's a fake there. Cheese letting Magic Bear take it. Cheese gonna nab that corner boost, but gets demoed. Numbers advantage here for G2. Beast Mode goes for the demo, and it's gonna be a goal by Atomic. Heads up play from G2 in the corner results in another overtime win.
Beat them at their own game. 2 demos from G2 on the press. Reynolds tried to jump in early and could not stop Beast Mode. Pushed right through him, said, "See you later, Slater." And G2 back-to-back victories in overtime, I should add.
Yeah, and the previous game, it was a steal of a game, scoring in those final 2 seconds. I mean, this game started out, seemed like Luminosity again was going to be setting the tempo, but we saw some lovely plays from G2, the team plays, and the passing from Atomic has been wonderful. Beast Mode, though, returning the favor, bailing out, going for the demo to ensure that path was open for Atomic, who scored both goals this game for G2. A great all-around effort from G2. I think that in this series in particular, Atomic has been rock solid. I think most of us expecting Daniel to play more of an impactful role so far. We haven't really been able to see that much from Daniel, although G2 do start to feel like a train that's starting to get going. The momentum now might be a little bit too much for Luminosity to stop, now dropping back-to-back games.
Yeah, it might be. I think there is still a chance. I mean, you see Greg giving these guys a talk here as we get ready for Game 4. I do feel like Luminosity still do have the qualities, but right now G2 are just playing their game a little bit more faster, and that's been the challenge here. How do they make these adaptations? Are you right, James Bond? Is it too late for the boys in blue? We have to find out here. G2 with a win can put the series on match point. Luminosity, who started things off so strong, are letting things slip away right in front of their eyes.
And a lot of it's just been G2 ripping it from their fingers. And you can see the pogo clear upfield by Atomic. On 0 boost, he's still going. And the zap dash out. Atomic has been such a world-class player for so long. This new G2 team, so many expectations heaped upon them as well. So far in this series, had a slow start, but have bounced back nicely. Luminosity now are on the back foot. We'll see how they respond.
Yeah, Cheese right now has to be very careful here. Has Daniel right in front of him. Doesn't want to give it to him for free, but they knew he didn't have boost. So it was just a matter of time. Rlcs had to get that touch. Otherwise, Atomic was there. Great pre-jump effort for G2, but not able to get control. And meanwhile, Luminosity not able to get boost. They can't move upfield, and G2 has been taking advantage of that, at least for the first minute. Finally, they get this to the orange side, but that could have been really disastrous. Luminosity not moving quickly at all.
Luminosity starting to, I mean, this game a little bit slower to start things out. It has been emotionally packed, action-packed games these last two games, and they're just
he got caught out.
Daniel, and this is really rough. Rlcs took too much time, was a little bit too complacent on this 50.
Yeah.
And if you're on his perspective, he flicked his camera to see who was going to be challenging. He saw Daniel was coming up. Maybe he was just expecting Daniel would lay off. I'm not really quite sure what Rlcs' plan was there and what he was thinking.
Yeah, it did feel like he was trying to play the 50 towards a teammate there, because you saw Cheese push up, and once Daniel won that, Cheese was just caught out. Very tough position from them. Luminosity's game plans have not worked out execution-wise. They haven't made as many mistakes as we've seen from them previously, but G2 are not falling for the same tricks, so to speak. Beastmo playing on the sidewall.
Oh, nice hesitation.
Yeah, great hesitation from Magic Bear. He's going to try to stay on this. Leaves it for Rlcs. Rlcs takes the boost, plays it off the ceiling. Is there going to be anyone following up? Cheese a little late. And Beast Mode quickly pushes this downfield. Try to have Luminosity take possession once again. G2 aren't really playing to control the ball, so to speak. I think they're just trying to outspeed Luminosity. Great bump and a great shot. What a play.
And you could tell from the you could just tell by the look of Daniel's car that he knew what was going on. Shoots it right where the defender might have been able to save it, but he saw Atomic wrapping the wall for that bump. And again, it's an Atomic pass that leads to a goal. Atomic, the catalyst out there for G2.
He's such an impact player in that way. Being able to break down defenses is something that him as an individual almost specializes in. G2, I mean, the full faith in that team. Daniel saw Atomic, said, I'm putting this right where you are. Get that bump, and it was super effective. Halfway through this game, G2 with a strong 2-goal lead. And I think this is the first time they've had a lead like this series. Now it's going to be Luminosity trying to play from behind.
And you called it, Dazzer, when you said G2 just picked up the pace. They're just outspeeding Luminosity here, and Atomic will get a demo as well. G2 has been all over Luminosity. They've been a little bit flat themselves this game, struggling to get this ball cleared out of their own half, struggling to get boost. They do break out this time. You can see a 50 there from Magic Bear. This could be a chance, but Cheese doesn't make contact on the ball and wastes a lot of boost going for that play as well.
Right, especially how important that boost game is. I just saw Cheese just jump off the sidewall after he ran past the boost. I mean, it's the priority at this point. Luminosity have been, it feels like they've been kicked in the heel, and they can't get at the same pace as they started this series off with. Atomic, almost found the double. Beast Mode plays it slow, but honestly, he had a good chance. He could have took the shot there.
He might have been looking for a different touch. That did pop pretty far off his car. It's a hard bounce off the backboard. Daniel going for a 50 will kick out wide, but certainly another scoring chance. Another demo as well from G2. G2 have been the aggressor in this game, landing multiple demos, a lot of them coming from Atomic. But Luminosity, it seems like all the wind has gone out of their sails. Meanwhile, G2 are striding along.
Yeah, they are. This ball gonna be off the backboard. Luminosity, oh my God, the entire team is there as they try to push upfield. Atomic plays it low under Rlcs. Beast Mode lead block. Rlcs, good cut. Forcing Beast Mode to take a demo, and we'll play a 50 here. Atomic a little late there, and Magic Bear will try to see if he can get a piece of the ball. Misses, so again, the play from Luminosity gonna slow down tremendously. Rlcs trying to pick it back up. Can't get any contact on anybody on G2. Now another big 50 there, and it's gonna kill so much time off the clock. Atomic takes a shot, blocked out by Rlcs. Magic Bear will try to get control, but with 10 seconds to go and no signs of Luminosity scoring, G2 are gonna put this series on match point. A dominant Game 4 shutout as they have beaten Luminosity at their own strategy.
Oh yeah, domination. You said it. That was a dominant performance. It really didn't feel like Luminosity had much of a chance in that game. G2 was everywhere on the pitch. Atomic landing multiple demos. Daniel scoring both goals. And then Atomic also had the bump on the defender on the backboard that let Daniel be able to shoot that top corner. Overall, G2 was driving circles around Luminosity that game. All the games leading up to this one were neck and neck. They were so close, but this one felt so one-sided, Daz.
Yeah, it felt definitive. You could just feel it. I mean, the way G2 operated was like a machine. Seeing how effective everyone was on and off ball was quite the showing there. Daniel as well, picking up 2 goals out of 4 shots, and we do have a tactical timeout for Luminosity.
And you do expect it at that point. Luminosity, they were looking so good at the beginning of this, but this is why I'm sure many of the pro teams in North America rated G2 so highly, is even when you think they might be struggling to get going, they still find ways to win. And even in the ways that they did, the last second goal, that was the turning point of the series. Yeah, it was only game 2, but up to that point in game 2, it was all Luminosity, Dazzer, and that goal with 2 seconds left was like a switch flipping, and it's been G2 ever since.
Yeah, you can see Greg sounding off there. I think, I've talked to Greg a decent amount of time, not too much about the team, but I know the passion that's on everybody from Luminosity, how much they care about each other, but 2, what they know they could do. And I think that, being competitive here and playing close to G2 earlier on in the Swiss was a sign for them that, okay, yeah, we can do this. We can beat this team. But these past few games have not shown that at all. And it just kind of feels like, I mean, we've said it so many times, like they got the wind kicked out of them, and they really need a second breath to help them, I'd say, not get 4-1.
Yeah, I mean, that would help. But I think one of the things was G2 figuring out how to contain Luminosity. Luminosity was starting out, and it was Rlcs doing what Rlcs does best. He was landing bumps, playing upfield. Luminosity was winning that boost battle in the beginning, but in that last game, Luminosity was contained. They were like fireflies in a jar that G2 was playing with.
Well, a lot of fireflies here on Dead Canyon are set for game number 5.
Oh, there's a kickoff strat.
Yeah, Cheese, wait a second. Cheese is on the ceiling there. Ambitious, I'll give him credit for it, but...
Set play, no doubt. And you love that, to come out of a timeout and see a set play that did have opportunity baked in it. I mean, you saw the win went their way, just a Cheese was not able to get the route that he was looking for on that ball. Luminosity, this is it for them. They must find a way to win, otherwise G2 is gonna knock them out.
Already G2 picking up a couple demos. Cheese fresh off the respawn has to turn back. Big clears downfield. This ball is all G2. There's the shot. Daniel's got it. What a play from G2. They played that all the way from Luminosity.
And we have seen Daniel in this position come out on top time and time again. A little bit of a later start for him in the series, but coming in as that third man, it's a shot opportunity, uncontested, just has to place it, and Daniel's been able to do it.
I mean, that was really good, James. For them to go one side of the field to the other, hit the backboard a couple times, and there was no one even contest. I mean, they tried to contest it, but it felt like they weren't even there. No one got a piece of the ball. That's how effective G2 was on that play.
On this, it's a shot. Oh, Morgan, and Reynolds actually went upfield at the very beginning, forcing Daniel to challenge early, stays upfield, and lands the demo. Reynolds is not giving up on that game plan and successfully allows Luminosity to get a counterattack goal.
LG not deterred here. Their qualifier life on the line. Maybe it's just for quick health goal, but no. Cheese plays that one off the back wall, and it'll be Daniel picking things up. Beast Mode with a pre-jump here. And Cheese will get a demo on Atomic in that backfield.
And we saw G2 out-demo LG 6-1 last game. And I think Luminosity making it a point to bring back that physical element, trying to get this comeback going. This one, oh, this is going to be a rebound chance. Daniel, first touch, controls, but Riddle's there and actually bumps Daniel off the wall, but Magic Bear only has 16 boost in the tank, does get the corner, now will be able to jump, but Beast Mode gets it by him, and there was the lead blocking play. Magic Bear didn't have the time to get back.
Oh man, great light touch from Beast Mode as well. Buys Atomic some time to recover. And like you said, put in that lead block position. Beast Mode strikes. G2 still playing that aggressive game as they take the lead.
And a lot of it has been coming from Atomic. Atomic doing everything. I mean, passing, shooting, demoing, bumping, whatever you want, Atomic's been able to do it. Atomic out there looks like the heart of G2.
Again, here he goes on the ball. Very quick here. Gets it to Beast Mode.
Oh,
Another
that
play.
hurts.
Back to back here. Atomic sets it up. I mean, first Daniel gets the bump on Magic Bear. Nice touch out. Cheese can't get the read. And Beast Mode has an open look.
And I'm sure 9 times out of 10, Cheese is going to be able to get this hit off the backboard. Didn't get the flip he was looking for, but we might see a kickoff goal. No, Daniel shuts that down. Still a chance. And that's going to wither away, but a very devastating goal, especially for Cheese not able to get that touch. G2, they keep on trucking.
They want to finish it here. They want it to be definitive. Halfway through game 5. 2-goal lead for G2. Does Luminosity have any more gas in the tank? Here's Magic Bear to start us off. Atomic with a good cutout. Cheese, good light touch, he's trying to get that follow, but Beast Mode very quick to intercept. Good challenge from Magic Bear, but loses the 50 against Daniel. That kind of helps out Cheese here a little bit, but it's just more and more, again, battle for that possession. Daniel's going to take Reddle's boost. Reddle's going to be stuck on 31 for a little bit here, but with that demo, he's going to have a free ball. Gets the flick over 1. Can't get the bump on Daniel, but Daniel plays it to the corner. Both Magic Bear and Reynolds were both going for bumps, so no one was back. Reynolds had to race back in order to slow down G2's push.
That was a very smart touch from Daniel to buy that time. You could tell his teammates were in duress there. And there's another shot coming in. Another shot blocked by Daniel. Daniel, great defensive showing there. Not only to slow the play down, but to get the block in that situation. Beast Mode off the backboard. No one will be there for G2. And now Reynolds going to try to make something happen. In reverse, Magic Bear gets a tip. No boost here for Cheese.
No boost for Cheese, but Atomic pops it up. Magic Bear puts it towards net. Does bait out 2. Reynolds takes this slow. Wants to play it towards the back wall. Keeping a 50, avoiding the long clears that could slow them down. But they've got to get it going. Luminosity down by 2. We're going to see a 1 minute remaining flash on the screen here. And still no sign of them bringing this game back. G2 has been there every single time to stop them.
Well, you could even see Magic Bear getting that extra touch, actually throwing Cheese off. But Cheese will cut right in. This will head off the post. Cheese reads it. Daniel doesn't. Luminosity cut the lead to just 1.
48 seconds on the clock. It's a good challenge from Cheese. Everybody from G2 was shaken by that. Daniel not able to get that read off that back wall. Bounced right off the post and in front of Cheese. And here comes the timer. Can Luminosity ramp up here late?
G2, they were able to find a solution late. And you can see panic! The panic on Luminosity's backline, but they survived for now. Cheese booms it up to Reynolds. Reynolds will pass it back down to Cheese. Cheese actually hits off of Reynolds, and it goes in! What did we witness?
I gotta look at this again! Oh my God, he did get a piece of it! Off the post and in as well. Luminosity tied things up in the final 30 seconds.
This series started out with a bang. Maybe it'll end with one, or maybe we'll get another game. Oh my, Luminosity. Crazy equalizer.
Hold on, G2 trying to press. Daniel's got it. Atomic to Daniel again. They've done it 3 times.
That miss has to hurt. Reynolds was hoping to get a touch on it. The ball sails inches over his car's fender. And Daniel is there to punch that go-ahead goal in. G2, can they hold on? Magic Bear up from the corner, 50 down. Daniel wins the 50. The net's vulnerable. He shoots. It's good. Daniel with the insurance goal and a hat trick.
He shot 100% and he's got 3 saves to match. Daniel cements this one. 6 seconds left unless we see the most magical kickoffs possible. G2 Stride have done it here. Oh, if you wanted more magic from G2, you got it. Hat trick for Beast Mode.
Wow, G2 put the pedal to the metal at the end. You could tell it was a fake kickoff attempt that had gone awry. This game, how many goals did we have in this final minute?
At least 3. At least 3. Luminosity had the first one to tie. And then G2 back to back. Just once they ramped up, they did slow it down. Even at the end, with Luminosity trying a kickoff strategy, Beast Mode read it completely and outplayed them. And that's really a good descriptor of G2's performance here, because Luminosity, you could tell going in, they had the game plan. They knew exactly what they wanted to do. Game 1 showed that in pure execution. But once G2 figured it out, I mean, it was over. It was clear cut. It was over.
In that game too, that was the turning point where we saw that steal of a game. The 6-minute overtime as well. Overtime not going the way of Luminosity this time. But overall, Dazzler, I would say this was an incredibly entertaining series, and you can see the potential that Luminosity has. I think Luminosity really showed everybody that they are a true contender. They fall here to G2, but they very easily could have brought this one back had a few things gone their way.
G2 Stride move forward. More Rocket League coming up. We're only halfway through the day.
lost time, gotta rent a car, gotta stay a while. If I don't move ahead, then I get stuck behind. I'm at a friend's place, gonna stick around. The puzzle pieces fit for now. The things you said were playing loud. There are people outside living their lives. Thousands of stories move through times. Only one face on my mind. All I want is you. All I want is you. There are people outside living their lives. Thousands of stories move through times. Only one face on my mind. A century long ago, I traded in my halo. Whoever it is that you think I am, I'm still figuring it out. I'm jealous of the people outside, just living their lives. Millions of secrets get lost in the light. Tell me how to reach you, show me inside. All I want is you. All I want is you. All I want is you. I'm surrounded by memories of you and I won't rest until we know the truth. All I want is you. I'm surrounded by memories of you and I. Tell me how to reach you, show me inside. I'm surrounded by memories of you and I. Tell me how to reach you,
stride, take down Luminosity in a 5-game thriller. At least for the first half of it towards the end. Once G2 got going, they showed no signs of stopping. And I'm here with G2 Stride's coach, Sathu. Sathu, congrats on the win.
Yes, I appreciate it so much.
I mean, talk to me about that series against Luminosity. Obviously, it's a rematch from the Swiss stage. You guys went 5 in Swiss, and it felt like at the beginning they were starting to figure you guys out in that first game. But once you guys started clicking, I mean, you guys ran it into another gear.
Yeah. Honestly, they're always a nightmare to play. That's the one team I don't want to plan against ever. Despite, maybe the community doesn't rank them as high. They prep and they get ready for teams. So they're, they did definitely, I think, played us closer today than, even though the series went, more in our direction. But I think we just got rolling today, and we looked a lot better than we did yesterday.
Absolutely. You guys were in really good form. Again, let's talk about the community a little bit more. A lot of people are ranking your team really high, saying that they're the #1 team in North America. Does that level of pressure kind of get to you or the boys at all?
Not necessarily, because I think there's also a pretty strong narrative that, there's a lot of choking and maybe, the guys haven't accomplished too much yet, from everyone's individual standpoints. Obviously Mossy won a major, but and the other two won Gamers 8, but I think there's still a lot of narratives around how they perform in Rlcs on game day. So the expectation wasn't internally crazy, especially it being the first event. We just wanted to get a good result under our belt, and honestly top 4 is what we're looking for to start out with, so I'm very happy.
Yeah, I mean, you guys look really, really good. You guys, I believe, will be playing Dignitas tomorrow. Are you guys ready for that? Give me a little bit of your thoughts on Dig.
I think we'll like playing them better than we play LG. They're still a very strong squad. Evo's got some great pieces around him now. Gyro's obviously a veteran. Arsenal's a veteran. You have the Peeps reunion in them. So they're a good squad, but obviously I'm very confident going into the rest of this tournament. I think LG was going to be a huge hurdle, and now that we're past that, I think it's smooth sailing, honestly. I think we're going to fly.
Okay, nice. Looking at the rest of the bracket, of course, if you guys win that, you'll be in the finals against either M80, Rebellion, Gen G, Space Station. Any of those teams you particularly worried about?
Yeah, they're all great teams on that side. Specifically, Gen G is everyone sees it as this season as us and Gen G and kind of the rivalry between us. So yeah, probably them specifically, but I'm interested in M80 because obviously the pros didn't rank them super high because of scrim results, but they've looked good in tournament so far. So I'd love to see them as well potentially.
That's true. Okay, so it seems like if for this next series, Gen G, Space Station, you're going Gen G?
Yeah, I think Gen G take it, maybe 4-2.
Okay. Oh, I like the series score as well. Appreciate your thoughts, Sathu. Of course, I want to let you get back to your team. Any shout-outs you'd like to make before we let you go?
Just my team and my org. Appreciate them all. I'm very blessed to be doing what I'm doing and to be coaching these boys and be under G2. So, and shout-outs to my family as well.
Big shout-outs to them, and we are also blessed to be able to speak to you and have you on this show. So thank you as well for coming on here. And we're going to send it back to the desk to break down this game.
G2 take Luminosity in stride, surviving a last-minute rally there in Game 6, or Game 5 rather, to put them away cleanly, surviving 7 minutes of overtime in that series as well. And now they have a semifinal match against Dignitas tomorrow. G2, we had questions about them at the beginning of the day. Those questions pretty firmly answered here, Gibbs.
That was a wild one. Honestly, game 1, a little quiet out of G2. Even game 2, up until they tied it at the very end, super long overtime. Luminosity is going to want games 2 and 3 back. If they take both these very, very close games, it could have been a whole different matchup here. But G2, the clutch factor was huge. Daniel, by the back half of the series, was just on fire, scoring everything. So G2, everyone considers them one of the best in NA, and they beat Luminosity again in back-to-back days to move on to the top 4. Congrats to them.
Yeah, no, and we heard from Sathu there. It sounds like they are feeling in a much better place today than they were yesterday. Bad news for Dignitas when they think about this matches tomorrow, and whoever G2 would end up playing in the grand finals if they're able to take care of Dignitas tomorrow, James.
Yeah, and you even heard it from Sathu that Luminosity was a hurdle for them. He paid a lot of respect to Luminosity, saying that they prep, they're always tough to play. And you could just tell by the responses from Sathu, if that reflects kind of the general feeling of the entire G2 team, that they are very confident against Dignitas looking to tomorrow.
Okay, well, that does conclude the bottom half of our bracket. We're here halfway through day 2 of our first qualifier in North America for RLCS 2024. We got 2 more matches to go before we're turning the broadcast off for the day. We got M80 versus the Rebellion coming up at the end of the day. James, I don't think you're not going to be on the desk for that match, right?
I might not be.
Who do you got in that match?
For M80 and Rebellion, I have M80. I'm going with M80. I'm a bit of a believer. And also, I'm just trying to pick the opposite of whatever Gibbs picks because he's been miserable today.
Wow. Wait, I'm 1-1. All right. I had to pick a Chiefs. All right. Blame the Chiefs. All right. But really quick, I'm going to leak power rankings just a bit. G2 ranked Dignitas number 2 in their power ranking chart. So Dignitas, outside of a Gen G, is a team that G2 does fear. Even though we heard in the interview they seem rather confident with them, they still respect Dignitas. So that should be a great matchup tomorrow.
Okay. Well, we're excited to see that matchup tomorrow go down. We're excited to see M80 versus Rebellion a little bit later on here, but we got another match to get to. This one has the highlight match we've been hoping for, the player power ranked number 1 versus number 3 squads. Gen G, Mobile One Racing, taking on Space Station.
Space Station Gaming, they're coming in with a little bit of a new roster. So we saw the LJ and Hoxer, their world championship was fantastic. That's where they really got brought into the upper echelon of players in the world. Especially LJ, who is now considered maybe a top 3 player in a North American scene. But they're going up against Gen G. And when you talk about the best players in North America, I think pretty much everyone, James, has number 1 and number 2 as apparently Jack and First Killer in some order.
Oh, certainly. They are both unbelievable players. And I mean, this whole team is unbelievable. In 1v1s, individually, they carry their own weight. They also have the ability to improvise at a level that I think a lot of players are not able to reach. This is a special team. You even heard Sathu mention Gen G in his interview, where the narrative, at least in many circles, is this rivalry that we expect to blossom this season between Gen G and G2, 2 teams everyone's expecting to be battling for the top of North America.
There's First Killer himself. He looks good in the Gen G gold, just saying. But moving over to the other side here, got Sad Jr. This is a matchup of 2 former Lamboy professional players that are now moved to coaches. Aleutian versus Sad Jr. here.
Sad Jr., he came in during the spring split, I believe, last season with Space Station Gaming, and immediately they got to the number 1 seed in North America. So he's been putting in work with the boys. Obviously, that was a weird spring split. A lot of North American teams were very, very close. But Space Station, they were the last number 1 seeded team versus the overall number 1 seed in this other squad that they're playing right now. So we'll see what Space Station will bring to the table here.
And also, I will say, Waypunk, both of those decals did look very nice as well.
We got some fire decals. Cannot wait to do a decal review stream at some point as soon as those are in the shop for us. Hashtag GG, hashtag SSG. Who you think is going to win in the chat, let us know. And we'll make our predictions up here as well, folks. This is a good, strong battle, James. I feel like you can make an argument for either team. Which side are you leaning on?
Well, I don't want to discount Space Station. I think one of the things that was really impressive to me was how they excelled in the absence of Daniel. The departure of Daniel was supposed to be the death blow to that team. In Space Station, they were able to put the pieces together. And I think LJ had his ascension season last season. So I think Space Station has all the pieces to win. But look at Gen G. They got First Killer now. This team is so stacked. I just can't pick against them. Until they lose, I can't pick against them. I'm going Gen G. First Killer also, they saved the honeymoon period till this tournament. So, of course, they're going to win, right?
Here we go, though. It's a death sweep, so that normally comes with some type of curse. So far, it hasn't happened yet. But Gen G, the number 1 offense through day 1, the 3 goals per game. Absolutely nutty. I expect them to take it.
Okay, well, we have them cleanly here on the desk. We think Gen G is the favorite in the match. They're ready to play, so we're going to get right into it. Space Station trying to play upset to the top squad, ranked and power ranked in every way in North America here. Gen.G versus Space Station to advance to Championship Sunday.
Everybody thinks that Gen.G is the team to beat in North America, but this is a 4-5 matchup. They have been stuck with Space Station Gaming, a team that has proven very capable, and we've got a banger on our hands at the midway point of day 3.
This is such a fun matchup because it's kind of the storyline of who's going to finally take Gen.G down, and few people have been able to do so, but SSG up next on the lineup to try and take down the likes of apparently Jack, Chronic, and First Killer.
Day 3, day 2, same thing. Here we go. With Chicago driving in on apparently Jack. First Killer with the save. Chronic turns it into a ball netward and just a little bit wide. That's what Space Station has to contend with, just how quickly Gen.G can get downfield. That's how they average 3 goals a game in the Swiss stage. But they're up against a team in Space Station that was as stingy as they come, only allowing a goal and a half, as apparently Jack tries to follow this up from Chronic's save. And somehow, Space Station kept off the board early there when they got all the demos except one.
Yeah, very early game aggression coming out here. Double demos off both ends, to be honest. Chicago under 1. Apparently Jack's going to be the one to send that ball off, but pressure doesn't end here. LJ off the sidewall, Hawkser to follow it up. Chicago going for the third touch over to himself. Jack's going to send this back into the corner. And SSG, they keep that pressure going. It never lets up. Boost starting to get low here. Chicago's going to be the one to put this one through. And SSG find their opening lead.
Shouldn't be any surprise that Chicago gets the opening goal here for Space Station. He led the team in scoring in the Swiss stage, his 14th goal of the event now, and it comes just over a minute into game 1. Now Chicago, right at apparently Jack. LJ to follow up. SSG is not backing down from Gen.G at all as Chronic tries to get around Hawkser. He will, but Chicago's right there. Can Gen.G keep the pressure up? Apparently Jack will try, and Hawkser's there to block him again. Space Station have taken every shot that Gen.G have sent in and have repelled it before it even gets anywhere near the net.
It's been a little interesting. There's been moments where Gen.G has been almost too close together for comfort, and I think Space Station see those very few moments where there's a little bit more space to work with. They've been able to get around them probably easier than most times, but for now, Gen.G on the attack. First Killer taking that boost away from Hawkser. A little bit of a standstill here as First Killer's going to take a shot. LJ to clear out into the mid, but Chronic has him met. He's going to take that boost right back, able to carry it over 2 defenders here. First Killer trying to help him out. Jack's going to have to rush back here and take that boost, slow things down just a bit as Chronic and First Killer get set back into position so they can go on the transition here. And a shot on target and through, of course. First Killer to follow up through with the pass.
Now this is a beautiful setup from apparently Jack. As soon as he gets over Hawkser, LJ is just in no man's land. If it's fallen to him, great, but with First Killer following that play up, it was impossible to stop. Halfway mark, and we're right back where we started with apparently Jack setting up Chronic. Backboard play, and LJ read it all the way. So he's got it cleared out at Jack. There's the demo on Jack, and Chicago can slow this down a little bit. Only a little, though, with First Killer breathing down his neck. And LJ can circle around on this, but apparently Jack will have it back into the Space Station end. And it comes out for First Killer, who missed on it. Now Chronic over to Jack. You don't expect First Killer to come up empty there, as that's repelled away by Chicago. First Killer will try to control it, and he does. Poor Hawkser, he thought he had that all lined up, and he had to retreat.
And now they're getting sent back into their own half, speaking towards Gen.G, excuse me, as Chronic tries to clear this up. And that midfield line almost on lock, but First Killer, a shot on target is a threat nonetheless in this situation here as LJ off the sidewall. Tries to carry this one past the mid. Not the best of touches on this one, but Chicago's going to carry it through. Chronic, though, takes this ball back. In just under 90 seconds here in game number 1 here. This ball is going to go through. Jack is going to be the one to give Gen.G that lead after a pass comes his way.
Well, first killer repaying the favor, setting up Jack. Hoxer didn't have any chance. Jack had everything to shoot at, did not miss his mark. I mean, we've seen it, at least during the Swiss stage, and a little bit so far on playoff day, quarterfinal day, that players have not really avoided defenders. Hoxer rolls this one in. He gets the kind roll off the post. And sometimes it's just your day. Needed one more touch, I think, as that one does skip its way in. So some shenanigans as Space Station tie it up.
Just a little bit working in their favor there. This one off the kickoff, though, is a little dangerous. It's a first killer double. Doesn't quite find its way on through. Hoxer is going to try and just send this one off. Chronic back over to himself. Just trying to prepare for whatever LJ had coming his way here off the ceiling, back down into the corner. Jack able to send this one off. Chicago has a shot opportunity. It's very slow, though. Chronic able to save it. First killer off. Jack up into the sky. LJ is going to meet him there. 37 seconds left. Still at a tied game. Now the fake on a first killer, and Chicago will put it through. 31 seconds with a lead.
Oh, this is beautiful. Hoxer had first killer just on a string, and then he delays, rolls it up for Chicago. Very easy for that ball to get away, but he put it in just the right spot. And Space Station Gaming almost trying to steal game 1 away here. Chronic looking for Jack, instead finding LJ. Kick back in front, and Chicago with the clear. Final 20 seconds now as Chicago tries to chase one down. Maybe add to their lead, deliver the dagger in game 1. But Gen.G are gonna have a look. Chronic can't follow this out of the zone. First killer came up empty. Apparently Jack beaten by Hoxer. Chicago can bring it to ground. LJ will do just that, and Space Station Gaming take game 1.
They look so good and comfortable given the sheer amount of pressure that they were faced with throughout that series from Gen.G. Of course, everybody's got their eyes on First Killer headed into this matchup, and First Killer and Jack looked great together, but my goodness, we've got to talk about Chicago. 5 shots alone just registered all over the place here, but speaking of which, that duo there, one of the many shots that we got to see them put together, but there it was. Hoxer's little around the world roller, I guess you could say, was the one that kind of started the momentum for SSG, but it all ended with Chicago.
Hoxer had his fingerprints all over this game 1 dub for SSG. Had the goal, had the assist, a few shots in there as well. Of course, Chicago gets the MVP honors for good reason, but how about Space Station Gaming bringing the fight to Gen.G, a team that was an offensive juggernaut just a day ago? I mean, Jack came into today leading all scorers, 1.27 goals per game, just scored his 20th of the event in that first game. All that is just air as Gen.G find themselves looking up at Space Station Gaming as we head to game 2. And we'll see if Aleutian can get his team primed and ready to turn this series around. They've got all the offense. Defense left a little to be desired as they gave up 3 to SSG.
Yeah, defense right now not looking the hottest for Gen.G, but it's nothing they can't fix, nothing we haven't seen them acclimate to before. LJ, though, wanting to get his team out of their net. Instead, it's Jack menacingly passing this one over to First Killer and through. And just as quickly as this game has started, Gen.G put themselves in a lead.
That is not an easy pass to make. First Killer and apparently Jack with a lot of trust in each other that was going to be right on the money. It was 16 seconds in. And now Jack launching one off the kickoff. And Hoxer wise to the play. Now Chicago's going to watch LJ take this to the corner with First Killer coming on again. And that is, well, it should have been Hoxer's ball, but he couldn't catch up to it. It just bounced way too quickly for him. Chronic now slowing it down, and Hoxer has this all the way. We haven't seen Chronic get involved in the offense as much. 2 goals and an assist for First Killer, 2 assists and a goal for apparently Jack. Here goes Hoxer. Right at First Killer, easily stopped, and no follow-up play there as LJ had that deflected high towards First Killer. Chicago brings this over, and Hoxer comes up empty. Oh, look out. First Killer's downfield, and LJ got in the way.
It doesn't stop. The duo just continues, just put target after target. And here comes the First Killer from the ceiling. He's gonna try this one on his own. Gets sent off to the side by none other than Chicago. Jack once again setting up FK. But LJ's got the clear. Chronic's gonna meet him in the sky. Another touch on this one, or leave it for Jack to flick forward. Chronic gonna try and center this one. Nobody quite in a position where they could have taken a shot off it, and instead, for now, SSG get to transition into that blue half, but it's gonna be short-lived as First Killer immediately has everybody retreating home. It's an easy center for Chronic to finish through, and Genji go up 2-0.
Well, Chronic knows First Killer's gonna send this across with pace, so he dives in. Jack is far enough back that they don't get burned if it's cleared far out. That's a brilliant play from Genji. These are the kind of plays that set them apart from everybody else in the region. And you wonder if there will be a similar story to last year where it takes everybody a few months to kind of figure out the blueprint. Here goes First Killer. He kind of delayed with LJ breathing down on him. And now Chronic challenged that. It goes way out to the corner. Apparently Jack tried to bring it back in, and Hoxer says no way. Space Station Gaming find themselves now down 2 goals after eking out a win in game 1. So no stranger to playing from behind, but it just feels a little bit different now with Genji out to an early lead again.
Yeah, definitely that game number 1, you know, as far as Space Station was concerned, it looked like they had control, like they had some sort of intuition as to what Genji was coming at them with, but now it's a little bit of a different story. Genji kind of keeping SSG on their toes with the sheer amount of passes between Jack and First Killer, and then once you start getting Chronic involved, like you said, we were kind of waiting to see when Chronic was going to start getting a little bit more a part of the offense. Once he started, it really had Space Station kind of taking a step back and saying, all right, what do we need to rework on the defense right now to not give anything else up? And the answer is Hoxer's just going to have to continue to send things off, work together as all of the follow-ups continue to come through. It's going to take Chicago placing this one into the corner to give some breathing room to SSG.
Inside 2 minutes, and Space Station only has the 1 shot on net, facing 8 from the opposition. This is where both teams have been especially stingy in this tournament so far, neither allowing more than 7.5 per game to the other side. Something has finally given here. The recipe for success for SSG has been lost. Now with 1:20, Chronic dumping it right back in, and Space Station having a heck of a time getting anywhere. Hoxer didn't even see First Killer coming on as he demolishes him in the net. First Killer's shot never comes as LJ got in the way. And now another demo, this time taking out LJ. Doesn't matter though, Chicago can break free. It's loose in front, no pace, doesn't matter. Hoxer gets the goal, his 9th of the tournament, gets them back within 1.
I absolutely love this. Chicago sent this one over to the backboard, but instead of going for another touch, he goes for the bump, trusting his teammate to get the finish, and it works. It's an incredible execution. You've got less than a minute to go to find something else, but first, you're gonna have to slow down Genji as they're back on the attack, as we've seen in so many times past. LJ with the reset off the crossbar, though. This one doesn't find its way through, and SSG go back to the drawing board.
You've got to convert there. That is one that you just can't leave on the table. It was a slow developing play, but they still got right onto the doorstep. And now Chronic looking to make him pay for it. Brings it down to ground, and LJ very patiently defends. 20 seconds remaining. Hoxer stopped by apparently Jack, so LJ springs into action. Chicago's there. It's still netward. Nobody able to dive in after it as it's cleared away. LJ and Hoxer both in the air for it. Down to 8 seconds now. Power clear. That fooled Chronic for a moment, but he recovers. Down to 2 seconds. And Chicago's got to trigger the counterattack which he can. He's been given space. Chronic almost killed it, but it remains in the air. New life for SSG. Apparently Jack in the way. He'll bring it to ground, and Gen G tie the series.
That looked so good from Gen G. Granted, towards the end there, they might have been caught slightly off guard as Space Station started to kind of figure out the defense a little bit, or at least a way to get around it. But Gen G looking a lot more confident here in game number 2. I mean, granted, Gen G not being confident isn't even a sentence I should be saying, but the first killer app Jack duo looks so good.
Oh yeah, they've been on the same page so far in this series. They are, I mean, they're leading the way in just about every statistical category, it feels like. Gen G, the way they battle back though, I mean, you look at the passes that Jack and First have set up for each other. Other teams just don't do that. Like, there's a level of precision there. There's a level of chemistry. This was the hallmark for Gen G at the start of last season. They were so dominant in the fall split because they were playing on a level that you don't see outside of, like, the Twins over in MENA, who, by the way, victorious earlier today. So, you see it now. Will teams wisen up to it as the split goes on? Right now, Gen G are riding high on it, but they're only 1-1 here with Space Station.
Yeah, this is just the very beginning of this series. It feels like it's been so much longer, the sheer amount of plays we've seen here. A little bit of a touch there from Jack to be able to keep this one off a potential center, but a redirect gives some breathing room to Gen G. Chicago gonna try and drive this one up into the sky for LJ to take. And Chronic is up next after the bounce here. Can he get past Chicago? Just barely, but LJ up next to collect. SSG just trying to control the pace of play now, and they will. This one goes crossbar down and out, though. There's no follow-up to be seen, and Gen G kind of just take a short second to breathe as they quickly transition onto the attack, taking a shot of their own. The follow-up not through as Chicago sends this one off.
Well, plenty of opportunities have been left on the table on both sides. The defense has been good enough to keep these games close, but there's the lapse, and there's apparently Jack to take advantage of it.
Man, the way Gen G has been almost running circles around the defense to the point where eventually they got dizzy, and Gen G saw a space to clear and take a shot. That's exactly what they did. Gen G goes up by 1.
Plenty of shots from Chicago on the Space Station side, and you got to feel like others have to kind of follow suit. He's got the vast majority of scoring chances for Space Station. Right now it's LJ with Chicago waiting for an opportunity that never comes. They play away from him, and it's Chronic that leads the charge back into Space Station territory. Chicago stuck at the back. He grabbed the corner boost, though. He can streak downfield, especially if LJ can get this out cleanly. He's right at first killer. Usually a losing proposition, and this time's no different. LJ with the demo, though, on apparently Jack. That disrupts Gen G, and then Chronic emphatically swats that away to the side. Hoxer can't get around Chronic either, as he flexes his muscles and clears the zone.
And as soon as he's sent back, immediately the reverse happens. SSG trying to push into that blue side there, but First Killer says no way. All the space in the world to take that double and give Gen G the 2-goal lead.
Hoxer got up for it, but it's a real tough read from there. It's a lot easier if at least you're over the backboard or over the crossbar. Then you kind of know where you are, but you don't necessarily know where First Killer's coming from. Perfect lineup, 2-0.
Here comes LJ, wanted to do one of these shots of his own. Jack's gonna clear us into the mid. Chronic wants to follow it. Able to get past Hoxer. Can he get past the next? Not quite. Chicago up into the sky, not much to work with. And Jack is aware he keeps this ball at least in his team's favor. For now, a shot's gonna come through. The save from the bottom 90 keeps Gen G in the lead. or at least a strong lead for now. You've got half the game left to go for SSG to try and find 2. LJ's trying to carry this one to the net, but Jack, another save to keep this one out. This is probably the most work that Gen G's had to put in throughout this game number 3.
Well, Jack just spikes this down, and first killer very quickly up for it. And you see Gen G just pushing right back into Space Station territory and not letting SSG rally any kind of momentum. Chicago's going to turn on this. He's surrounded by Gen G. Hoxer went after anybody he could get to, came up empty. Then Chronic with the stop there forces Chicago back to the center line. And this just lobbed over to Chronic. Play it into space. Chronic is there. Jack waiting for the rebound, and that's swatted out by Chicago. Now Hoxer trying to beat first killer. Not gonna happen.
Yeah, you saw him trying to push that challenge onto first, but first, great read on it. Again, allowing this transition to come through. You're gonna have to back pass yourself off the backboard to push out of your own half, and it worked. Chicago trying to follow through with this shot. Hoxer up next, down over to LJ. And back into the sky here. Chronic, though, just wants this ball down into the corner and away. That's a shot opportunity if I've ever seen one. This ball rolls across the back wall, just pinches on through, and LJ, he just pushes it in, and that lead gets cut in half.
We see that ball played across. It feels like a dozen times a day over the course of a tournament, and there's never anybody there. This time there was, and it works out for SSG. They're back within 1, but they've got less than a minute. Apparently Jack with first killer trying to run interference. Now he's back into the play, looking to center, but there's nobody home. So Chicago, a little uncomfortable, thrown up to the backboard for Hoxer to deal with, and Chronic is going to steal some boost. Jack waiting to take possession. Instead, first killer has it. First killer trying to bring it around Chicago. Not going to happen there. 30 seconds remain now. Demo's all over. First killer and Chronic take it out. Apparently Jack didn't make contact. Didn't matter. It's still cleared back into SSG territory, and somehow they don't get a scoring opportunity out of that, and then Chronic finishes the job.
Oh man, you saw those bumps starting to come through too, right? It felt like a little desperate to break out of your half, but you can't do it at the expense of the defense. If you put that last player just a bit far out of rotation, which is kind of how it felt, there's a wide gap, an area where anybody can just shoot, and they did, and they scored. 12 seconds left to go. If you wanted it, you'd have to score now, and it's gonna be near impossible with Gen G having control of this ball right now. Maybe another one for the road home for first killer, but this one's gonna hit the ground, and we end the game 3-1.
And it really did feel like a 2-goal game throughout the whole way. It wasn't one of those where, all right, it's close all the way, and then Gen G gets a cheap one to pull away at the end. No, they dominated that game, and we do have a timeout from Space Station Gaming. I kind of figured they would not wait until match point. Just the way these first few games have gone, they need to take a moment and kind of break down exactly how things like that happen. How do you stop this mega team at this point? I mean, you look at the talent on Gen G and you stack it up against the rest of North America and you go, there's a clear discrepancy here between this team and everybody that isn't G2.
Yep. It really and truly is that way, especially when you look at Gen G and you look at their history, right? Entering NA and the scene, and you saw the runs that they had all last year with Noli being a part of the squad, and then they make the roster move, and you're like, how do you upgrade from where you're at? The answer, first killer. And even at that, I feel like there was a fair assumption to have a few reservations about it, because realistically, it's very difficult for a team to be able to recreate the same level of success that they have previously with a different roster. But first killer, realistically, this dude has slotted in like he was never not a part of this team, and they just look so good. They're threatening, and it's a stressful situation for Space Station to be in.
Being among the best, oftentimes being the best, invites a lot of hatred, and there are always going to be those who look at First Killer and go, yeah, but hasn't won the big one. Had his chance in San Diego, you could argue literally handed it away. They were already down in that series at that point, but you can't deny that First Killer has been in a league of his own in North America for so long. Very few can touch that level of talent, and you add that to the kind of chemistry that Appjack and Chronic have had over the past year and a half now, and what do you want? Like, that is almost impossible to contend with. They're up 2-1 in this series, and we go now out of the timeout from Space Station to Utopia with demos all over the place, and this is something that Space Station kind of has to adjust to. They haven't played teams that went for demos nearly as much. You're looking at Pirates and Young Whippersnappers among the, I guess you could say, nicest teams from the Swiss. So if Gen G gets real physical with them, I don't know that Space Station has an answer for that.
That's a valid thing to say. I mean, it's realistically like how quickly can you adapt to how aggressive Gen G can be? Right now, it's not looking too bright. The most they're able to do is just send these shots that continue to be on target off, but they continue to come out over and over again. The pressure never stops from Gen G. That is probably one of the few moments where a shot didn't have an exact follow-up. Now, finally, SSG get off the defense. They get to go towards that net, but it's once again, it's short-lived. It's air game here as LJ gets the read off the backboard and takes us to the mid.
Oxer's got an opportunity, plays it all the way across. There's nobody over there. Chicago started to creep up. You realize when that ball didn't come all the way out, he didn't have a chance. Now Chronic, another boost steal out of the corner. Gonna be very curious to see the boost stats from this series, because it feels like Space Station is losing a lot of it to Gen G. First Killer following up that time. Didn't get it on target, it was a little wide. Now apparently Jack trying to delay. Chronic as well, unsuccessful, but First Killer dumps it back in.
And this one in the corner here, Chronic's gonna take it away. The bounce, even with no boost, is still sent off by LJ. This one goes to the ground. Jack is gonna take a long clear from the mid. He sees the open space in the defense. Again, I talked about those gaps you gotta be careful with. Chicago just a little bit too far up, trying to, kind of play that security teammate, right? That security role, but unfortunately, sometimes even an inch of space looks like a mile to Gen G.
He started to turn back, then he started to turn up. That's not gonna fare well against Gen G. Chronic, tight angle, almost converted, and LJ clears it away. Chicago streaking downfield, can center this ball, and Chronic gets there just ahead of LJ. First Killer ahead of Hoxer. That's been a constant theme. Hoxer, I'll give Hoxer credit. I mean, he's been in the unenviable position of challenging First Killer repeatedly. It has not gone well. That centering pass looked great, but LJ couldn't get to it in time. It's cleared away again. Now apparently Jack let that get a little too far out. Hoxer to LJ, and Chronic is right there. Tell you, Chronic was quiet offensively early in this series. He's picked it up, and he adds that one there. Boy, oh boy, what a sequence from Chronic.
What a 50. I think that was a 50 off Hoxer there. And it's just right on target. I'm telling you, everything Gen G does is so magnetic to that goal. Doesn't matter how far away they are, everything is just a laser beam towards it. And unfortunately for SSG, you have to be prepared for every single shot that Gen G takes.
Well, Jack took his time getting this ball in the corner. LJ right at Jack again. And Chronic now starting to take over for Gen G. He got the midfield boost well ahead of Chicago. Drop down pass defensively to apparently Jack, who's already up for this. Chicago opted for the boost. It almost cost SSG there. But Gen G still only up by 2, but this is very similar to the previous game that prompted that timeout from Space Station. And look how quickly Gen G moves downfield again. Jack got a piece of that. Chronic coming on, and Chicago with the save.
SSG got to be a little bit wearisome. Chronic starting to wake up and getting involved not only on the defense but on the offensive plays now. Jack reset as this one falls down. Chicago trying to take it away from the ceiling. Bounce down. LJ off the backboard. Does he have room to double? Not quite. First killer in his face. And this is going to be free ball until it is claimed. 1 minute left to go here. And first killer is going to push Gen G through. This Hawkser pass over to LJ. Jack trying to get into position here, but for now, things start to settle.
Through the first couple of games, this stat doesn't even look real. First killer stolen 9.5 big pads per game. And that's just the first couple. It's probably gotten worse. First killer couldn't drop it down for apparently Jack or anybody. So the lead remains only 2. Chicago at least able to grab some of his own boost that time as first killer's up for this ball too. So that's why it felt like first killer had about 300 boosts in the tank at the start of this series. Jack goes at Chicago. First killer to send it netward. It's a little bit wide with 13 seconds left, but it's just about inconsequential at this point. It is another dominant dub for Gen G, who are about to go up 3-1. They're on the hill here, match point to get to the semifinals.
They look so good. And you can take all the shots you want, but this one's gonna hit the ground. Another win for Gen G here. First killer, just a small sip of water, you know? And all in a day's work, taking everybody's boost and being all over the field.
Yeah, he stole another couple of boost pads while he was taking that drink. That's the nightmare that Space Station has to contend with right now. Only 6 shots in that game. You'll see the stats in a moment for Gen G. But it just felt like they dominated every aspect of that game. You never felt like Space Station, outside of one opportunity maybe, was ever going to get out of the starting blocks. And it was more of that, Chicago having to make goal line saves that kept Space Station kind of handcuffed in their own zone. And now Gen G, 1 win away from getting into the top 4 tomorrow. And, by the way, Space Station doesn't have their timeout anymore. So that man has only 60 seconds to find an answer.
Well, looks a little quiet now. I think there's a lot of communication going on all ends of SSG right now. But kickoff about to begin once again. Gen G on match point, where they've been so many times before. And SSG looking for an answer to the 2 games that they've not been able to find almost anything in.
Championship Sunday awaits if Gen G can close it out here at the Oasis. Chronic shot easily stopped by Hawkser, but here's Gen G following it up again. First killer had that ricochet out. Hawkser drop off to LJ. Hawkser way back, Chicago coming on, and he can't do anything with that ball, so Chronic will have it now. First killer waiting very patiently. Jack starting to creep up as well. That may be where you can take advantage of something there from Gen G if you just kind of get them creeping up a little bit. Problem is that power clear is just never coming out. Chronic on this, and it pinballs around. Jack is there.
That was such a nasty little shot on that one. I'm kind of shocked it didn't find the perfect angle, but it was near close. Thankfully, Jack pushed up just enough, pushes this one through, and there it is, the testament to the Gen G offense, but also Chronic waking up. Chronic being more involved is a huge threat to the SSG defense, because before you were dealing with Jack and first killer, now you gotta add Chronic to the mix. He's resetting over, trying to leave this one down. Finally, SSG out of their own half after about a minute in their own.
Prior to Abjack taking that goal, which very easily could have been Chronic's, had it been just a pixel off here or there, it had been 3 goals for Jack, 3 for Chronic, and 3 for first killer. Who do you stop? Make somebody else beat you? Okay, they will. Here goes Hawkser right at first killer, and yet again, first killer comes out the better of the 2. Chicago's there for this challenge. Everybody whiffs on it. Chronic gets bumped out of the way by first killer, and then Chronic still there for the save as LJ went low for the double.
Oh man, SSG, they're trying their might, but somehow this one's gonna go through. What was this? Is Hawkser off the sky? Just almost like a little bit of a pinch on it. It's right on target, but
Jack probably called off first kill and said, okay, I can get to this, and then, well,
couldn't quite get to it.
That's the second goal that Hoxer's got. Every goal that Hoxer scored is just the goofiest thing you've ever seen. This one pinched off a defender, and SSG's in front.
You know what? If there's one way to catch Gen.G off guard, it's got to be with like some sort of like a goofy goal like that. Then they're probably all sitting there smiling like, whoa, what just happened? But they're not going to let this one get away from them for too long. But as far as SSG is concerned, you got to build on this. This is a moment where you have an ounce of momentum against Gen.G, and it's got to go in your favor from here out.
Problem that Space Station faces right now is they've scored 2 against a team that's averaged 3. And they may get one here. No, through the smoke screen. It's a save by Chicago, I thought. No, it wasn't Chicago. Anyways, he's back downfield now. And Chronic stuffs him in the corner. Now here goes apparently Jack. Downfield with first killer waiting to his left. There he is. Lob it high. Chronic trying to finish. And Chicago's in the way this time. So Space Station hold the line towards the halfway mark. And Gen.G sent back to their end once again, but not for long.
Here comes first killer. This one's gonna bounce out in a way it's almost a center for AppJack, and you could clear this one all you want, and it's gonna work. Hoxer once again, and I believe it is. It's the hat trick for Hoxer. Not once, not twice, but 3 times. He has managed to find a way to use this ball to get off of any Gen.G member's car and find his way to the net.
A natural hat trick for Hoxer. Wow, what a way to come alive here. That gets him going. He's gone over double digits now for the tournament in this game, as he will have this all to his lonesome along the back wall and bring it right back out at Chronic. Chicago triggers LJ. Try to line up a double, not quite. It's tough to line that up coming off the corner wall. And Chronic rather, right at Chicago. This drops down across the middle. First killer's all over it, and he gets by 1, but not by LJ, who will buy his teammates time to get back. Chicago on the respawn. That was a double commit though, LJ Hoxer, and apparently Jack couldn't catch up to that one.
Oh man, Gen.G really just trying to refine that flow that they had on the offense against SSG here. They get to go back into their half. LJ trying to carry this one out, but the 50 for Chronic allows first killer a shot opportunity that ends up successful. Gen.G now only with a 1-goal deficit to SSG.
Just like a top-tier wide receiver, first killer telling his teammates, throw it up there, I'll go get it. And he does. They're back within 1 with a ton of time left to spoil this little party for Hoxer and SSG. Flip reset past 1, but Chronic with the save. Chicago will launch it back in. Hoxer's over there, but first killer beat him to the punch. And now apparently Jack all day to play with this ball. Towards Chronic, and Chicago blows up the play.
With 1 minute left to go here, Gen.G on match point, but not even in a tied game with SSG right now. Although that could be short-lived with a shot from Jack sent off by Hoxer. This one's gonna roll through. Chronic trying to take one of his own. All 3 members of Gen.G in the half of SSG, which could be a little dangerous as Chronic's gonna try and head back to the mid. Jack just gonna slow things down and take us back into the orange with what boost he has left. Maybe a pinch into a center here, but 30 seconds left to go. Off the sidewall, first killer to take a shot on this one, but he's gonna get bumped off the play.
20 seconds for Chicago to try and put it away. No, not quite. Gen.G still has life in game 5. In a closeout opportunity, first killer decoy, as apparently Jack slides it through from the wing, and we're tied.
They have made SSG so used to the idea of the passing plays between FK and Jack that using a decoy at that point completely threw them off, caught them off guard, and with 8 seconds to go, we are at a tied game. Appjack in the sky trying to make the challenge on a Hawkster. Chicago looking to send this one off. This one headed towards the net, but on the ground. Overtime in game number 5.
A goal from Gen G ends the series and puts them into Sunday's top 4. Chicago, decent challenge, but first killer stays with the play. Nobody else was forward. Hawkster tried to take his time getting around Jack. Looking for the flip reset, did not have it. Now first killer. Call his own number against LJ and Chicago, and it's Chicago with the save. Chronic to follow. No time to rest for SSG. First killer, double tap, bang, bang.
This would absolutely end with a first killer double. Right around the last of the defense. Gen G, welcome to Sunday. Welcome to the top 4.
Oh, the kid can smile. Look at that. He's always so business when the match is going, and you finally catch him crack a smile as his double tap ends it in overtime and takes Space Station Gaming out. So the number 4 seed, Gen G, still feels weird saying that, but hey, that's how Swiss works sometime. They do survive and advance, and they've got either Shopify Rebellion or M80. Not much of a reward when you think about it, but I'm sure they are relieved. Again, the middle of that series, they absolutely dominated, but a lot of credit to Space Station Gaming, especially Hawkster, coming alive in Game 5. He had the hat trick very early on, and you thought that was going to be enough, but it was not.
Yeah, not quite enough to go up against the likes of Gen G, but like you said, Hawks are absolutely coming alive in game number 5, trying to give signs of life to the team, but unfortunately just a challenge too much for Space Station here. But Gen G take the win, but this isn't the end. We've got more North American Rocket League coming up after this. Welcome back, everybody. After a win that is not so unfamiliar to a team, Gen.G taking down the likes of SSG here. And guys, we've got one of the favorites up with us. I've got apparently Jack here with me. Jack, how are you? Oh my goodness, I've seen you all over the place. Last time we saw each other was at Gamers 8. How does it feel to, you know, be back into the RLCS season?
Yeah, it feels great. Thank you for having me, and I appreciate the kind words. It was, you know, a long off season, so it's definitely nice to be back. Obviously, Regional 1, everyone's feeling nervous for it, no matter who's, you know, been grinding or not. It feels good to be back regardless.
Well, we're all super happy to have y'all back. Now, that was an interesting series because there were a couple of times where it wasn't probably the peak Gen.G that you're used to being. But walk us through that a little bit. I know at the beginning it was you and FK kind of on this crazy, like, synergetic run. Walk me through that. How did that feel? What was it like?
Yeah, it was a strange series. I think one that was kind of expected. I think every Regional 1 that I've ever been a part of is always a bit nervy, you know, in most teams. Just kind of getting the swing of things back into RCS. So it was kind of expected, you know, going from a, you know, quarterfinal to semis. If you make semis, that's huge. So we knew it was going to be a little bit poor in gameplay, but we knew that if we stayed composed, which we tried to do, especially on offense, I think it was good. Our defense could have improved, but it was overall not the worst. Like you said, there was a couple moments that were, what is going on? And don't worry, I was thinking the same thing. But you know, the win is all that matters, and we came on top, so it's all good.
Well, congratulations to you guys. Also, Chronic stepping up in a big way there towards that second half of the series. What changed? What brought Chronic kind of out of his shell in that series?
I think Chronic always plays fairly well in the late series. I think he just needs a couple games to get into it. And there's nothing wrong with that. Most players are like that, and I think he's just one of them. But we all know what he's capable of, and I think he played really well. First, of course, don't want to go without mentioning him. He was great. So yeah, I'm happy with those two, how they played.
Well, before we let you go, you've got M80 or Shopify waiting for you on the other end of things. Is there a favorite you're looking forward to?
I think we'd all like to play M80 again. They beat us 3-1 yesterday. They're looking really good in tournament. Of course, I'd like to beat Yoris as well. So yeah, I think it would be it would be nice to play those guys. I'm sure it'd be a good matchup, but yeah, we'll see who comes out on top of that.
Well, we're going to go find and answer that question to let you know who you get to play. But thank you so much for hanging out with me and us over here, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Of course, thank you for having me.
Gen.G cruised to the semifinals with a 4-1 win over SSG. After dropping game 1, they basically didn't look back and had a clean one there. They will now wait for the results of our final quarterfinal match. The final match of the day just around the corner. Lots of impressive performances from many players there. Chronic of note in the interview. I say Chronic was such an excellent support as well as finisher for Gen.G in this series here, Gibbs, and they're looking very strong. Definitely still the top team in North America.
And yeah, this was that match of the day, according to the pros, at least with the power ranking chart. Tied for first, Gen.G and Space Station number 3. But we did talk about the gap between 1 and 3, and we saw it throughout this match. Gen.G just dominated from game 2 on. The only time it looked a little bit weird was game 5, but Space Station got like 2 weird goals in that game as well, but they still lost it. So Gen.G, they came out on top. First killer looked fantastic. Chronic, he can be a spectator at times, but that's going to happen. You have First Killer and Abjack on your team. Sometimes you have to sit back and just watch them play. That's how I made my career with Crow and Sand. So I get it, Chronic. I understand. Yeah. But he comes alive right at the end of the series. They look so dominant, though. And Gen.G, talk about it. Day 1, they always have a mishap, but when it's bracket time, they perform.
Yeah, I mean, there was a moment in game 2 where Chicago misses what feels like a pretty easy shot that would have tied the game, sent it to overtime in the waning seconds there. I remember writing that down like, oh, that one might come back to bite them. Honestly, I don't think at this point it mattered. Like, Gen.G looked strong enough in this particular moment on the day that even if they had gotten that goal and gone to overtime there, I still think this was probably going to be a Gen.G win. So we can look at the bracket and how things sit after the conclusion of 3 of our matches. We got 1 more to go before we are set for Championship Sunday. Gen.G advancing there. They will wait for the winners of our final match of the day here, Stacks. Rebellion versus M80. Let's go.
Yeah, and this is a matchup that's got a lot of firepower here, and I think something's got to give, right? Because you look at the scoring prowess of a guy like Two Piece against an M80 team that is as stingy as they come. They gave up the fewest goals per game by a pretty significant margin yesterday. That does come with a bit of an asterisk. They did play the Muffin Men and TSM, who were some of the lowest scorers, but they also did that against Gen G, who averaged 3 yesterday. So very interested to see how they handle Shopify Rebellion here today.
So this is seed 1 versus seed 8. Normally, that's a one-sided match. Here, I think it's almost a coin flip. Shopify Rebellion, they had a tough road. They 3-0'd Dignitas, who is looking fantastic. They're in the bracket top 4. They won the first 2 games versus Space Station, then lost 3 in a row. Space Station looked fantastic. Then they had to barely squeak by in the final match, a reverse sweep to make it here. But they're a team that can take down anyone. And again, with M80, 2 of their matches were against weaker teams. They did take down Gen G, a top 4 team, but so has the 8 seed in Shopify Rebellion. So I think it's going to be a lot closer than on paper.
It's a lot closer than a lot of people had on paper, for sure. And to be clear, Justin is going to be playing. Memory will be coaching in this matchup here, so don't have to worry about that one. I love that Justin's cam was like mostly his microphone and not his face. But
so real quick, I want to talk about Nas and like the international transfers again. We saw it last year with Gen G when they came over. A lot of people before the year began had Gen G like a 7th or 8th power ranked team. The same thing happened to M80. Scrim results have not been kind to them. The pros ranked them incredibly low, but when it came to tournament time, the international players always slap around North America, it seems like. So Nas had a great day, and we'll see how this all works out. Nick, the acolytes are insane for him. He always wins no matter what team he's been a coach for. So M80 on paper is a fantastic team, and they showed it yesterday with that 3-0 result.
Well, can they continue to back it up here today is going to be the question. New day of Rocket League. And they got to re-rack and reload that same energy for this round here. Could be the last stop on the tour. For one of these teams, it will be. That's how single elimination works. So who do you think it's going to be? Let us know in the chat. Hashtag M80, hashtag SR, and we can talk about it up here on the desk of which way we're leaning. Stacks, I feel like with you, I'm always expecting you to go with like the underdog, but this is a matchup of 2 teams that in my mind have the ethos of underdogs already. So that's not really what we're going with on this one. What are you feeling?
Well, M80 is a team that I've been kind of vocal about my doubts with them, right? Like I haven't really been a believer. I'm like, okay, how is this NAS thing gonna work? You know, how is Jorius going to perform now that the lights are on here and the matches really matter? Well, it's hard to go against them the way they're performing right now. I think they showed a lot, even though they played, I mean, they kind of had kind of a soft schedule yesterday. They looked very good doing it, and that's why I kind of think M80 comes out on top here. It wouldn't surprise me if they put together a defensive masterclass, but they will have their hands full keeping Two Piece out of their net.
So Wave,
it is going to be hard.
Wave, I don't pick underdogs often, but when I feel like the underdog is not that big of one and it's more of a coin flip matchup, I usually will side with them. So I'm going Shopify Rebellion here because they had a really tough road. They played teams well. They swept Dignitas, who's a top 4 team right now. I think they can find that form again. So I'm going to go with them with a minor upset.
I like it. I'm going with you. I'm also riding the honeymoon phase of Justin, hashtag no longer anyone but NRG. Just that new energy that is infused by picking up a new team here. I think we're seeing a new and improved Justin, and I'm loving it. So I think Shopify could pull off the upset on this one. M80, they've had some excellent flashes of brilliance over their entire RLCS career as an organization that's continuing here with a completely new roster, but they're going to have to keep up that consistency. The Europeans, though, they're going to be fierce. AJ, absolutely no slouch. I'm excited to see where it goes. M80 going to be the favorites in chat. People want to see him win. We got Shopify up here on the desk, but it's a little bit of an upset pick. We'll see how it goes, folks. This one going to be even. Hopefully we finally get Game 7. Haven't had it yet today. We got M80 versus Shopify Rebellion to close out Saturday.
M80 versus Shopify Rebellion to close out today. Only one can move on to the top 4. Jazrin with James By here. James, this is going to be a close one in the day.
Oh, it certainly is. And Shopify Rebellion, they're a team I am eager to see in this single elimination bracket situation. Justin, one of the, maybe the most legendary player of all time, hitting that most famous goal Rocket League has ever seen, world champion on this new team who has been doing some damage in the offseason, but through the qualifiers, they struggled a little bit. Barely made it in the 5th round of Swiss. Meanwhile, M80 cruised through. So I think a lot of people are wondering on both sides of the pitch what team or what level these teams are going to show up at today.
Exactly. M80 with a sweep in the qualifier run so far in Super Swiss, but they did go 5 games with this very Rebellion squad in day 3 of Open Quals. Gonna be a rematch from them. And Rebellion, we've seen moments of brilliance from them, and we've seen pretty big fall-offs. Will Justin and the crew be able to get it together already under a lot of pressure from M80 off the start?
Jordy's going to take this up high as well, looking for potentially a bumper, a pinch. Nas will get this back out to the middle. Parth misses, makes 2-piece miss as well. Justin has to move in. He doesn't get a piece of it. This is panic on the goal line, and Joris will be there to sweep up the mess.
And look at the pressure coming out from M80 in the start. We said it on the pre-show going in, Rebellion would have to watch out because M80 is really good at consistent offensive pressure, and you saw it there. Joris lobbed it up to AJ. AJ played the 50 perfectly, and like you said, Joris cleans up the mess. First goal to M80 to kick things off.
And a little bit shaky there. You saw Parth. Oh, hold on. It looks like Justin's going to be able to get a rebound. That one bounced off the bar, and then the elbow. Shopify gonna keep on going now. Finally does get cleared off to the side. Justin not able to get the 50, but that whole play on the other end of the field started when Parth wasn't able to make contact. You saw the cascading effect of whiffs that started to take place after that first miss.
And now you're starting to see a little bit of a scramble here in the midfield. Parth looks to collect, but look at the control from Nas. Just able to grab that first touch, grabs the boost also as well from Parth. Parth trying to recollect the ball here to slow things down, but he gives it right to Joris. That's going to be the biggest thing here. You saw what Parth did when he had possession. And see, this one gets a counterattack all the way through. You cannot give M80 a free ball like that. Joris plays it past Justin, and AJ just destroys the defense.
And this is why M80 is so dangerous. The mechanics of each individual. You saw Joris take that first touch off the goal line, essentially. And he goes up into the air, and he reads the defense, you know, it makes him lay off, essentially, the challenge, and he just takes the space and keeps on going. Wonderful mechanics, great ball control out of Joris. And this is a hot start for M80. M80 is looking like a stellar team so far.
Yeah, and that's the difference here in the opener. Keeping the ball close versus pushing it away. Everybody on M80, you watch him, even AJ going up the field, he has all this room to work with, just instead keeps the ball low, keeps it to his car, plays that 50 out, instead of just going for an initial challenge of just booming it away. We saw Rebellion do that. It ended up leading to them getting scored on in the second game. So keeping the ball close might be something that makes a difference here in this series, but so far it is making a difference in this game as M80 up 2-0. A chance there, but good block out from Joris. AJ will have a chance.
AJ with the flip reset. Goes for a musty, it'll be an easy save. 2-piece also with good speed. But that little tip goes right above his head. Justin gonna try to get it up and over. Did get bumped a little bit from Nas, picked up the mid boost, will be able to receive a pass if it comes. However, 2-piece looks to the middle. Parth diving in at the wrong time and is gonna be out of the play. Justin trying to keep that ball at the midfield. And AJ will lob this towards net. Another easy save, but it's cleared right at AJ. Parth almost got his team scored on. Fortunately for him, 2-piece was there to bail him out.
Yeah, that would have been twice now. He gets that last touch, gives it to somebody straight from M80, and they push it netward. Parth now controlling the ball, and look what it gets him. He gets it right past one, forcing AJ up. This is great. Now Rebellion can move forward. Justin was sitting midfield. He wanted to see if 2-piece could get that pinch off the back wall, but unfortunately unable to. Now M80 gonna start playing things a lot closer here, gonna play the clock as we're approaching that final minute. 2-piece chance there with the double, but blocked out.
Double commit though. Justin, who's to work with, pinch pass across the net. Jorius, oh, you can see AJ get bumped off the goal line. Nass doesn't recognize in time. And Shopify Rebellion, they're in this game now.
Yeah, I mean, Justin following AJ. Once AJ's unable to make the play, Nass has to get back, and Parth was sitting there on the backboard waiting for an opportunity, and he swept it through.
And Jorius had to prevent that shot coming from Parth, but it kicked it right back out into the danger zone, and now another opportunity. Parth off the ceiling, has his flip, uses it to pass. Trying to stay in the play, uses up the rest of his boost, but actually has the corner boost spawn on him. Parth back in the play now. It's a pass across the middle. AJ by one. Jorius will launch it towards net because he's got no boost. Now trying to run on some small pads. Parth going for a 50, but it's hit downfield by AJ.
Ooh.
Justin dodges that bump attempt by AJ as well.
30 seconds remaining here. Parth keeping it close.
Air dribble bump.
Going for the air dribble bump. You're right. AJ read it. Good cutout. Chance two-piece shot denied by AJ. Back-to-back saves from AJ. Could have given M80 this game, but there's still time. And Justin keeps this in. Double commit, though, from Rebellion. Parth has a double. Has the triple. Oh, my goodness, Parth!
Parth! He looks like an alien out there. He gets bumped, gets the flip reset, double tap. How is that even human?
Clip it and ship it. Rebellion bring it back within the final 10. Impressive is the only word that begins to describe what that last play was. And we are headed to overtime.
Oh my.
What a turnaround.
And Parth, his gameplay out there looking like a Richter scale. It's been up and down, but that was a peak.
So well done, but not out of the woods just yet. M80 on the ball. They want to keep this one in. They're trying to make sure Rebellion don't build up enough momentum here, especially from that goal. Keep eyes on how Rebellion start moving the ball forward. That's a big miss from Justin.
No way that just happened. A devastating way for Shopify to miss this one. Justin, surprised by the bounce off the corner, went for it and didn't make contact, and that one's just gonna bounce in. Wow. What else can you say?
Yeah, that's tough. That is a tough one for Rebellion. You've got to think, after those two back-to-back goals from Parth, it seemed like they had everything going, and then it just takes one backboard miss, and M80 able to take this game. Look at that, and again on the
crazy.
replay.
He even got bumped a little bit by his teammate, still was able to get the flip reset and score that one. That was a highlight reel shot. Make sure you add that one to your montage. But to lose the game like that, to just have it bounce off the corner and in, a little bit devastating. I mean, Parth also, a couple times that game was going for some clear attempts, ended up hitting it right to the opposing team. Even on that last play, you could see Parth was trying to clear it out, ended up hitting it right to an opponent that was able to bounce it off the corner. And so, you know, Parth, crazy game all around. Both goals scored by him, but overall Rebellion not as clean defensively as maybe you would expect. And they really were made to pay for that by M80, who was looking good. And I thought Jorius especially looked fantastic. He was great.
Yeah, I agree. Jorius looks great. Nass, even in his first regional event, this is his first top 8. He feels like he's feeling a little comfortable under pressure. Of course, we had that one mistake that he made, but like you had said in the cast, it felt like he just didn't expect AJ to get bumped there, couldn't recover in time. M80 still come away with game 1, but of course, it's going to be a long best of 7 if it keeps getting as close as that game 1 was. We'll see if Rebellion can kind of clean things up here as we get game 2 started.
Yeah, this is a huge test for Rebellion, and really, you know, a lot of people are trying to power through that contact, but a lot of people maybe discounting M80 a little bit just because this is a bit of a Frankenstein team. And this is one that was put together not according to the will of the players, but really the will of the organization, just hunting out the best players that they could find and getting the consent from them all to team. And honestly, it's looking like it's paying off so far. They've already had a stellar Swiss stage. This first game, they've looked very composed. We'll see if they can keep that up in game 2. And Shopify, on the other hand, Can they clean up the defense? And also, will we see a little bit more cohesion on offense? That one play didn't seem like it was too repeatable, Dazrid.
Yeah, that's the way I feel here as well. I mean, you saw literal peaks and valleys there in game 1, but that's been the case not even in this game, all through the Swiss days. Chance for AJ, picks it up in the midfield and puts it home.
Again, Jorius gets a 50. It was a double commit, and still Jorius gets the perfect 50 out to the midfield, ready for AJ. It was almost like Jorius knew exactly what he wanted to do, directed it to AJ, and hit him on the numbers, even though 2 players were going for that 50.
All right, how do Rebellion respond? They have possession here. 2-piece is going to go around the net. He was looking for a bump. Oh, speaking of bumps, Nas takes down Justin. So big open space in midfield. Nas puts that one on target. Good save out from 2-piece. Wanting to see a little bit more here from 2-piece and Justin in game 2. It's Parf, 50 on that back wall, goes to the corner. Jorius, good 50. AJ's waiting, hesitated a little bit. Beat 2-piece to the ball, looking to get a follow-up touch and forces this one to pinch way off the wall. Great read though, good follow-up from Parf. He put that all the way on target.
And he only had 2 boosts left in the tank after that play. And there's immediately Nas and AJ both going.
Oh!
Bump. This is so savage. 2-piece has to dodge 2 people coming after him, gets bumped, and then right away, Nas is ready for the redirect. This M80 team is playing with their mashed potatoes, and unfortunately, the Rebellion are looking like the Spuds.
Okay. 2-piece now trying to see if he can at least build some momentum here for M80. As Rebellion have felt, it feels just like, again, consistent pressure is tough for them. Team starts getting more physical. The bumps and demos is really hard for them to adjust to it. And M80 are no strangers to playing in that style. A lot of trust here in the team as you see 2 players sometimes can go upfield to try and make a play. That third man back always handles it so well. I think that also just comes from the individual's prowess. I mean, all these guys are very adept at once.
Oh,
as
man.
AJ to Nas. Nas almost got around it, but it'll remain just a 2-goal lead for M80.
Shopify Rebellion just look uncomfortable at the moment. They're getting smothered right now. You see Joris even trying to land the bump on 2-piece, throws 2-piece off the touch. Joris with the 50. This is going to kick back down. Tough read for Parth, but Parth doing really well to be able to clear that off. You can see the scramble. Not much control here for the Rebellion.
Jorius trying to play the 50 out. Nas looking for the follow. No, wait, leaves it for AJ. AJ thought he could put it behind 2-piece, but 2-piece remained patient in Edwards. He's going to clear this over to the side, and it's actually just going to go in. 2-piece catching him out.
2-piece just sails this one. This is a dangerous ball. You see Nas maybe looking for an infield pass, but no, 2-piece launches himself at that ball, and you can see how far up M80 were pushed. It's almost like they're almost getting a little too ahead of themselves at the moment, getting too comfortable upfield, and you have to remember that these players, they earned the right to be here. In 2-piece, he's going to be able to do that again if you make that same mistake.
So now it's about, again, just playing a little bit more safer. It was a little bit of a risky play that last play. Jorius was sitting midfield with 0 boost, and AJ was pushed up as well. But Justin! Oh, I haven't seen that from you in a while. Beautiful play from Justin.
And you see how he takes the first touch and then uses his flip to get back to the ball to preserve boost and make the best play possible. That was so perfect from Justin, even air rolling at the right time, delayed to get that flip reset. And we've talked about it before in the green room, that the fact that Justin still has mechanics that can just stun you.
Oh, they're looking a little uncomfortable, though, after that play from AJ. No team really out of the woods just yet here. It's very clear. Justin showing up. Great goal from him to equalize for Rebellion. But M80 still with the fight, still with some offensive possession here. Jorius plays it off the side while Parf catches it. What's Parf going to do? Plays the 50 straight down. and almost tried to look for a bump. Made Joris hesitate a little bit and was trying to get a bump in transition, but everybody from M80 dodges him. Justin now on the ball, plays it around, has Parf midfield. Parf's gonna go for it. Shot blocked out by Nas. Nas is gonna get a piece of this one to push Rebellion back, and then M80 are gonna take a chance here upfield as well. If they can really get possession, they can. They actually, it's just getting played all around them. Good infield passing from Rebellion as they try to get back on offense again.
Has to be careful here. Justin will go for it. Stretching out again, looking for an infield pass, but his teammates were in the back half. Sidewall double. Parth will take it straight up off the ceiling.
Justin?
Back down to the middle. Justin off the corner. Two-piece will have a look on it. Drop passes it to Justin.
Still up.
Actually stays up, and now finally will touch the ground. A last-second opportunity for the Rebellion. They made it interesting, and this whole game has been interesting. Shopify Rebellion, such a slow start, but they have come roaring back, and now Justin trying to take the initiative on the play. Two-piece back towards the net. Leaves it for Parth, but the ball gets by him.
You got a bump. AJ's awkward. Justin tried to see if he could finish it there. You're starting to see Rebellion get a little bit more comfortable, and this is a very good sign for them, especially on the end of Justin. Look at that, more aggressive positioning out of him. He's able to put this one networks. Two-piece tried to get there, but Jorius is able to block it out in time. Jorius has Nas, who went for a pre-jump. AJ last back, but still got a good challenge on that. Pass, shot, no, blocked out by Justin. Left and right are these attacks from both squads.
Justin going for a ceiling pinch. The backboard defended all the, they went very, I think they might have went almost all in on this play, and now the infield pass, that's gonna be saved by Parth. It was so scary seeing how much Two-piece committed. Now Two-piece is pressuring the other side, and it's end-to-end action. Jorius off the ceiling, and he'll get 50 out to the corner.
Everybody taking control, and a lot of also respect given to the teams as well. Lots of goal line saves. Good demo there. Space, good pass from AJ to Jorius to get the clearance. Nas trying to play the speed test, but a little too slow. Parf wanting to control that, but Jorius able to intercept. Jorius also went for a bump on Two-piece, but Justin got that carry. So now Two-piece able to get a solid touch here into the sidewall, but it's cleared away. Rebellion looking to hold on to this ball as Parf again back to Two-piece with the other end. Justin didn't commit, but does have to go back as the clear sends it all the way to the blue half.
You can see the challenge from Nas. Two-piece is gonna try to lob that up for Parth. AJ's first to it though. Back to the middle. Nas comes streaking up. Gets it by one. This is gonna be really tough for Justin. He does the squishy save to clear it out. Now Two-piece out to Parth. Yeah, they've actually both went. However, Two-piece will be able to get back in time. Now Nas up to AJ. AJ goes high and Parth goes long. Clears it all the way out to Jorius. Jorius now will tap it up to himself and do an air dribble 50. The 50 goes over, and now Nas will take on Parth. AJ looking for Parth, or Nas rather, but Nas not ready for the pass.
Good idea for the pop from AJ. Just trying to slow down a chance for a long clearance. A lot of people from M80 were playing close. Justin, top left slot. A moment of hesitation costs M80 game 2.
You can see Parth even trying to bring that down, playing it wonderfully off the backboard. And of course, it's Justin, one of the most iconic overtime players you can have out there on the field, and for good reason. Justin getting that OT winner and even getting the equalizer as well. Rebellion come out with a come-from-behind win. And honestly, at the beginning of this game, it looked like M80 was going to just crush them again. But then Rebellion were able to start battling back one play at a time.
You have to give Rebellion credit for their mid-game adjustments. At the beginning of the game, this happened in game 1, even going into game 2, they looked kind of sloppy on the back end. M80 uses that to apply pressure, but then everything starts to click from them and they're able to turn it around. What a game from Justin especially. He took over 5 shots apiece from Rebellion. Everybody was an offensive threat. And that's one of the big factors of them taking this to M80, who played such a good, consistent game for so long.
They did. They had that great start, and Rebellion were forced to play so much defense. And one thing I did notice was the tie between Two-piece and Parth on the scoreboard, both sitting at 576. But overall, Justin was really the player that stood out to me. And you had mentioned it, Daz. That play, that's such an impact play to be able to make the flip reset double tap happen. to bring your team back in. It's such a big boost of confidence, which seemed like Rebellion weren't really playing with much confidence at the beginning of the game. However, they started to kick it into high gear with those mid-game adjustments, let Justin move upfield, trust that he's going to make a play, and also Park generating that space for Justin to work with.
So now we'll see how things happen to change here in game 3. Infield passing left and right here between AJ and Jorius. Rebellion keep it close. Parf tries to bring it wrapped around. We kind of knew we were in for this because, again, even in the qual matches, M80 came out to a strong start in there, taking two games off of Rebellion, but Rebellion ended up battling back, almost pulling off the reverse sweep until they lost in game 5. This has the potential to go the distance, and you can see it with the way each individual on the field adjusts to how the other is playing.
Certainly, and you wonder if we'll start to see more of those solo attempts like we just saw Nas try to make. Is that going to be going in? Oh,
off the post.
2-piece, oh, pitched that perfectly. That would have been something else.
Here we go, Justin now on the ball. Great control to try to push that when he was looking for the top left corner. Got 2 defenders of M80 jumping. Now here's Nas. He also gets 2. Parf is able to make contact, but M80 can't use this to push out of the zone just yet. Jorius is going to try, but the ball gets too far away from him, so Parf can intercept. AJ wanting to play a 50, and he does, but look at this, Parf able to go again. Wants to get that follow-up. Jorius quick to deny. He knew Parf had a read on it. He's going to sit on the backboard as Justin goes up. AJ challenges first, and Nas finally able to get a clearance.
Had to clear on low boost, does get the steal. But you're seeing M80 was forced pretty far back into their own net. Finally able to work it out. Ball up for Jorius. Parth trying to 50 him through. Jorius will stay in the play, and that's going to get boomed all the way downfield. Ball in the hands of Nas. Boost respawning for him as well, and gets a nice 50. Going to try to demo 2-piece as well. Now has the ball. Dribble. Is that on target? No. 2-piece will get there. You can see Nas just trying to chase. Oh my goodness. And look at the power on that pitch.
Yeah, Jorius, though, has a read, turns it all the way back downfield. Nas plays it so that AJ can get there for 50. It'll pitch off the corner. Jorius is going to get there first. 2-piece waiting on that back wall, but believes in Parth. And Parth plays it into space, but there's Nas trying to keep it close once again. Even with the strong pinch downfield from Rebellion, you saw M80 able to take control of that and turn it almost into an offensive chance.
Nice infield ball there from Nas to AJ. AJ wasn't able to do too much with it. And now Parth is going to launch that over to the corner. Nas being patient. Try to go for a 50 here as well. And it gets it nicely one downfield. However, low on boost will have to peel off. Giving 2-piece space. 2-piece going for a 50 himself. Goes out into the mid to Parth. There was a bump on the back line, and it's good enough to open up a gap. And the Shopify Rebellion draw first blood.
Like you said, Justin with the bump on Jorius again, and they push the shot through. Well done there for Rebellion. The off-ball play still making a large impact here. Rebellion able to get the first goal, but M80 still not out of this one just yet. We know exactly what they can do. Nas now trying to get that individual prowess. He's been kind of caught out in a couple of uncomfortable positions defensively. A couple of goals from Rebellion have been get a bump on the back end, leave Nas to fend for himself, and oh, what a challenge from Parth. He just takes that into his own hands.
And we're starting to see Rebellion just close the gap, give them no space. Don't let them be able to take that ball upfield uncontested. A huge dive there from Parth, and that's going to be a goal that is really devastating to the psyche of M80. AJ, that dribble, he's going to want back.
Yeah, he's trying to wrap it around so he can get a flick, and he just gets instantly challenged. Not much he could do there. And the pinch right into his net. Unfortunate. Lots of work here for M80 to do, but if you're Rebellion, you're sitting pretty. It feels like you've got things figured out, but don't let things slip here. This one going all the way downfield. Justin with only one boost has to play this, trying to keep it close to him, but you can see how uncomfortable he is. So 2-piece gets on top of the ball. Now Justin and the rest of M80 trying to reposition here, or Justin and the rest of Rebellion trying to reposition as M80 now want to get the ball out of their own half. 1 minute remaining in game, and it just feels like they are stuck right now, James Bond.
Yeah, and you're seeing one of the reasons they're stuck is because Justin keeps on demoing them and they have to sit and wait. Justin, that's one aspect of his game that has been being more and more incorporated into his overall game is that demo gameplay, that bump gameplay. And in this game, it has really helped the Shopify Rebellion. And this is going to be another infield pass, forcing Jorius into an awkward situation. But the Shopify Rebellion are dominating right now. 3-0, two-piece. With a strong shot, overpowers the defense. There's nothing they can do about it.
Yeah, they try to challenge quickly. They want to get this one out and really play it for a chance to score late, but two-piece picks it up, reads the desperation on the defense, plays it off the back wall, gets the follow-up again. And now 3-0 is the scoreline. Rebellion.
Are you sure about that?
You're right. My bad. The only 3 we've got here is Parf. He's 3 for 3 as he picks up his hat trick here.
Shopify Rebellion looked like a different team this game. Parth has been throwing up the numbers. If you are keeping track, I mean, he has scored a handful of goals for the Rebellion. M80 this game, so stale. AJ zeros across the board for goals, assists, saves, and shots. And, you know, it's just, this is a different looking M80 team. They look so good out of the gate, but they have fallen flat in these last 2 games. And that pretty much sums up the experience from M80. Just coming up just short.
Yeah. And the way they looked that game was really flat. I mean, it just felt like Rebellion, once they changed up their structure of how they moved, they kept the ball a lot closer, and they played those 50s so much faster. It denied so many opportunities M80 could have built offensively. They were only limited to 5 shots that game. Compared to the others, I mean, this is a big drop-off from their output. Meanwhile, Rebellion, even though they ended up having 6 shots, they scored 4 of them. So much better quality opportunities coming out of Rebellion.
And you're seeing they're diving on M80, who's trying to take time. They're trying to take space. You even think about the one goal AJ tried to dribble out, and Parth was right on top of him. So the Rebellion, I think, came out and given a lot of respect and space to M80, but slowly they are starting to figure it out and shut them down. And we do see the timeout come out for M80 already early on in the series.
Yeah, I mean, taking that loss, especially, you know, with 2 back-to-back losses, makes sense for M80 kind of to call a timeout here. Rebellion are hot, and they want to be able to slow them down. Back-to-back games would not do them any justice here the way they have been cooking on the field. I do wonder what they decide to change up here. Is, you know, you see Nick there talking to the guys. I do feel like that rush of Rebellion, the way that they were playing, really did catch M80 off guard, and now they need time to talk it over.
They certainly do, and I think one of the things is shut down Justin. Justin, he was on fire. He did the flip reset double tap play. That was the play that turned things around for the Rebellion. They were struggling in this series, and even in that game too. But then after Justin hit that play, it almost felt like you could feel the confidence surge for Rebellion. It was reflected in their gameplay out on the field. And now this game was so one-sided that you wonder how this is the same M80 that we saw in game 1.
Exactly. And, you know, I feel like for Rebellion, this timeout does give them a little bit of confidence and say, okay, yeah, we got them on the ropes. They had to call this, but it's still remaining locked in as they've had a chance to discuss. So have M80. Game 4 on your screen. Will we go to a match point as Rebellion continue to surge, or will M80 turn things around?
And already Justin wreaking havoc on the back line.
Yep, I saw that coming. Jorius just stopped moving there for a little bit.
Yeah, he actually made contact on the ball too, which was pretty remarkable. And I think that was a shot of Jorius as well. Nowhere to be found. Disconnected. So we'll get him in here as soon as we can.
Yeah. Seems like he had a slight freeze, but he's saying he's good. So we'll get things figured out and hopefully get the game back up very soon here. So things will probably reset. We'll let you guys know officially. But that being said, James, I feel like for this M80 squad, of course, a strong start's always going to be helpful, but I do think it really does come through making sure defensively they're not putting themselves in bad spots, and honestly, just being a little bit more thoughtful on their approach, because sometimes they get beat out very quickly, and if M80 or if Rebellion sense desperation from M80, I mean, it gives them so much more confidence when approaching the ball, which means that they can play it around. But if they expect M80 to instantly challenge the ball, no fakes, no playing for their teammates, then that just gives them a better idea of how to approach things moving forward.
Oh, yeah. And I think M80 really need to kind of take a page out of Gen G's book. I think individually, M80's talent is it's pretty insane. If they just play it safe and just try to, you know, play boring, as apparently Jack said, I think they would come out ahead offensively compared to Rebellion. It's when you try to do too much, like the AJ dribble, that can really bite you. Just play it safe and wear them down the old-fashioned way.
Interesting kickoff there. I believe that was Jorius who had went for it, but both Nas and AJ had went for boost. It didn't really work out the way they wanted to. Rebellion got the ball and they got the goal.
And Justin will tip this up, two-piece, even cutting across the line, trying to make sure no one could get up there and challenge Parth. And that's an easy shot for Parth to make, and he scores another time. His goal per game average is going to be off the charts.
Now here we go. Rebellion already with that first goal. Here's Jorius getting 50 there by two-piece. Justin will try to cut this off. He's got 56 boosts. Got his flip. Gonna try to carry it all the way through, but AJ there waiting to get the block out. Man, the ball control out of Justin this series has been stellar. If he keeps that up, M80 might be in trouble, because you had said it, James, earlier. They have to shut him down, but he's playing like so much better than I've seen him in the past, even from when we were watching him on NRG.
And I think Justin's always had that ability, and now he's going to have another opportunity. Does get that off the corner. Nas with the demo on two-piece. Justin, the flip reset, actually took that off of Parth. So we're starting to see Rebellion perhaps get a little too far ahead of themselves. Need to make sure they're constantly communicating. This one's going to go up off the ceiling. Justin will get a piece of it. Jorius will go for a sidewall double, but that's shut down by Parth, and Justin will go for a hard sidewall pass. But Nas collects it.
He's playing a light 50. AJ wanted to get a piece of it. He's not going to be able to. Now he's trying to move back. Gets a bump on two-piece, so it slows down the shot, but two-piece still connects, and it's still a goal for Rebellion.
And this is such a difficult situation to be in if you're Jorius. Jorius is panicked. He's trying to get back. You can see him jump for it. So close on getting that 50, but it was tactically played by Rebellion. Justin going for that high percentage pass out to the middle. And a nice finish there from two-piece, getting that around Jorius.
Yeah, it's got to be frustrating if you're AJ there. You were so close to getting the demo that would have prevented that goal. And now you just have to watch it go in. Jorius, again, needing help there in the back end. He gets a one-touch out. AJ will pass it to Nas, and Jorius with the speed test beats Justin on the ball. Free ball for AJ. He'll throw a testing one there to two-piece, who clears it into him. AJ gets a bump on the back end. Nas a little slow, though. He's going to head back. AJ can't get there. It's a bit of a scramble. He'll pick up the demo on Parth and look to control this.
But it was a scramble. You saw both players from M80 going for it. It seems like after the hot start, M80 playing pretty cold right now. Not been able to find any answers to crack through this defense. Two-piece, the flip reset over one. Jorius will just lob it downfield.
Good chance here. AJ playing it close. Oh, Parth! He couldn't get the right touch in time. It sailed right over his head. He did not expect this 50 to go the way it did.
Oh my! I mean, what are you supposed to do? That one was pinched between Jorius and Justin. The ball kicks out, goes off the wall and in. A little bit wild.
Yeah, if you're M80 though, you take those for sure. Now can they turn it into something more is the question. Two-piece trying to strike back quickly.
That's a nice shot too.
Nice shot, great read on the defense from Nas. Justin trying to put that one on target, but Jorius able to control. He's gonna at least bring this able to the midfield before it's cut off. But M80 starting to play with a little bit more cohesion after the scramble. making sure they don't make any more mistakes. This game is within reach. It's a 1-goal game. We're under 2 minutes left in regulation. And M80 with the ball, only for a moment there, as 2Piece gets a nice pop. Justin puts it on target, AJ! He almost got caught out. He ends up making the save.
And it's another multiple player commit by M80. They survive for now, but they're still struggling. Rebound out, that's gonna be in. And Justin will be credited with an assist, and what an assist it was. Up over one, off the ceiling, goes for goal, almost scored himself, allowing 2Piece to pick up that rebound.
And wow, the team play that we're seeing from Rebellion, the way they can bring up the ball and just catch M80 off guard is impressive. If you watch even like AJ moving up the field, he had no idea that they were going to be that back and forth once he saw the initial pop from 2Piece. He ran out of boost, and it was just, the ball was just that much faster. That extended pressure from Rebellion ended up turning into a goal, and they're trying to even build on it more.
Nice pop up. 2Piece waiting to jump on it. Jorius with a deflection. Justin over to the sidewall. You can see the impact that Justin's been having out there. AJ trying to dribble. It does flick it up to Nas. Nas controlling it in the air. 50 kills it back down. Parth over to Justin. Justin actually bumps.
That open?
Jorius leaves it open for Parth, and Parth will send that home. Justin, a 200 IQ bump.
Yeah, gets the bump on George. They realize he's last back. AJ racing, but he cannot go faster than Supersonic. Over his head, Parth places the shot perfectly. And we're witnessing a breakdown here. M80 came out of the timeout. You thought they may have had things figured out, but Rebellion have only improved because of the timeout. Oh, chance there. Jorius can't connect. 36 seconds to go. Very comfortable is Parth and the rest of Shopify Rebellion as they are looking to put this series on match point. We would have to see something very convincing from M80 in the final 20 to give us anything otherwise.
M80, they've just not been able to figure anything out. After their fast start, it's been super slow, and they've just not been able to utilize each other. We've seen another double commit, multiple double commits from M80. It has been a struggle for him, and the timeout hasn't made it any better. And the Shopify Rebellion take game 4 and are now on match point. And there is Justin, who had another great play this game, who has been forcing the defense back. Parth throwing up 2 goals as well. Rebellion bouncing back so incredibly well after game 1, now looking so far ahead of M80 that this series, I mean, I don't want to say it seems hopeless, but after these last few games, it feels that way.
It's night and day from their previous showing in the qualifiers. Rebellion, I mean, the way that they have improved, you've got to think the team is very happy with at least this performance from them all. Justin individually, sure, he wasn't the top scorer, but that's because he was busy getting assists. 3 saves out of him. Parth with 2 goals, 2Piece shooting 50% with 2 goals. They're all working together really well. Now we get into a match point situation. All they have to do is win 1 more to close it out. And this could change the course of, I mean, a lot of people have been trying to figure out where to put Rebellion. This would give them a clear picture they get a win here.
And me and Rizzo got to see a lot of Rebellion this offseason in the draw, and we were convinced that they're a major team with how they played in those offseason events. I obviously didn't have all the teams that we're seeing now playing in those events, but Rebellion just looked good. And now we're starting to see what they're really capable of in the RLCS, in this single elimination phase of the qualifier, where the pressure doesn't get much more. And they are responding, even despite that slow game 1. And now they have a chance. 2Piece trying to take that up. Goes back down to the ground. Rebound from Justin. And it's cleared off the goal line. M80 barely survive.
Oh my God, 2Piece almost was able to get the double. The way 2Piece was able to bring the ball up was fantastic. Slowed it down. He took Nas off the play. He wanted to control it when he landed, but AJ had forced a challenge. But that second man right behind him, able to, again, apply so much pressure. Even when M80 started this game out with demos, Rebellion responded with one of their own, and it opened up so much more space in the field. the way they're all playing for each other and just how quickly they're getting to the ball is part of the reason why M80 have struggled to keep up.
M80 now looking for a play. You see Justin from behind gets a tip and gets the corner spawn as well. We'll be able to move in and boom this up. Looking for two-piece. Two-piece will get a hard clear. It's going to bounce down a little awkward for AJ, but he still gets it safely to the corner. Parth is waiting, though. Gets 2 defenders out of the equation. Now AJ looking to get that safely over to the corner once more. Was hungry for the boost. And Nas will be able to get that boomed up field.
Good control from Justin. Got his flip on the initial contact. Once it bounced straight to him, used it to play past the defender. Now he gets a bump in the back end, and AJ has to put that one netward. But still not in the rough spot. Justin's in a tough spot right now, though. 0 boost, and almost actually on goal. That he got very lucky there. Still needs help on the side of Rebellion. Jorius is playing that high. Two-piece, able to get a save. That's his 3rd save of the game. M80 still showing their danger offensively, is even for them responding well, but almost not well enough. Good save from AJ on the goal line.
M80 having to make these crazy goal line stops. Justin also streaking in for a bump. It's going to be Nas versus Parth. Nas will go for a shot, but Parth ready for it, gets the first stop. Now AJ threatening the double, but that fizzles out. Now Parth beats 2. Justin, what will he do? Goes for a pass off the arc and down. Nas is there, finds AJ. AJ back to the 50, tips it out to the middle. Nas, now Justin and Parth go. Parth has to bail out. Now will be able to get back on the ball. There's a shot. Justin landing that demo on the back.
Ooh, tried to throw things off there, tried to set up two-piece. That one is gonna roll all the way in. AJ picks the pockets of Rebellion.
And that was off respawn. AJ just appears and shoots it. What is that?
Thank you. He'll take that every day. That's the best respawn he's had in a while. Just right on top of the ball. Now M80 able to kind of dictate the pace here for a little bit as Rebellion are playing from behind, but honestly, there were some very close opportunities in the first half of this game for Rebellion to get on the board. Now Joris, oh, he runs the lead block to interfere, and Nas picks up the second.
M80 starting to show some life. Nas powering through that contact. Jorius lead block attempt doesn't even land the bump, but does enough to make it too difficult for two-piece.
Yeah, I mean, he is able to get that interference. He's forcing two-piece to go low, which gives Nas so much more room to shoot with. Makes it such a tough shot for him to save. And oh my goodness, another goal back-to-back. They are not slowing down, James Bot.
This series is it's just making you scratch your head. This game, unfiltered domination for M80. Last game, they couldn't do anything. And even at the start of this game, you saw how stretched thin the M80 defense was. There was that ball that was sitting on the goal line, had to get cleared off at the last second. Even AJ making a crazy save as well. So M80, when it's all on the line, they do find a way to come back.
Oh, wait a second, another one. There could have been a chance there. I mean, these past few goals have really just been all off counterattacks. You know, you're right. Rebellion have had that pressure, and they've kept most of the possession for this game. But M80, whenever they are on that counter, it's really hard for Rebellion to get back and get their pieces set, so to speak. When they do have a strong defense, it's really hard for M80 to score. But that being said, now, with a minute to go, I've seen Jorius especially, he's been playing a lot further back now. They don't need to send too much resources forward on offense. They can just play the 50s and play the clock.
Yeah, at this point, with only 50 seconds left, that's what you want to do. Play keep away, play safe, just go for the booms. And then the worst thing you can do is double commit in this situation, which is something that M80's been struggling with this series.
Oh, man.
I'm surprised that ball even made it through to Jorius.
Yeah. That's exactly where I'm at with it, too, because you see them go up because they're expecting, oh, he's going to take a shot. But Jorius is comfortable. It's very evident from the fact that he's not moving. He just sits there, I'll wait for it to hit my car, and then they'll just try to do slow plays out because, again, they don't need to give up anything here. 15 seconds to go. M80 are taking it a game at a time. As the clock ticks down, we are going to go to Neo Tokyo. Rebellion had a strike of success here, back and forth. They showed a lot of pressure. They'll pick up one more to go, but it's M80 who takes this game 5.
M80 fend off elimination, at least for now. We'll see if Neo Tokyo is their last map of the event, but they do respond in this game. M80, as we just think back on this game in particular, it seemed like Rebellion were picking up where they left off, but that goal line defensive stand, it was what M80 needed to get back in this one. And a team hat trick as well. AJ, Jorius, Nass all putting up 1 goal on the scoreboard. Truly a team effort. We saw the lead blocking play from Jorius as well as we take a look at this game's highlights. And there's that clear off the goal line. AJ getting back just in time. And then that long range goal thanks to the epic respawn that AJ had lined up with the ball. There's that lead blocking play. Overall, M80 showing the life.
Yeah, showing the life. Showing how strong those counterattacks are as well. I mean, every single time you just see someone from Rebellion just trying to make their way back, trying to get to the net. Meanwhile, M80 getting the press forward. It's been really hard for them to get going offensively. I mean, even you talk about Justin here on the screen. Last few games, he was all over the ball, had a lot of opportunities to solo play. It didn't really seem as much so this game. Felt like he had to react more so than he had to dictate where the ball was going. A lot of times he was trying to get lead block bumps and set the team up or force M80 off the ball, but M80 just bit their time, waited for their moment to strike, and it paid off. How will things change here? Will Rebellion close things out, or will we go to Champions Field? Let's find out.
It would be nice to see things go to Champions Field, wouldn't it? It'd be a nice way to close out the first day of this playoff portion of the event.
Oh my!
Oh, Parth is denied by AJ, who cleared the ball off the goal line last game. Gets another huge stop for M80.
And after a great setup from Justin as well. Oh no, a double commit, and it's open! What is going on in Rebellion? Double commit in front of the goal line, leaves the net wide open, and it's the easiest goal M80 have had all series.
Oh, I just don't believe my eyes. That has to hurt for the Rebellion. But M80, they will keep on trucking. And again, this game starts out with an incredible AJ save to an M80 goal. So we'll see if Rebellion...
Looking for the bump. Oh.
Doesn't land it though. AJ's able to clear it all the way downfield. Jorius now going for a pinch pass out into the middle. It actually leaks through. And now Parth will get a follow-up touch. Looking infield to two-piece. Two-piece will boom in. What's the radar gonna have to say about this one?
Oh my goodness. Beautiful pass, but the execution from the shot. Two-piece doesn't get too many opportunities like that, but he slams it home when he does. Great goal to put Rebellion back in this fight.
87. 87 miles an hour. That was a laser. So we're back to where we started with a minute gone. Neither team having the advantage right now. Parth, pass Nass.
Boost.
Parth going for the net, and you can see Jorius prepared, gets the save. Jorius around two-piece. And bails out of the play, goes for the mid boost, trusts his teammates to hit it upfield. Justin will go up for it, hitting it back to his corner where two-piece is waiting. Two-piece up the gut. Parth will find it, follows it up. But Jorius clears it back across the middle. Nass will have it, lobs it towards the backboard. Justin looking for Parth. Parth drops it back down to two-piece. Two-piece will clear it downfield.
Yeah, Parth had a little bit of a rough takeoff there. The best option after he recognized that was, okay, let's send this two-piece, maybe we can move upfield. Parth has 0 boost now, so two-piece needs to cut this. And Nass just got finished taking boost, so Parth is moving up here on the ball with 12. He can only try to put a shot on before he has to get out. He's been like that for a while so far this game. Nass on the ball now trying to leave it. Jorius
man.
So close, but not close enough.
And now Justin will have an opportunity. Gets a flip reset, goes for the air dribble, and that's shut down by AJ. Nice little stall reset there from Justin. Got extra power on it. And now Jorius will take it through the corner. There's a demo, a response demo, but nobody was there for the shot. Boomed upfield. Parth turned aside by Nass.
He had to get that right off the respawn. He initially was the one going for the demo on Parf. He got demoed on the play, and that slowed things down. M80 scrambling, and Justin, great challenge from him. He scores the second goal.
Another big-time play. AJ was forced to jump. You saw the bump attempt coming in. He still tries to play the ball, and unfortunately for M80, passed that right out into the middle. And it was an easy shot for Justin. Jorius didn't even jump. Not sure if he even saw Justin.
It feels like absolute chaos when Rebellion is on M80's half, just applying offensive pressure. There's AJ. He's looking for the equalizer, but it's a good read from Parth. He's gonna try to get another 50. This one pinches out. Rebellion, they're gonna have to slow things down here because Jorius gets a demo. He's trying to get involved there, but Justin used the last of his boost to get the save.
Justin still on empty. Does pick up the mid boost though, and will jump for this one. Gonna try to
Great first
solo
touch.
play it. Ground pinch almost comes through, and he got the corner boost steal as well, but two-piece caught a little out of position, and AJ lands the demo on Justin.
M80 all playing on that right side. Here's Nas, has Jorius midfield. Jorius can't get there though, so AJ double off the wall, tried to put that on target, but just couldn't get the touch. Parf will clear this into Jorius. He has the ball now. AJ waiting midfield. He's going to rotate out as Nas tries to pick this one up. He gets demo for his efforts. Two-piece 100 boost and a free ball. Let's see what he tries to do with it. Gets it past one. Flip reset. Almost got it past two, but AJ will block it.
Parth will take this ball up the wall. Into a reset, has two-piece in the middle. Going for the bump on Jorius, but Jorius still gets a piece of it. Now it's a 2v1. Nas up. Jorius
Wow.
can't land the bump on Justin. Justin read it so quickly. And now it's on the other end, broken up by Jorius. AJ looking to bump Justin again, but Justin, he's like Neo out there dodging all these bullets slung at him.
I mean, Justin, if Rebellion win this game, you have to look back at that play. Girls up, he's last back. Great early challenge, knew exactly what Jorius was gonna do, so got to the ball as quickly as possible, and Nas was playing it slow. Drop down pass here as Justin tries to find Parf. 33 seconds remaining. M80, they gotta go. Otherwise, they risk losing this series.
M80, they were perfect in the Swiss stage 3-0, and now they're gonna give up another one. Oh, and they do. Nas cannot stop the momentum of the ball, and that is an insurance goal late for the Rebellion.
With 21 seconds left, Rebellion may have done it. Nas, it was so close, but he just couldn't get the touch he needed. Now we have to see some magic. Otherwise, it's GG M80.
Parth, happy to waste the time. A double commit by the Shopify Rebellion, but it doesn't matter. Two-piece keeps it going. Jorius has to score here. And doesn't. That means the Rebellion have knocked M80 out of the tournament.
What a win from Shopify Rebellion. They take down M80 in 6. The team that had sent them to the lowers in the open qual double elim bracket. The team that also won the Swiss stage 3-0 as Rebellion had to go all the way to the 5th round. Talk about improvement. You see that man memory. He's more than happy. He's ecstatic as he's popping off. Well done, Rebellion.
Certainly, and Parth was everywhere on the field. He had that shaky game one, but even in that game one, it was ups and downs. The peak of a flip reset after getting bumped. He flip reset, double tap to score that goal. Justin with some big time goals as well in overtime. I mean, Justin, I thought Justin was my MVP, although I could see it going to Parth as well. Both players having such a stellar showing.
You gotta wonder, where does it stop here for Rebellion? They're taking it day by day, game by game. They've just taken out M80. They're gonna have Gen G tomorrow. Who knows how far they go, but if they keep playing like that, I mean, the sky's the limit.
And it was an entertaining series. We got to see both teams have their time in the limelight, Daz. We saw what makes M80 such a threat. But Rebellion, they were able to recover, made the adjustments, and got the dub. And to talk about it, we're going to throw it back to the desk.
quite the event here as the Rebellion able to upset the Firecrackers here. M80 knocked out of our event. There was a point at which in game 2, Nos hits a nasty redirect to put M80 up by 2 goals. From that point on, they got outscored 11-1 in the series. They allowed 1 goal after that point. The Rebellion, quite the performance here, Gibbs.
And huge goals, too. Parth hit a triple tap, and we normally don't talk about Parth when we talk about this team. It's always 2-piece all of last year. Parth just doing everything. Then Justin, it's great to see him back in a top 4 spot. He hit a flip reset double tap as well, and some other fantastic goals. Shopify Rebellion, we told you that it would be closer to a coin flip, and it absolutely was. They put on a show, the 8 seed, taking out number 1.
Yeah, we knew they'd have a tough time. See, Waves rubbing off on me, Leafs rubbing off on him. No, we knew they'd have a tough time keeping 2-piece out of their net, but how about Parth? You know, we talked about it going into the match. Actually, I think we talked about it a little bit after, that nobody really talks about this guy. He had 9 goals, for crying out loud. What more does the guy have to do? Put some respect on Parth's name. That's a big-time performance.
I mean, I think the 9 goals is what he had to do to get people to start putting respect on his name, and he absolutely did it here. Was playing on both sides of the ball very, very well. I mean, trying to think of like a point of weakness. I mean, there was a moment there in Game 6, Gibbs. We saw it towards the beginning. There was some double commit issues. A few of the goals they let in were just rollers, snorers, where they just hit themselves completely wide open in the back end. But other than that, they managed to make up for it with heavy offense and generally, when they were back, solid defense.
And that's going to happen when you're trying to be fast on the ball. You're playing M80, who's going to be very, very fast. So you're going to make a couple of those mistakes where 2 members will go for a play, and you'll figure those out throughout a year. But to take down M80, who went 3-0 through that Swiss, and to, like, honestly outclass them in your 4 wins, or at least 3 of those 4 wins, it was a phenomenal performance by Rebellion. And let's not forget, they were in the 2-2 round of Swiss, down 0-2, and they had to win 3 games in a row to even make it to this playoff bracket. But man, oh man, they get Gen G next. But M80, like, I think it's a great result though with the 3-0 in Swiss, and they can improve upon that going into qualifier number 2. They know that they're a team that shows up on game days. Unfortunately, they ran into a hot team here, but I expect them to be back in the top 8 next time around, Stacks.
Yeah, an incredible performance here. The level this team is trusting each other is fantastic. And to talk more about it, Hercules standing by with Memory.
Hi, Memory. Welcome in, and I feel like congratulations are absolutely in order. We talked a little bit off the back end. You said you're kind of riding a high. What are the emotions right now after kind of a roller coaster of an ending to that series?
Yeah, you know, I'm just so happy for the guys. We've worked really hard through this whole offseason, Parth and 2-piece, and then Justin coming in here and slotting in and trusting us and trusting me. I'm just happy for them.
You know, speaking of Parth and 2-piece, Justin's been so legendary in the scene for so long. What was it like, you know, kind of acclimating throughout, you know, the off season, towards the end of it, prepping for this very first open qualifier, especially because in this particular series, we saw how synergetic Parth and 2-piece can be? Was that something that was prepped? Was it a natural synergy between the two? Or is it something maybe Justin was kind of getting a little piece on?
Yeah, I think it's a bit of both. I think, you know, we as a team, we work on, you know, being able to play together and having that synergy. But I think part of why Parth and 2-piece are so good together is because they've been playing together for so long, and it's just kind of natural. And with Justin, I think he's done a great job of slotting in, and it just fits. I mean, over the offseason, you know, we played with a lot of different players, and I think with Justin, we just have the highest ceiling, and I think that he's done what he needed to do, and I'm just really happy for them.
I'm so happy for all of you. I'm sure many people are. And speaking of which, you have now made the semifinals. You're going to be going up against Gen G, and you kind of saw a little piece of what they had today. It was a small challenge for them against SSG to make it into that semifinal with you guys. Is this who you were expecting to play against if you'd made it this far?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is what we expected. You know, I think that series was a bit closer than maybe the score shows, but yeah, I expected Gen G to win. And looking forward to playing them tomorrow. I'll get a rematch.
Well, are there any shout outs that you want to send out to everybody before you head off to go and celebrate your win?
Oh, shout outs. Honestly, I don't know. The only thing I could say is my team. I'm just really proud of them. That's all. I feel like a proud
we're very
dad.
Proud of. I feel like that's the best description you could be giving for that right now, especially the role. Well, congratulations. Good luck tomorrow to you guys, and we'll see you in the semifinals.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Shopify have indeed earned their rematch with Gen.G in the semifinals on Championship Sunday. That first match, round 2 of the Swiss yesterday, did not go Shopify's way at all. They won game 1 and then got pretty cleanly beat in the following 3 games. So they will be looking to right that wrong here and put themselves through to the grand finals. What a performance it would be, too, knocking off one of the top teams in the region at the moment, Gibbs.
Oh, absolutely. But today was a huge day for all these quarterfinal winners. Again, we need to say that North America, you only have 4 major spots now, not 5. So important to get away from those 4 other teams that will finish in that 5th place spot. So hats off to all these teams. Now, try and pick up as many points as you possibly can on the final day. There's only 4 teams left, and I got to give it to the pros. All 4 of those teams are pretty high on their pro power ranking, so hats off to them. They're all at least tied for 5th or above, so good on them.
They're doing a good job there, folks. And if you're a G2 fan or a Dignitas fan, that will be the first match we play tomorrow. We take a look at, again, the schedule, things you can expect for the week. We are now heading into Sunday at 10 a.m. Pacific. That will be the kickoff time for G2 Stride versus Dignitas. Don't forget, you can always catch First Touch on Wednesdays at 11 a.m. Pacific, and most RLCS action will begin on Fridays. Heading forward next week will be Europe. We will be taking off North America. We'll see you again the week after that. Folks, lots of fun stuff coming down the pipe. We're still in that first open qualifier here, building our way to the first major. We got 2 majors this season, and then the World Championship. It's going to be an intense, succinct, fast season, much more of a sprint than previous seasons, and we'll see which team is able to make that sprint all the way to the world title. We got a long way to go here. I mean, Stacks, we got a lot of teams. Give me a prediction, just Stacks. Who's taking it all tomorrow?
Gen.G.
Gen.G. You just saw what Pars, 2Ps, and Justin were able to do.
I understand that. And
what are they going to take for them to get the respect in their names? He scores 9 goals, and then you're like, oh yeah, just lose to Gen.G tomorrow.
yeah, well, no, I just think Gen.G is the best. Like, you got Gen.G and G2. I think they've been the locks for getting to the major, and then everybody else is just fighting for 3rd and 4th. But watching Gen.G play, that team is a super team if I've ever seen one. G2 has shown some cracks in the armor, and yes, they're in the top 4, and they can show up tomorrow and be the best team in the world. But right now, based on what I've seen, that combination of Appjack and First Killer, we talk about Chronic as being just kind of, okay, he's there, hit 3 goals and 4 assists, and that's like your 3rd most impressive performance on the team. It's crazy.
They are firing on all cylinders, folks. Gibbs, I'll get your prediction tomorrow. You're going to tell me all about it on the pre-show. Pre-show kicks off at 9:30 a.m. Pacific for tomorrow's Championship Sunday. I hope to see you guys there. Thanks so much for hanging out with us today. Stay safe.
there's nowhere to run. Alright. Dropping the pin, pull up in 5 minutes. When I come through, it gets ridiculous. Locking the door, dress on the floor, got me wanting more. Was trying to be alone, didn't plan it, happened on its own. Now you're here and there's nowhere to run. Alright, if I had to choose, it'd be me and you. If there's no us, alright, nothing left to lose. There's no me and you. Where would I run? I wanna fall in deep, I wanna jump. I'm with you now and there's nowhere to run. Alright, you know I'm in it. We keep it to ourselves. We don't see no one else. It's not in my mind. I know it feels right. You're good for my health. Oh, I've been hoping that you'd notice. It's a matter of time before you're all mine. In another life, not in another. It's a matter of time before you're all mine. Move to the motions, just keep it going. 'Cause I've been open, let you notice. It's a matter of time before you're all mine. Feel the energy, keep it on repeat. So good I can't complain. I know that we both feel the same. 'Cause I've been hoping that you'd notice. Matter of time before you're all mine. Matter of time before you're all mine. It's a matter of time before you're all mine. In another life, not in another. It's a matter of time before you're all mine. Feel the energy, keep it on repeat. So good I can't complain. I know that we both